No fun when it ends this way. The Commanders fall to the Eagles 55-23 in the NFC Championship. 4 turnovers told a big part of the story. The Eagles scored on all 4 of those miscues. Head coach Dan Quinn.
We were aggressive on our, fourth down ops to go for it. And then once it got, out of whack at the end, I don't know what the numbers would say at the end, but I thought we had to be bold. We had to be aggressive to take our shots against their offense, so they weren't into that space as well. I was pleased after the first long touchdown run in terms of how the guys performed in the run game. But for sure, playing from behind and catch-up's always tougher.
Jaden Daniels, 255 through the air, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. This one hurts.
Obviously, man, it sucks, man. It just sucks. Excuse my language. But I couldn't be prouder of the guys in the locker room. Just year one, everybody not really knowing each other. Rookies, the vets did a tremendous job of, bringing us in and helping us out.
Early on, sweet play. Daniels connects with Terry McLaurin.
They go empty here. 5 receivers set. 3rd down and 3 from the 36. Daniels, he throws it to the right. Catch is made at the 30-yard line. The run to the left side, and it's Terry McLaurin taking it the distance. Touchdown, Commanders.
The call on Westwood One on the Fan. AFC Championship, Kansas City over Buffalo 32-29. Super Bowl 59, February 9th in New Orleans. Chiefs and Eagles again. Maryland beat Indiana 79-78. Navy over Army 66-53. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Let me take you to the Queen side. I'm taking it to Brooklyn side.
What up, everybody? 10 a.m., District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. Brian and I were in Philadelphia last night. We're back in the DMV today. We have so much to discuss. I think 30,000-foot view, there is so much good news to look at. I think it's okay. I'm not really ready for 30,000-foot view. 24, 48 hours later, after an NFC title game, we can start talking big picture.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, though, there's a lot to be upset about. I think the refs were bad. I think the turnovers were worse. But I do think the better team won. Philly's been building that team for a long time. They're loaded. We all said, hey, let's see if Jalen Hurts can beat them. He could.
He did.
Hurts was really good. Saquon was really good. Their defense was really good. I hate the final score, B.
Yeah.
I think the final score is not indicative of what that game looked like. Just to give up 50 burger sucks.
Yeah, I mean,
but it is what it is.
I think you have to look at the game. And I think when you look at this game closely, I did a big 3 before the game. I say play complimentary football.
They didn't.
I said win the turnover battle.
They didn't.
And I said do your job. And I think when you look at that game, anybody controlling the football, their job is to do your job and hold on to the ball. And you've heard me mention it many a times where I say, don't just look at the opposing team, look at yourself. And the way to watch Philly attacking the football, they must have seen that they carry the ball very loosely because they were punching at every ball. And I understand you watch people doing it, but they did it so much at different people. And the one with McNichols, his guy got blown up, and he ran into it without locking it up.
Dude, I said on that kickoff, I was like, oh, they don't like, because since Eckler came back from the concussion, he was, I mean, hell, he made second team all pro as a kick returner.
Yeah.
Now they've been kind of choosing their spots with him as the kick returner, and they had Luke and McNichols out there to start, and I was like, I kind of thought we'd get Eckler as a kick returner in these games.
In this game, yeah.
And then after the fumble, it was Eckler, but then later Eckler has a fumble.
Yeah, but they were attacking the ball, and I just say it, when in that situation, when you go down and you're coming up, it naturally comes away from your body, and the Eagles did a great job of it. But if you look at that game, it boiled down to turnovers, and I've said it, and I'll say it again. Just because you turn the ball over don't mean you got to give up a touchdown. And they had 4 turnovers, and they scored 4 touchdowns off of it. The one where Quinyon Mitchell gets the interception in the end zone, great catch on his part. You know, they went all the way down the field and got a touchdown off of that.
Yeah.
Without Saquon in the game. It was the backup who broke off a big run, and then he ended up going into the end zone. So,
I mean,
you just have to
for the first carry of the game, Saquon goes 60.
Yeah.
And the tackling, it was a singular play, but the tackling on that play was awful. You could tell, to me, it seemed like everybody was so amped up that they just ran themselves out of position.
Yeah. But it's like, man, I see a lot of waiting instead of attacking when it comes to the tackling aspect. But those things will get better. But I was at the point last night, very disappointed, but also understand what they had accomplished. And 14 games won this year. And I can say this, if you can't see that this team is on a track to being a better football team, then something is wrong with you. If you think this is a fluke, you're a damn fool, because you don't fluke 14 wins. You don't fluke a whole season. And on top of it, when you lose a game at the end of the year to a team who's been probably one of the best teams the whole year,
Super Bowl favorite all year.
Team, who's loaded, that's not fluky.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I think you got to a point where mistakes that you were able to overcome against other teams, you're not going to overcome it against this. Just like last night with Buffalo and Kansas City.
Yeah,
Buffalo could probably make those mistakes, and the guy that dropped the ball at the end,
Andrews.
No, not Andrews.
Oh, Kincaid.
You can get away with that and probably still beat another team. You're not beating Kansas City like that,
right?
As I was driving in this morning, I'm listening to Sirius. Andy Reid is a damn magician.
Sure.
Our guy who used to be here, Samaje Perine, hadn't touched the ball all damn day. All of a sudden, in a crucial moment, Samaje goes out for a pass. Nobody's around him because Andy knew.
And he had done the same thing going the other way with the other, maybe Pacheco.
But he knew
4 plays later.
When I line up Samaje, they are going to be thinking he's blocking. And they ran straight upfield. Pat hits him, and he doesn't go out of bounds. That little thing right there, the fact that he stayed in bounds is the biggest aspect of that whole play. I mean, we watch guys within inside of 2 minutes running out of bounds. For what? If they now have a timeout or no timeouts, you control the game at that point. Don't run out of bounds helping them out.
I think yesterday, I don't. People are going to say how awful this Super Bowl matchup is. I don't understand Commanders fans that have any problem. Like, I don't get how there's any difficulty in who you choose to root for in this thing. Like, you got to really hate Taylor Swift or something if you're considering rooting for Philly. This is KC all the way for me. I mean, I don't get mad at their greatness. If they have a three-peat, I think that'd be incredible. But yesterday, it's just a tough pill to swallow because early on in this thing, it seemed like Washington opens the game with a 7-minute, 18-play drive. They had 2 fourth-down conversions on that thing. Jaden converted a 4th down with his shoe off. His shoe fell off, and he still got the first down. I am not like the season is over.
Yeah.
The act of second-guessing 4th downs, I loved their philosophical attitude throughout the year. They were consistent with it. Were you a little surprised on that opening drive when they had already gone for 2 4th downs that they then kicked? Because I mean,
Well, in that situation,
they kicked from the 16-yard line. It was 4th and 3. It was 4 plays earlier. They went for it on 4th and 2.
Yeah.
And then they had gone for it on 4th and 5.
and you get to a point where you can't go to the well constantly.
Yeah.
And like we said before, when they do it and they're successful with it, we always talk about the fact that they hired a guy from the NFL and he's there to help them out.
Yep.
Well, if he told them don't go for it, then I'm going to go with whatever his analytics are.
Sure.
Because he's been as good throughout the year as he possibly can be. And I'm not knocking it at this point. I know people start to get to the point where, oh, man, hey, man, if they go for it sometimes, they don't go for it sometimes. And I'm going to deal with that.
Yeah. Here's for the people that want to be dismissive because they got their ass kicked by Philly. They had 2 clean games in their first 2 playoff games. And I just think they proved that they absolutely belong on that stage. To go to Detroit and beat down Detroit, as poor as they played yesterday, they dropped 45 on Detroit in their building. And that place was electric, and the Lions couldn't keep up. Yesterday, I thought, if Jaden gets going, I don't know that Philly can keep up. Philly proved they can more than keep up. Hurts was really, really good yesterday. There was a lot of question about his health going into that thing. He was fine. And I think where this was my concern going in, I said this throughout last week, I thought Philly was better on both lines of scrimmage. And I think they have built that up over time. I think you lose a guy like Fletcher Cox. Washington yesterday did a good job on Jalen Carter. Mm-hmm. They doubled the hell out of him.
Yeah.
So who stepped up? The other big guy, Jordan Davis, was really, really tough. I think Philly's not even in a rebuild situation because they've been good for a while now. I mean, they won a Super Bowl.
They have
that, 17, 18?
You know what they have, Jay? They have exactly what you need to go on these type of runs. They have a dominant offensive line and a dominant defensive line.
Sure.
And I know we like to put the spotlight on the
skill
positions. Yep. If you don't have the other people, as I call the engine and the transmission, it's not going to get where you want to go. And for those people who are always kind of pessimistic and they keep saying something till it finally becomes true, I mean, they lost the game at the end, but you can't tell me if you truly look at this thing with a non-biased eye that this team is not good, are going to be better and improve because they're going to add pieces.
Sure. And
they should step up. But if you keep saying something, like they say, a broken clock is right twice a day. But if you sit there and go, oh, man, they're not this, they're not that, and then finally they lose the game, you were right for that moment. But you were wrong the rest of the time. So if I go with percentages, those people who are trying to run around with their chest poked out the day, your teams were at home earlier. Shut the hell up.
I think for me, what Philly has, what is most important is they have a talent evaluator. What Howie is able to do, he acts aggressively, not scared to kind of buck conventional wisdom. Like signing Saquon, it's like, oh man, what are you doing? He might be washed. No, he's not. He's fine.
He was washed because he didn't have offensive line in front of him in New York.
They draft really well. They typically build their own guys up, keep their own guys under contract. I think Washington has that in Adam Peters, right? And then I think Washington has a legitimate star franchise quarterback in Jaden Daniels. And if you have those things, the rest of the things tend to kind of work their way out. I think specifically to this season, if you look at the success they had, man, they stacked wins together over and over and over. I am not willing to be dismissive of the late game success because I know they practice it. They practice it going back to August. I mean, that was real practice time devoted to end-of-game situations. I think where they found an edge, and not that I think this stems from Josh Harris, but I think Harris talked about this, is pro sports are so competitive, and specifically in the NFL, because you have the salary cap, you got to find the margins. You got to find the small areas that you can be better than the opposition. And I think that's a huge part of why they practice end of game, end of half. You know how damn good this team has been end of half situations all year, aggressive, trying to add points on.
Yeah.
I think you saw that again yesterday. I think yesterday they just ran into a buzzsaw, and there was some unfortunate stuff that happened along the way. Dude, you always say turnovers are bad, but when turnovers happen almost matters more.
Yeah.
So, the first one, the Diami turnover, was tough. Bond made a hell of a play. Honestly, all three of the turnovers, Jaden had the late pick.
Yeah.
You're desperate in that situation. It's almost like a Hail Mary situation. Quinyon makes a hell of a play. Credit to him.
Yep.
But the game was over at that point.
Very much.
The first fumble, Diami's trying to get extra yards. Eagles make a hell of a play. And what do? They turn that thing around. They score. There was some, I don't know, hope, thought. It felt a little similar in that Washington gets up 3-0. Saquon just goes, right?
Yeah.
60. One play for 60, which to everybody that called in last week and told us, hey, they were really good against Saquon except for the explosives. Stop with that. The explosives are part of part of what he does.
The explosives are what makes the game get broken open.
Right, dude. I think so. Then you're at 7-3, and Washington fumbles. And Philly, if you remember, the next drive wasn't it wasn't like the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And in my head, I'm like, all right, last week, Washington was down 7-3, and the Lions were driving, and the Lions got maybe not into the red zone, but I think they did actually. I think when Dorrance Armstrong got that strip sack of Jared Goff, I think they were inside the red zone. I want to say it was like 13-ish yard line.
Mm-hmm.
And that strip sack fumble recovery for Washington completely turned things around. Looked like it was about to be 14-3 Detroit, and that building was buzzing, and they were running the ball like hell.
Mm-hmm.
Washington's defense was able to generate a turnover and stem that, right, and slow that down, but they couldn't do it yesterday.
Yep. And
then all of a sudden it's 14-3. Washington in the first half of this game, had 2 plays, double-digit play drives.
Mm-hmm.
They had an 18-play drive and a 10-play drive. They ate up more than 11 minutes of time of possession with that.
Mm-hmm.
But when it ends in 3 instead of 7, you're not going to keep up.
No, you're not.
Especially against the way Philly was playing yesterday.
And
I feel like even in that moment, and that was before all the turnovers and all the penalties, you could feel 3's not going to get it done today.
That's also where that time of possession thing sometimes don't work.
Right.
Where if you hold on to the ball 10 minutes and then you get 3 points, and then they have it for 22 seconds and they get 7 points. And then later on, you hold it for 8 minutes and you get 3 points. And they have it for 2 minutes and they get 7 points. Time of possession, I think that we put too much emphasis on time of possession. You got to start looking at, because time of possession and yardage, this is what I say about yardage. If I get a turnover on your 15 or your 20 and I score, you have more yards than me if you go all the way down the field and get 3 and I get 7. But there are teams that they only get the yards that they need to get. And they got the ball in Washington's field of play a lot. And when you do that, basically you're giving points up. When people get the ball in the 20 to 30 to things like that inside your territory, they leave them with points.
At one point, I tweeted this out in the first half, B. Time of possession can't be your savior when the other team's running back is averaging 32 yards per carry and has 2 touchdowns on 2 carries.
Yeah.
Saquon just was so good so early. But, dude, you played 2 clean sheets in Tampa and then in Detroit. You're +6 coming into that game. And then you go -4 in the turnover battle.
That shows you there.
It's
they're going to always be, you're going to be on that side. And you've already had situations where early in the season you had turnovers and you won games. That doesn't happen all the time. So protecting the football, a lot of people say whatever they want. I think protecting the football is the most important thing of sports.
This series where Philly scores 12 plays, 61-yard drive. That's when I believe they pushed in for the touchdown. They had the ball at the 1. I think that's right. Did Hurts get 1 on the ground?
What, touchdown?
Yeah, he had 3 on the ground. Yeah,
3.
So that's when – all right. So there's a minute 44 left in the second quarter, and they score. And then they kick off, and he fumbles on the kickoff. and then they score again.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden the scoring, like that, the drought there just got so dramatic. It went from 20-12 to 27-12, and then they're able to get the field goal before halftime, but all of a sudden it's a 2-score game, and it just is getting away from you, man. The penalties were bad. Each fumble that happened came at a worse time than the one before it.
Yeah.
The Eckler fumble, I mean, they were clawing their way back into it, and you could feel every Philly fan in that stadium getting butt tight.
Yeah.
Because they feared Jaden every
Yeah.
time he was on the field.
Yeah.
They're like, yo, this kid can make something happen every time he's on the field. And that Eckler fumble was just brutal. Brutal. I know we'll get into if there's some debate about who got that ball. Bottom of pileups are the bottom of pileups, man. Here's what there's no debate about. If you are looking to buy or sell a home in the D.C. area, there is only one guy you should go with, and his name is John Leahy.
Just like Fred. Fred needed to sell his Rockville home because he had used John so many times before. He used him 7 times. This was his 8th time trusting in John again. And with John's VIP seller program, he got the home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what the home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Those are just some of the things that stand out about John, but here's the other part of it. You can trust him and you can talk to him. Maybe you're not ready to buy a house right now, but you want to at least gauge what the market's like. Maybe you're thinking about selling your house this summer once the kids get out of school, but you don't know what the advantages are between now and then. Just call John and talk to him. He's a human that will put your human needs ahead of all the other stuff. And if it comes down to cash and you want to fix up your house a little bit, say you need to paint the bathrooms, you got that old 50s neon pink in there, talk to John. He could front you some cash. Say it's $4,000 to paint your bathrooms and get them freshened up. He'll front you that cash. Then you settle up on the back end at closing. And the good part is you're going to double or triple that investment because it'll make your house look that much more modern. Stuff like that is where John makes a difference. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Commanders season comes to an end as the Eagles victorious 55-23 in the NFC Championship. 4 turnovers, killer. Jaden Daniels had 255 through the air, a touchdown and an interception, but the Eagles rolled up 459 yards and 7 rushing touchdowns. Head coach Dan Quinn on the game plan.
I thought we had to be bold. We had to be aggressive to take our shots against their offense, so they weren't into that space as well. I was pleased after the first long touchdown run in terms of how the guys performed in the run game, but for sure playing from behind and catch up's always tougher.
Quarterback Jaden Daniels on his teammates.
Man, just savor this moment with the people in the locker room. Every year, every locker room is different. So, we earned the right to be here. At the end of the day, man, it just sucks.
Kansas City beat Buffalo 32-29, so the Super Bowl is the Chiefs and the Eagles again, February 9th in New Orleans. Yannick Sinner wins the Australian Open, and the Cubs acquire reliever Ryan Presley from the Astros. Men's college basketball, Maryland defeats Indiana 79-78, Navy over Army 66-53. I'm Byron Kirk on The Fan.
Oh, hell of a season. Tough ending. I mean, when you think about the Eagles had 7 rushing touchdowns in this game, you got to give credit. I mean, I'm not here to throw a victory parade for Philly, but the fact that Cam Jurgens, their starting center, couldn't start, and I watched his workout down on the field. I don't know if you watched any of it, B. They put him through it, man. Like, you could tell it's a lower back thing, and they were specifically having the D-line going against him, stand him up, and have him have to plant and bend back to see if he could hold on. Really physical stuff. And sometimes you're reminded of the physicality of what these guys are putting their backs through. And then Dickerson goes out, and then he has to come in and finish that game. Just as a human, you're like, damn, man, that's something. I think the McNichols all fumbles are created equal. Like, it's silly when we have these conversations about like a week 3 loss and a week 16 loss mattering more. Like, they all count.
Yeah.
But the Eckler fumble was just a killer. I recognize that Biotish came up with the ball. I actually talked to Biotish about it in the locker room after the game. And he's like, yeah, I don't know how they blew that whistle, but he's like, dog piles are always just nuts, and you never know what's going to happen.
Man, I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, it's okay.
They were still trying to see who had the ball, okay? So they didn't really blow the whistle. They didn't really say the man was down. Biotish is up holding the football, and then after the fact, you say, oh, he was ruled down by contact. My question is, if you're still looking for the damn ball, you don't know who has it, right? So how was he ruled down by contact?
Yeah.
That killed me.
I thought it looked like the Eagles defender had a clear recovery, but I never heard a whistle, and then Biotish has the ball. So
Yes.
it's like, well, what? And then you're retroactively blowing the whistle.
How many
on that
times do we see a person look like they clearly have the
Right.
ball, and then somebody else come up with it? That penalty, I mean, that situation right there was troubling to me. The fact that Brown took off Lattimore's helmet, and Lattimore got called for something. He didn't call for anything. That's a problem.
Well, and if you think specifically about that, about Brown and Lattimore plays on the edge of sanity, and sometimes he's going over the edge.
Mhm.
And I think there's a lot of more discussion to be had about this offseason and what the future there looks like, and was he healthy, and lots of things, right? But the other problem with like the pass interference call in Lattimore was quite fair. He yanked the hell out of Devontae Smith.
Yeah, he did.
But then not only does he get called for the personal foul, but then he's also, if you get two of those,
You get thrown out the game.
then you get thrown out of the game. So then that like actually affects how he's playing.
Yeah.
Whereas if he and AJ Brown had it, then at least it's even going forward.
Yeah.
Now the play actually ended up working in Washington's favor because Philly got the ball at the 1, and that was the tush push they were able to stop. Philly didn't get the 2-pointer there. But
I'm just saying,
no way that should be a one-sided call.
if I rip your helmet off by the face mask, I get a call. I can't rip your helmet off and nothing is called. Then clearly, when Jaden got sacked, they had his face mask. They don't see that again.
Dude,
It's too many
Biotish got
calls like
punched
this.
in the face by Jalen Carter. Did
Yeah.
you see that?
Yeah.
I mean, just a straight-up punch.
Yeah, but it's amazing how, like, and I understand. Listen, man, I'm not saying, and I don't agree with this. Oh, it's a script. No, I don't buy that. The NFL is not a script. But I have a problem with people going out their way, especially those in the NFL and those that are NFL puppets, to act as if that some crews don't do stuff a little messed up. Okay, that's the easy way of putting it. So don't sit up and human beings do some strange stuff. Okay, we've seen politicians, we've seen presidents, we've seen lawyers, we've seen doctors, we've seen all of them do things that they're not supposed to do. Popes, preachers, whatever.
Right.
So don't tell me that they're perfect just because they wear a damn zebra stripe. Some of them operate on the edge. And I can just tell you, I know people that referee, and even they are concerned about certain crews. So Lee, you better get it together, baby.
I just don't get, and you and I were talking about this walking up today. If you have a concern, like if everybody knows, and I want to be crystal clear, Philly was the better team, that Washington did not lose because of the refs.
Nah.
But if you know that this crew goes Philly's way, they're 6-0. Like
7-0 now.
Right, but like, what are the odds of that happening? And I get it if it's week 14 and you got games all over the country. It's championship weekend. You only got 2 games.
Why have
you got
that
a
guy
lot of
doing it?
crews? Like, why is this the crew that gets assigned to the game?
Well, I say, like,
That to me won't add up.
it will never add up. Like, I remember when we played, what was it? David Boston used to be the guy, and his dad was a referee.
Yeah.
And his dad played for, he played for the Cardinals. And I remember Michael Westbrook questioned, if your son is playing and you kind of have all these calls swaying towards his team side, you shouldn't be refereeing those games. And the league eventually stopped him from refereeing games that his son played in. If you have a team that always seems a refereeing crew that leans that way all the time, you might want to pull them off of it, because it's just it's not necessarily that it's a factual thing, but even if people start thinking it, it's gonna be a problem, because you know what's gonna happen next? When Hockley is refereeing the Eagles, everybody gonna put their money on the Eagles,
Right.
and then guess who's gonna have a problem with that? Vegas.
Yeah.
And that's business.
Yeah.
And that's money.
Mhm.
So I will say, NFL, and I know people listen to everything, get that in line before you have a problem.
I think the call, I mean, there was a bunch of calls I hated yesterday. I don't know how on the way the end of that, the tush push situation with Luvu, and for him to threaten the palpably unfair act and to give Luvu, we're going to award a touchdown. The NFL has created this problem with half the distance. The tush push exacerbates the problem because you can argue the legality of it. I don't know, but to just say, that rule, the palpably unfair act, is supposed to only exist if like a fan runs in from the crowd and tackles a dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's supposed to be something like a comet strikes the middle of the field. It's not supposed to be. You can say whatever you want about Frankie trying to jump the line of scrimmage. He's trying to make a football play.
Yeah, he's trying to time it.
He's trying to time, which he had done twice in that game already.
Yeah.
He did it on a huge third down
Yeah.
in the third quarter,
But
to force a punt when he hit Saquon and knocked him out of field goal range. Like, he had timed snaps in this game. He was trying to do it again.
He was just purposely trying to jump offside. He was purposely trying to time it.
And they were trying to go hard count.
I would love if the league can really explain what that rule really is, because if anybody else has said it but Sean Hockley, maybe I'll believe it.
So the rule exists. There is a rule, the Palpably Unfair Act. When something is that unfair, refs can avoid. Like, when it should have been used? When Mike Tomlin tripped that dude returning a kickoff.
He never touched him.
Sure. That should have happened there.
He never touched him. I know people know that, but he never touched him.
That you're nuts.
If you go look at the play, he never touched him. Which call him slowed up because he saw him, but he never touched him.
The worst call, though, to me, I think it was still in a consequential portion of the game, and I think it really swung a important drive, was the Samerstill late hit on the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch that, Saquon turns his shoulders like he's about to square up and try to take him on and keep going down. Mikey is inbounds.
Mikey's inbounds. Saquon's not.
We
had this conversation yesterday.
I hated that call. That's a bang play in the moment that completely swings that game. It's a judgment call that did not have to be made. And Saquon turns his shoulders like he's going to go.
He turned his shoulders, but
what's he supposed to do?
He turned his shoulder and he went out. Mikey was inbound. Saquon was out. So I mean that play right there, I had no issue with it. I think it's more because the running backs normally don't get that type of protection, because the quarterbacks always get that. But Saquon was clearly out of bounds.
He had 1 foot out of bounds, but the other wasn't. I just don't see how that was clear and obvious. Like, to call that play right there just seemed. All right, now I'm watching this Jacoby Jones. You're telling me Tomlin never actually touched him?
He never touched him. Jacoby slowed up, but he never touched him.
Dude, now either way, they should have called that. That's unbelievable.
But like,
he intentionally steps out on
let
the
me
field.
say this: when people keep so if that's what Hockley's gonna go with that rule, if you keep running pick routes, and they run them all the time, receivers running every play, can you tell them if you keep running the pick route, I'm gonna give the ball to the defense? The fact that offense gets everything its way in football is very troubling to me. And I'm an offensive player,
right?
Offensive guy. But you can't have a defense out there trying to play ball when everything goes against them.
My wife was all fired up. Did you see the text I posted from her last night? She was mad, man. Very, very, very upset with the calls. We're talking about the game. We're talking about the season. We're going to do it all. We're going to open these phone lines up. A phone line you may need, though, if you're having appliance trouble at your home, say it's your dishwasher, your oven, whatever's going wrong, you need to call my friends at Better Appliance. I had dishwasher trouble. They fixed it. Then we realized there was a water line thing. I got a new dishwasher. They set me up with a dope KitchenAid dishwasher. And if you call now, you can get a huge rebate on KitchenAid, up to $3,000 in rebates. But they have a ton of selections: Whirlpool, Maytag, Speed Queen, Samsung. Go check out. They have a showroom in Kensington, Maryland. You can go check out all the products they have. This is a family-owned small business. They help all your major appliance repairs. They can do your dryer, your washer, whatever it is. They serve all of Maryland and D.C. They're located in Kensington, but they'll come to you. Call them today, betterappliance.com, BETTAR. You better get better, betterappliance.com.
I really want to come kick it with you.
All right. Let's check in on the stream. You can look at the stream, youtube.com/1067. I'm sure White Brian's all over it, who was first. Jim D, 10 a.m., Heartbreak. Is that right?
Yep.
I think my usual rule for emotional responses is 24 hours. You want to give this one 48, I'm not going to be mad at you. Lot to be happy about, lot to be excited about. This team showed, hell, go back to August, and my comment was the absolute most important thing Washington can get this season is clarity at the quarterback position. They got that, B. They got that in a major, major way.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot they should do. I think people are going to go crazy thinking they should spend in free agency. I don't know that you have to. What's a good thing that good teams do is they have continued salary cap flexibility. They don't get pinched in and then end up like the Saints or the Cowboys right now, where they're just in this troublesome spot. So I would not expect them to spend every dollar available.
They won't.
I think they want to build through the draft anyway. On a singular level, I don't think they should spend major dollars at the receiver position. I know I'm going to get 1,000 tweets about T. Higgins or whatever. I think if you look at how they built in San Fran, and you look at just the proliferation of awesome receivers coming out of college, I think you draft receiver, and you try to get some help there. Certainly, you try to get better all over the damn field. That's the name of the game.
I think that receiver position right now, if you look at all the positions in sports coming out of college, ready for the NFL, receivers are, because people are playing this 7-on-7 from 6 years old on. And when they get to the league and the way the rules are, they're going to be prepared. You can find somebody there. You don't have to spend top dollar on T. Higgins.
You're right. Now, I think a difference
if you get it for the right price, I can see it, but not break the bank.
If you draft your own guy and then you decide you want to pay him a contract extension, what they did with Terry, what San Fran did with Debo and Ayuk, that's a different conversation to me.
Yeah.
Because you're also lowering the AAV because you get the fourth or maybe even fifth year of that contract before the extension hits. And I would add this. Washington had the fifth best offense in points scored, the seventh best offense in yards gained, with a receiving core that a lot of people had questions about. So, like, you're offensively moving the ball really well. I think there are positions to address. I think edge, B. I thought one thing Philly clearly identified was their ability to run to the edges last night. And now that's not any singular player, right? Like, I'm not naming one person as the reason they had 7 rushing touchdowns. But I think if Philly can easily identify that, Washington should identify that as an area to fix.
Oh, yeah. I listen, after we started the show and I mentioned those areas that need to be fixed. And I think you fix those areas, your team drastically gets better.
Yeah.
Just throw money at skill positions and don't fix those two areas, you're going to have problems.
I thought Vic Fangio last night really had a good game plan too, which shouldn't be a surprise. Fangio's been really good throughout his career, but they were not going to give up big plays. You just look at those first couple drives where it's an 18 play and you get a field goal and a 10 play and you get a field goal. I think it was probably part of the decision-making to kick those field goals was knowing, hey, man, if we do get this down inside the Eagles 15, inside the 10, I don't know that we're going to be able to score because that D-line was so damn good. Those linebackers, even without Dean, the kid Burks that's from Lorton, I believe.
Played well.
Really well, man.
Yeah.
He had one of the forced fumbles. You got to tip your hat to Philly. They played an A game last night.
No one is taking anything away from them, I believe. I just think you got to understand, like, that team is loaded at multiple positions. Their hero is their damn GM up there. He gave them the right spots. And if I don't care who the coach is, you can't use all that talent he gave them, then you will be a damn zero straight up.
For sure. What do you make of Lattimore?
I think he not where he was, and I think he tries to get in people's head. But you know what? A lot of guys have that same attitude. You know what I'm saying? So I believe that AJ is not going to be a guy who's going to just shy away from it. You know, the guys he has to go against in the last 2-3 weeks we're going to be guys that they're going to go shy away from whatever hell was coming up. I still think he can get back to being what he was, but at this point, they're going to have to make that decision about what they want to do moving forward. They're not forced to do anything.
I agree with all that. You give up a third rounder. I think when he is good, honestly, you could argue that this game kind of hinged on the 4th and 5 where Jalen hit AJ Brown for the deep shot, right? It was like a 35-yard gain. People wanted to blame Lattimore there. He got beat off the line. AJ Brown he tried to get physical, and Brown was able to out physical him. But at the same time, man, like that was a perfect pass and a great catch. Right down the sideline. Sometimes you're going to lose those individual battles, right? Like, yes, he lost that battle, but you also lost it to a perfect throw and a great catch.
Yeah.
Right on the sideline.
Like the pass,
he was right there. But
the pass that Diami caught last week. Perfect throw.
Right.
The defensive back was right there with his hand in his face.
Right.
Didn't get face. Didn't get the pass.
Wow, that Diami was able to bring that in.
But
like,
I'm saying, when the ball is thrown perfectly, and I've seen Joe Montana do a lot of them.
Right.
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Of my complaints about Lattimore yesterday, the deep shot to A.J. Brown down the left sideline is not that high on the list. What my complaint is, and I don't know that you've got to be able, like, especially at that position where the position is designed for you to lose. Playing cornerback is probably the most impossible task in the NFL. Maybe playing tackle against a great pass rusher is, but like the rules are stacked against you, and the other guy knows where he's going at a top speed, and you're supposed to be able to adjust to everything. Everything is going against a DB. So
also on that play, the defender is expecting the blitz to get home, and he had a lot of time to hitch and also throw the ball. I think those things are never, ever considered.
Well, and Saquon held the hell out of Luvu.
Yeah, but see, that whether that was called or not, right. The expectation is that you're going to be throwing the ball, not be able to step into it and throw it perfectly.
My thing with Lattimore there is, hey, man, you were in pretty good position. You got beat by a perfect throw. Turn the page. And he doesn't seem to turn the page well.
Yeah.
Because then it became this physical pushing, shoving, eventually becomes a personal foul. Like I get you want to be a dog competitor and a physical player and tell them you won't back down, but that doesn't mean you can then just rack up penalties after you get beat on a play.
Yeah.
Like the best players turn the page,
especially
at that position.
True. But I just, man, I still can't get over that the penalty that was called on him over there. They got to be called on both people.
Sure.
You can't, one guy can't do nothing more egregious than not be called. And like what they always say, the second guy is the one that always gets in trouble. Lattimore stepped up to him. He grabs the face mask, throws it off. And then Lattimore steps again. Lattimore never punched.
Right.
Never grabbed the face mask, but he was called for unnecessary roughness. And the other guy wasn't.
Speaking of getting in trouble, we got to go to break. We're going to open the phone lines up, check in with the boys in the aquarium. Nobody go anywhere.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Not the ending they wanted. The Eagles beat the Washington Commanders 55-23 to win the NFC Championship. 4 turnovers led to 4 Eagles touchdowns. Jaden Daniels did have 255 yards in the air, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. And he says the Commanders' way is here to stay.
Man, just the culture at DQ and Adam said here, we know the standard locker room next year. We're obviously going to have new guys come in and stuff like that. So, we got to teach them the standard and, uphold it to that.
Locker room clean-out is set for 1 p.m. today. Head coach Dan Quinn and general manager Adam Peters will speak later at 5 p.m. AFC Championship, Kansas City beat Buffalo 32-29. Super Bowl 59 is February 9th in New Orleans with the Chiefs against the Eagles again. Maryland defeated Indiana 79-78. Navy over Army 66-53. Yannick Sinner won the Australian Open. Wizards take on the Mavericks tonight 8:15 on Team 980. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Feel like Commanders fans could use a little bit of good news. So I got you. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to cheer you up. All right? Saw this from Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. Former Bears coach Matt Eberflus is headed to Dallas today for an interview. And as long as that goes well, he's expected to be named the Cowboys' defensive coordinator, per sources. A big hire for new coach Brian Schottenheimer. Cowboys about to be coached by Brian Schottenheimer and Matt Eberflus. That doesn't really freak me out. That ain't Vince Lombardi and Bill Belichick, people.
The players are even upset about that one. The Cowboys players are like, what? You chose who?
Right. I don't care about the Cowboys right now.
No.
Washington had a hell of a year. Came up woefully short in the NFC title game. And the thing that you got to be cognizant of, it's really, really hard to get to an NFC championship game. I think about the teams you were on in Philly. Those are some great teams. And y'all lost twice in the NFC title game. There's nothing guaranteed for you out there.
Yep, number 1 seed lost. But see, I think this is where people get a little twisted and distorted. What was the line in Vegas for this team to win this year?
6.5.
And they won 14.
Yeah.
12 in the regular season, 2 in the playoffs. Yes, you're disappointed at yesterday. Yes, they didn't end the game season how they wanted to. But they truly overachieved. And at this point, like you and I never discussed that stuff while they were playing.
Yep.
At this point, you can look back at that and see that. And I think you know for sure this team is nowhere near complete. And they still were able to accomplish those things. We heard for 4 years about changing culture. And this team rolled in, this new crew, didn't say a damn thing about changing the culture, but they established one. And they got to a point where the players were the ones discussing the culture and how you have to fit in or you won't be fitting in. that is going to continue on because most of the guys that we're discussing, I think they're going to be around. Okay. So you should be able to be happy about something has been built and started. And I think if you look at how the fans were traveling and the atmosphere and the energy
They were
around,
good Burgundy fans.
it's a lot going on. And I would say to every one of those people that you notice something, don't let these naysayers and these narrative builders begin to distort you and pull you away from it. Give them the one finger salute as you hear them and just keep moving. There's a lot of them out there. And if you come around me, I'm going to just tell you where the hell to get off and I'm going to curse you out. So I'm just letting you know now.
Apparently they're in the chat right now. There's like all these the Philly fan that I
most
think,
of the people in the chat are Philly fans, but let's be real. Okay?
I want to shout out one specific Philly fan for just being a complete hypocrite. His screen name is Love Jesus, and he's just trolling everybody about the Eagles. So I found that kind of entertaining.
If he was a true Philly fan, he's not even much worried about nobody else outside of Philly today. He's celebrating his team instead of trying to be funny. So he's a guy who jumped on the bandwagon. He's not a real fan.
All right, let's start with the dude I'm slightly worried about. My man Jeff Walker. Landfill says you're happy. I'm worried you're trying to cover something up. We got to get real here, Jeff. We need to know what's inside, bro. You all right?
JP,
Yes.
I am not happy, but I am not sad. At the beginning of this season, all I said was I want to see if Jaden is the guy. Of course, I wanted him to do good, but I understood we were in the rebuild, right? We had a hell of a run this season. You and B always say the same thing. Sometimes it's not about X's and O's. It's about Jimmy's and Joe's. And what we seen yesterday, we seen a team that's in the beginning phase of their rebuild get handled by a team that has been rebuilding that has been building on solid foundation for 4+ years. So I'm not mad. I'm optimistic about the future still. Of course it sucks. It's the game right before the playoffs. The playoffs right before the Super Bowl. Of course I wanted us to win, but I'm not going to sit around here moping and sad because the future is bright. We was not supposed to be here. It was a hell of a season to get used to some type of success so we don't lose our minds in the future. I'm good. I'm not going to sit around here butt hurt.
I talked to a few people yesterday, and I think what they told me, they just bought their tickets.
For New Orleans?
No, they bought their season tickets.
Season tickets.
And it was like I've a few different like groups and couples or whatever.
Sure.
And say, yeah, man, because I see something being built. When was the last time somebody really felt like that? You know? And I've talked to people throughout the season.
They won 14 games.
Let's be
they got
real.
to the NFC title game.
The Buffalo Bills, they're supposed to be there. They made it to the same level we made it to. You know what I'm saying? And it's amazing how a little bit of success make people feel so like they just supposed to be given. Like you gotta have it. You know, you it's just deserved. It's not always like that. You gotta work there. I said many times, you gotta learn how to win at this level. And we didn't have enough of it yesterday. But it does not erase all of the great things that happened. It doesn't erase the fact that they built towards something. And I was telling guys yesterday, hey, use this as motivation for next year. Because like normally in the offseason, you go through a little plan, hell, jump into it a little quicker. Work a little harder, run a little faster, lift a little bit more weights, study a little longer. And it may not happen this. Hey, go buy those little grip things you had back in the day. Buy that and use it. Yeah, do this here and get your hands stronger. Or just realize if I'm going to just put two. Hell, I've gone far enough. I'm going to put two hands on the ball. I may not get the next 15, 20 yards I want, but I'm damn sure going to hand the ball back to my offense. And just do that and get better.
I got this tweet from our boy Terrence McClarence, and he just said, I'm sad, B. Mitchell Finley. And my reply is, that's okay.
You should be. Hell, I'm not happy.
Your team gave up 50 in the NFC title game.
I'm not happy. I'm sad, but I also understand it's a big thing. Every year, remember, one person raised the trophy.
That's what
And you have to be happy with the accomplishments that
Eckler
you
said
had
that.
along the way. Yeah, you gotta be. Listen, man, it's amazing how most people want to hold a person or a group or a team to a standard of you have to win everything every year, or I'm gonna be totally pissed off all the time. I understand it, but how often do you win everything that you set out to do? So
Not very
understand you still have to be able to enjoy the steps you took toward getting to where you want to go. Because I'll be honest with you, when the season started, we hadn't been nowhere close to this in years. Hell, it took me on a roller coaster ride. I was happy as hell. And I'm happy, but I'm still pissed off at yesterday. But I also have the ability to be able to say, you know what? I can still give, bring notice, attention to the good stuff that happened. Those that can't, well, I love to see your life. You damn perfect.
Don't cry because it's over, Jeff. Smile because it happened. Landini, how we feeling, bud?
Yeah, it sucked yesterday.
Yesterday sucked. It did. But big picture, I imagine you're encouraged.
Yeah, it was a good season overall.
I think 14 wins, getting to the NFC title game, winning in Detroit. For anybody that wants to play the this team wasn't actually that good, they didn't beat anybody that good, because those people existed throughout this playoff run. It was week.
They said that.
It was week 17, and they had won 11 games, and it was like, these guys aren't that good.
But they said
you
that.
go to Detroit and beat them there.
They went to Tampa
Shut
to beat
up.
them. They went to Tampa to beat them.
I
beat
agree.
Detroit.
Even for me, I never bought it. But you go to Tampa, you win that one. You go to Detroit and win that one there in their building. Shut up.
When they beat Cincinnati was not a done team.
No.
So
Since he finished the year 9-8,
those
they
that
missed the playoffs by a game.
those people,
Washington
those
beat 'em.
pessimistic people are never going to be satisfied. And what we have to learn to do, a lot of people that are always discussing us in a negative way completely are those that are not really fans of us anyway. I think dig deep on it. You'll find out a lot of them play like they're fans, and they're not. They ultimately always pulling for somebody else, and they find everything wrong with your team. And then when you look at the team that they actually cheer for, their team has more flaws than yours.
I know a team with some flaws. Our guy White Brian runs the stream. Extremely charismatic speaker. White Brian, I don't know if you're aware of this, but this is all your fault. Do you know that?
Yeah, I'm well aware.
The New York Giants general manager Joe Shane did everything he could to run Saquon Barkley out of town, possibly because Saquon
And
didn't return his
pissed him
phone
off.
call the year before. And Saquon goes to Philly and is dominant.
Yeah.
And White Brian, this is your fault. I'd like you to apologize to all the actual Burgundy and Gold fans out there.
I am sorry to all the Burgundy and Gold fans. My general manager is an idiot.
Now, the good news for all the Burgundy and Gold fans is the Giants decided to keep all those dudes that made that decision. And the Cowboys hired a offensive coordinator that's never had a top 10 unit, and he just hired the Bears old coach to be the DC. So if you need some silver linings today, I'm presenting them to you. Without further ado, phone lines are lit. We're going to do phones, I think, all damn day. I am happy to let folks talk and try to just kind of get through this together. I'm going to start with my guy, Tailgate Ted. Tailgate Ted put together a hell of an event Saturday night. We did a live show there. It was a blast. Tailgate Ted's friends with Dave Portnoy now. I don't know what's going on. Ted, what up, man? How you doing, bud?
Hey, I'm good, boys. I'm at the train station. Can you tell Portnoy he put the massive target on my back walking around Philly after that post?
I'm sure.
It was an interesting time, man. It was an interesting time.
I bet.
But I wanted to call and tell everyone I'm proud of you guys for showing up and wearing your gear yesterday. I'm proud of you guys for not hiding it, considering all the things we have heard about going to that stadium and not wanting to represent. And our fan base is back, B. And yesterday was a testament to that, seeing so much burgundy and gold in that stadium for an NFC championship game. Because years past, it would have been Rally Captain up there rocking his gear and nobody else really. But it was such a sight to see walking around that concourse and all of that burgundy and gold. Just granted, a ton of green, but just a lot more burgundy and gold than they ever expected.
I'm with you, Ted. Thanks for the call, bud. I know you worked hard to get that event Saturday night set up, and it was a lot of fun. There were a lot of good people there. So get some rest, brother. You probably need it. I was really impressed by the amount of fans there. I knew, like, my boy Mark was there from Capital Hoops. Duber was there. My boy Lee was there. There were a lot of folks that I knew that came up for the day, and I know that a lot of them did not have the most pleasant experiences, especially at the end of the game. And I think a lot of it's going to happen anywhere. I do think it's amplified at Philly. I was telling you this. So I did a live show from Philly last night at 11:30 at night. And I was done with all my other work by like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So I really didn't have much to do. And sitting in a stadium at the end of the night sucks because it's cold. There's no food. There's nowhere to go.
Nobody there.
It's tough. So the Philly complex is there. There's the football stadium, basketball stadium, the baseball, and then just north of the baseball is a casino with like restaurants and stuff. And so Tischler was up there with his boy Dan. So I walked up there and met them, and it was cool. It was fun. We watched the end of the Chiefs-Bills game. I got a cheesesteak. And at the end of it, this Philly fan and the Skins fan are about to get into it. And like security comes over and they're about to fist fight. And it just, that kind of stuff sucks because you've got what was really a pretty cool day. And Washington got worked, but you're able to kind of console yourself knowing how much progress they showed this season. And I think they are now, like what you saw last year with Houston, that they became a legit contender and they won another playoff game this year. And they're not all the way there. They're not, I don't know that anybody's beating the Chiefs, but like there's a tier of teams. And to me, Washington has entered into the playoff tier at least. I don't know if that means Super Bowl contender. We'll see how this offseason goes. It's day one of the offseason. They got all damn year. So we're going to learn a lot. But they have changed the tenor, the tone, the conversation around this organization. And that to me is massive. And I shout out to all the fans there. My boy Rudy was there, Truck was there, Blaine was there. There were a lot of fans there. And you could see and they absolutely represented it. And
they did. They definitely did that. But you can't allow those people to steal your thunder and your happiness.
Yeah.
You know, let's be real. Philly, you won. What are you mad at? I mean, to be real, what the hell are you mad at? So you won. Bravo. And people are saying, good job. But they also let you know we're coming. We're not shying away. Yes, you are farther along. But what makes you mad that someone all of a sudden just want to just talk about you? They don't have to talk about your team. They're not fans of your team. People are acknowledging you're good, and you get mad at that because you want them to bow down. Nobody bowing down to none of that crap. You know, and that's the whole thing. You want to tell somebody they can't be happy about their team because they're in a certain city. That's BS. And I saw tons of burgundy and gold yesterday.
So did I.
Tons. So
I've worked a lot of games.
How tough it is. Man, get off of that crap, man.
You played in Philly for 3 years. There were plenty of fans there. I thought that it was an impressive
I just say this. Most of the people I know up there are not that. That's that minority, that loud-ass minority that give them a bad name. Most of the people are very respectful. But you got a bunch of idiots that get drunk and don't know how to handle themselves. Point blank.
Phone lines are lit up. We're going to keep them going. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the road. With Wi-Fi capability, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt a difference instantly.
And here's the thing. Not only do you feel the difference, but you hear the silence. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions in the middle of the night, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And B, don't forget, you saved all that cash. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, RUUD, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Buffalo 32-29. New Orleans is the site for Super Bowl 59. Chiefs and the Eagles again. The Wizards road trip continues at Dallas Mavericks tonight, 8:15 on Team 980. TheWindowMan.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowMan.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowMan.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. Byron Kirk on The Fan.
Because I'm a rider. Yeah. B Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, I want to get to these phones.
Let's get it.
I want to let some folks weigh in here. Let's start with William down in North Carolina. What up, Willie? How you feeling about yesterday's game and this team, man?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm upset about it, but hey, time to go on. Hey, you know, we got to realize, some of us got to realize that these teams that we played against in the playoffs, these teams have been established for quite a while. You know, general managers, coaches, and players, and we just beginning to get back to the glory days. And we just have to be patient. And another thing, Brian, I remember you and Doc and Coach talked about years ago, everything starts in the trenches. And we need to build that up. You know, we need to build that up. And if I was the general manager, I'll probably spend about 70% of my resource defensive on the defense side. Okay, if you looked at Philadelphia, when they rushed basically with 4 people. And they would get pressure, and that gives the defensive backs, these rookies back there, a lot of confidence because they can trust the defensive line. Hey, Brian, y'all gonna be there in New Orleans?
Yep.
Well, we'll be there too. Hopefully, we'll see you.
All right, bro.
All
Take
right,
care, man.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that the way Philly is constructed is inside out. And once they got really good, then they traded for AJ Brown. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you look at that Philly defense, that front, dude, with Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, I mean, they are just really, really loaded defensively. And then Bond has been so good for them this year. The kid Sweat has been so good for them. I mean, they could just come from every angle all the time. And Washington is not there, frankly. I want to be clear. They're not there. I thought Luvu was really good yesterday. But, you know, they need more in their front seven, on the edges. I thought Allen played a good game yesterday. You don't have Payne. Hard to know what impact that makes when you're just getting torched in the run game like that. Hurts was also really good. You know, it is year one for Washington, but that caller is completely right. The trenches are what matter. Not having Cosme yesterday really hurt you. At one point, Allegretti had to come out. Chris Paul was in the game for a brief period of time. I think that was like an equipment issue. We didn't even get an answer to that last night. But, man, let's go to Jaden in Columbus. Jaden, what up, man? How you feeling? Jaden, you there, brother? All right, we're going to keep it moving. If Jaden's there, put him on hold. We'll come back to him. Let's go to Dre in Manassas. What up, Dre?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? It was good seeing you, JP, and Saturday night. And I went to Philly, wore all my gear, got a cheesesteak.
Awesome,
I thought it was pretty cool, man. No one did anything bad. Anyways, first of all,
Appreciate you coming, man. Saturday night was really fun in Philadelphia.
It was.
The rally was packed. It was packed in there, and then we all hung out for a while. I drank a couple of beers, went out to dinner. I had, for all my complaints about Philly, I encountered zero resistance on Saturday night.
100%. 100%. First of all, I want to say I'm so happy to be talking about the draft now. I mean, this is sports talk radio I'm so used to for 33 years. This playoff talk was driving me nuts. I felt like Brooks from the Shawshank Redemption, man. I just couldn't handle it. So talking about where we're supposed to be in the draft and this take and that's comfortable sports talk radio for me. Having said that, kudos to what the team has done. I know we have some big questions. Everyone's happy that we made the playoffs. Everyone says we're going to be there next year, but guess what? Baltimore says the same thing. Buffalo says the same thing. I tell you right now, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of Buffalo fans who would rather just trade 33 years of mediocrity to always being, the bridesmaid and never the bride. So, I heard a Patrick Mahomes interview this past week, and he said it's funny. He's been there 7 times in a row, but each time his team is different. I think today he only has like 4 people with him than he had when he was 10 years ago when they started winning. So I guess my question to you is, how do we avoid being Baltimore? How do we avoid being Buffalo? How do we avoid being
Doug, hold on.
Bro. I'm gonna take this.
Okay.
You are complaining now about not being a team that's in the playoffs every year. I would rather be Buffalo and Baltimore than what the hell we were for 20 plus years.
Yeah.
That's what I would rather be. Okay. Pat Mahomes teams are every year is different, but you know what they have? They have Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. Now we got Jaden Daniels. We got Dan Quinn. We got Adam Peters. We may have the right group of people to start getting it done. But I will never complain about being in the playoffs every year, because if you're not in the playoffs, you're not going to get there. And you think Baltimore is bad? No, they're not. Bills are bad? No, they're not. They have to deal with Pat Mahomes, just like all those people have to deal with Michael Jordan. So I don't know if you're looking for someone to give you something negative to talk about, this ain't the show for you, brother.
Yeah, dude. Here's Dan Marino got to the Super Bowl either his rookie year or his second year, and they lost. And everybody's like, oh, man, they'll be back. They'll be back. Don't take this stuff for granted, dude. Baltimore and Buffalo are great football teams. They're just going up against a historic team. If Washington is in the Super Bowl contending conversation every year, that's where you want to be, bro. And then you
got to get there to try to get to the next level.
And then 1 year it breaks your way. I gotta say, I like Andre. He's always a good caller, passionate fan. We hung out a little bit Saturday night. But for Dre to say now we can get back to draft talk and I don't want to be Buffalo, what? That is banana land, dude.
Dre, you might want to pick another show to listen to, bro, because this ain't the one.
No, I want him to listen. Just know that we dramatically disagree.
I'm not giving that.
We dramatically disagree.
You want someone to talk about draft talk rather than talking about a damn team within the playoffs and building towards trying to consistently be there? That's asinine to me, homie.
Yeah, that's – yeah.
I don't even understand that type of talk.
You're trying to build this, dude. You're trying to build – Baltimore and Buffalo and honestly Philly, like you want to be those teams. That's the tier you're trying to get into. And you might not break through. Nothing is guaranteed in pro football, period. Next year is so far from a certainty in any capacity, man. But that's where you want to get.
But you need to get a base to try and be there. So in other words, when people talk about how the team used to be where they were in the playoffs all the time, having a chance to go to the Super Bowl, that's not cool. We want to talk about draft talk. Please, man.
Especially today. Like, they just lost in the NFC title.
That completely lost me right there.
I thought you loved that call.
No, despised it.
We're excited. We're going to talk to Joe Theismann coming up at noon. I don't know that I've done this. I don't know that I've talked about Door Pro since we got the new door. The new garage door at my house is so dope. But so my old one was from 1971 and white, and the new one is really sleek and black and has these big windows. and I'm constantly convinced that I left the garage open because I don't see the white door down, and I'm always walking over there, and I'm like, oh damn, I forgot we got the new door. You know what I got, Brian, that I didn't have with the old one because it didn't exist? I got the garage door opener on my in my car. Like, what do you call the thing that you fold down? The visor. I got a garage door opener joint on that. You know how modern I feel? Like, it feels so good. This thing
sound like the last phone call.
Yo, it's so dope. It is so quiet. Now, when I come in late at night, a lot of times I'll come in through the garage because especially preseason games when we're all hot and sticky, I'll take a shower down in the basement. But the garage was so damn loud, it would wake my kids up every time. This thing is silent. I can sneak in and out anytime I want. Look out, Lauren. I'm going to the casino. I'm serious. The Door Pro America guys did a fantastic job. Shane and Vince showed us all our options. We couldn't be happier. They've been doing this for over 50 years. They can do anything you need, new garage door, or you just need some maintenance, installation, whatever. They were in and out in like 3 hours. It was wildly impressive. Call them now. You can save $150 on a brand new garage door. If you got an old, terrible one like I did, call the guys at Door Pro America. 877-DOOR-PRO, 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out at doorproamerica.com.
I feel like it's hard.
Danny just texted me this, B. This would be pretty
I feel
interesting.
like it's hard.
The Super Bowl winner always opens the season with that Thursday night season opening game. You know, Washington plays both Kansas City and Philly next season. So it's entirely possible the Skins are in the season opener. Like the big NFL season.
Mm-hmm.
It's either going to be Kansas City or Philly playing in it, and Washington plays them both.
Yeah,
And I think we've learned this past year, Washington's a pretty hot ticket when it comes to television.
totally.
I've heard lots of different things. I've heard there could be South America in play, which was a season opening weekend game last year. It was Philly versus Green Bay. Whoever wins it obviously gets the home game, so that kind of complicates it. Washington plays at Kansas City and obviously at Philly. Just something to keep an eye on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what else I heard, B? And this is wild. Philly became the first team, I think, in NFL history, or at least in modern NFL history, to beat 5 different teams twice in a year. Dude, they beat the Giants, the Cowboys, the Skins, the Rams, and the Packers twice this year. It's hard to do. Like it's hard for a schedule just to unfold like that.
Yeah, totally.
And it shows they kind of dominated in the NFC East. Theismann in about 10 minutes. If you're on the phones, stay there. We're coming to everybody on the phones. Let's go to Mike in Gaithersburg.
What's up, Mike?
Mike, how you doing, bud?
What's going on, gentlemen? You want to hear about the difference of the games yesterday? If you see Josh Allen when the game before he started, he looked uncertain and nervous and everything. You could see the same face when Karl Malone was shooting the free throws at the championship when he talked to himself and he missed the free throw. You know, Jaden Daniels was angry as heck. Like he, you know, and especially since it wasn't anything he did that caused the game, that you could see it in his face. Like he was kind of insulted that he lost. You know, so he expects to be there. And that's the difference between being a great player and a great player. You understand what I mean? Josh Allen doubted himself. And Jaden Daniels did.
Dude, to your point, Greg, hope I got that right. To your point, sir, I was in the room with Jaden when he gave his post-game press conference, and it was like, I mean, easy 30 minutes after the game was over, and he was still in full uniform.
Full gear and pissed.
And dude, he was so emotional, so pissed off. It said a lot, I thought.
Yeah.
And I think you're totally right. And let's be honest, what Allen has gone through now, dealing with Kansas City particularly, is much different than what Jaden's gone through.
He's 4-0 against them in the regular season,
right?
And he hasn't beat them in the playoffs.
And all just like
4-1 in the regular season, and he's 0-4 in the playoffs.
And all just like heartbreaking results, right? Yeah. Jaden doesn't know enough yet that like Philly could become his kryptonite or something like that. That may happen over time, but you're damn right that he was pissed last night. Yeah. And you know what? I meant to say this earlier. I got this talk and hang out for a little bit with Jaden's mom Saturday night at the rally, and they are going to auction off this really cool, like handmade Jaden Daniels jacket, and all the proceeds will benefit the LA Strong efforts to rebuild out there after the fires. That's a family and a group of people that just get it, man. They really get it. And I think you see it with Jaden and his level of play. Let's go to Rich in Potomac. What's up, Rich?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, dude. How are you?
Good, sir. So I just wanted to ask you, why in the world didn't your offensive coordinator run Jaden Daniels 25, 30 times until he passed out? Because to me, he's as great a runner as a passer, obviously as a rookie and continuing his success. But I think that's why he was pissed off, because there weren't enough calls for him to run the ball.
He wouldn't piss off at the running call. He pissed off because they lost. And you're not going to put your quarterback in that kind of way. I don't think you change up what you've been doing just to try and – because if you watch the Eagles were not just letting him run the ball on them.
The Eagles kept everything in front of him.
He scored that one touchdown, but for the most part, they had somebody waiting on him.
And he broke the one long run late.
Like that.
No. The only The only really confusing play calling situation I saw yesterday, B, and I'm curious if you agree with this. I think Washington kind of dodged the bullet. Saquon only had 15 carries in that game, and maybe he was dealing with this calf
He was
issue.
dealing with something. He came out the game one time, and I could see the trainer tried to sneak a pad to him because they were sitting on the side. You know, if it's Saquon Barkley or quarterback, the camera gonna find you. And the guy stood close to him as he put the pad on him. Then he goes on the bike and he's pedaling, and the guy came over with another one. Then later on, you see him shooting the gun. All that attention, they were basically saying, listen, we're not going to let you come out of this game more hurt because we need you for the next one.
Sure.
Because if you keep messing around, you may not be able to play in the Super Bowl. So they made sure he was going to be able to play.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously such a huge part of what they do. Dude, Kansas City and Philly just met in the Super Bowl a few years ago. Philly had a 10-point lead in the second half. They ended up losing. Jalen Hurts was phenomenal, but the only turnover in that game was a fumble he had, and KC scored off of it.
Mm-hmm.
I made up my mind driving home last night, Brian, and I'm not wavering, although I might waver. I allow myself waiver room, but currently I'm telling myself I'm not wavering. Philly is a better team now than when they lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, but I'm still I'm not getting off the Chiefs. Like they're ninja warriors. I don't know what they are, but
now let's go back. Let's backpedal a little bit, Jay. All the people that say they weren't good.
How about that? Average. We were joking about that last night.
The analytics that was telling me all this stuff. Let me tell you one thing. A team that keeps winning is good. Okay? And when you have that guy on your team, you're good. I don't want to hear about what they tell me and their efficiency. Their efficiency is they win. The offense was not playing well, but the defense was giving them a chance. So when the offense not playing well, the defense hold everybody to 10, 17 points. They score 20. When somebody scored 21, they score 24. So you got to understand that numbers don't always tell the damn story. Sometimes it's what's ticking inside of you. And what you have, do you have a set of Sam Cassell's or not? You know, that lets you know what you can be. So don't tell me about people not being good. They have been to 7 straight AFC championship games. They've won 5 of them. They are 3-1 in Super Bowls.
They've won the last 2.
So
they can make history.
If anybody is going to go up, they're 3-1 though. But if anybody's going to say
nobody's ever three-peated though,
yeah,
they got a chance.
You can give somebody a 1-finger salute. That's what the Kansas City Chiefs is doing to analytics.
The Chiefs went 15-2 in the regular season. Probably could have gone 16-1, but they wanted to get their guys some rest. They've won both their playoff games. They're in the Super Bowl. Kansas City's good, man. If you're still naive enough to think they're not, and you care about the EPA or whatever,
they won 12 straight 1-score games. 17 and all.
Is anybody calling that fluky? Is anybody calling that fluky? When we come back, Joe Theismann joins the program.
This update is driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. No fun when it ends this way. The Commanders fall to the Eagles 55-23 in the NFC Championship. 4 turnovers told a big part of the story. The Eagles scored on all 4 of those miscues. Head coach Dan Quinn.
We were aggressive on our, fourth down ops to go for it. And then once it got, out of whack at the end, I don't know what the numbers would say at the end, but I thought we had to be bold. We had to be aggressive to take our shots against their offense, so they weren't into that space as well. I was pleased after the first long touchdown run in terms of how the guys performed in the run game. But for sure, playing from behind and catch up is always tougher.
Jaden Daniels, 255 through the air, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. This one hurts.
Obviously, man, it sucks, man. It sucks. Excuse my language. But I couldn't be prouder of the guys in the locker room. Just year one, everybody not really knowing each other. Rookies, the vets did a tremendous job of, bringing us in and helping us out.
AFC Championship, Kansas City over Buffalo, 32-29. Super Bowl 59, February 9th in New Orleans. Chiefs and Eagles again. Maryland beat Indiana 79-78. Navy over Army 66-53. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life, lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right.
B. Bishop Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. Excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline here and talk to our friend, Mr. Joe Theismann. Joe T, obviously you care about the Burgundy and Gold in a serious, significant way. You played for the organization, won Super Bowls here. How do you balance what really was a tough game yesterday with what really was a great season?
I think that's, really the way you have to look at it. By the way, good morning, B. Mitch. Good morning, JP.
What's up, man?
Hey, how are you, Joe?
It was, if you look back at the season, there were a lot of games there that could have gone either way for us. I thought this team grew an awful lot through the course of the year. I think it matured. I think Jaden certainly, matured as the season went on and will continue to grow at the position. And I think he'll be an outstanding, a star in our league going forward, as other members of the team will be. I think there's, going to be an evaluation from guys that are contributed tremendously, that are a little bit older. We've got a lot of cap room as far as being able to acquire free agents. We won the 2 playoff games by not making mistakes. You can slice these games up any way you want, but if you don't make major mistakes, if you don't make the mistakes, your chances of winning go up. But we gave Philadelphia too many short fields, too many opportunities to be able to put points on the board. That's really, when you look at this game, that was the reason why we lost. But I don't think you can look at this game and say, well, the season was a disappointment. Not at all. This was an incredible football season for the Commanders, for the players, for the organization, and more importantly, even for the fans to really, really get on board and have hope and optimism, true hope and true optimism for this team going forward.
Joe, like fans, they basically get the mindset that, my team's going to win every time, which we know is not true. And I've always said you have to learn how to win. And the Eagles have been to this point, They have a team that's ready to compete at all levels. Washington doesn't. And I think they can learn a lot from this game because you had guys that you were going to depend on for the rest of their career that didn't make mistakes a lot. And I think once you have familiarity with that game, it doesn't become big for you. And they'll start to win when they learn how to win.
Yeah, I think, I think they did a little bit of that, right, during the course of the year, going up to Detroit and winning. Winning that football game, I think made a world of difference to this football team. Going down to Tampa and being able to, win down there. So, we've won on the road, won 2 big games on the road. You played in the division and won games. Philadelphia, they beat us 2-1 through the course of the year. Jalen Hurts is healthy. Saquon is something to deal with. The real gut punch really came on the first Philadelphia play.
Yeah.
And I've talked about it all week, and I know we've
crazy.
talked about it. You have to tackle him. You're not going to body block him. I mean, you have to just go stick your head in and try and tackle him, and then wait for help. Tackle him, hold on, and wait for somebody to come and help you. If he gains 30 year on that particular play, it's different than going 60.
Yep.
I mean, but this is what he has done all year long, and that's going to be Kansas City's challenge: is how do you contain and stop the big burst, the big run? Because they're going to put people around the line of scrimmage. They don't care. They're going to put them there, and they're going to come and they're going to go after Hurts. They're going to make Hurts throw the football. Going to make the receivers catch the ball. And for us, though, it was you put that huge drive together, and all of a sudden, then it's wiped out in an instant. I think that was a gut punch for us initially. We recovered well, but then you just can't make those kind of mistakes and hope to win football games. Not against good football teams.
Totally.
I'm with you. I mean, and Joe, I don't know if you thought this, but every fumble seemed to be worse than the one before it. Like Diami, early fumble, all right, that's a bummer. Then McNichols turns it over right after they score, and they score again, and that's a killer. And then Eckler late. Jaden had just gone on that touchdown drive. Seemed like they had something going. He had the wild, beautiful pass to get the 2-point conversion, and then Eckler puts it on the ground. And it just everyone seemed to snowball.
And each one of the guys just, they were trying so hard. He ran all the way across the football field, trying to turn it up a little bit, get a little bit more yardage. I always think of this. When you catch a ball in the middle of the football field, first person that comes to my mind is Marvin Harrison. Very seldom are you going to catch the ball in the middle of the football field and be able to gain many more yards. You know what Marvin used to do? He'd slide down.
Mm-hmm.
No chance for anybody to strip the ball from you.
Yeah.
You've got the yards you need to get. And the chance of a fumble are minute by anything. But, the more you fight, the more you work. And the way these guys punch the ball out now, if you get 2 people around you, the ball's got to be held on to. I mean, he had the ball in the right hand. He had it outside. They just, they made a great play. On the kickoff, I don't even know why guys return kicks anymore. The percentage of guys that get past the 30-yard line is minimal. Just catch the ball or let it go in the end zone. Make sure it goes in the end zone. We start at the 30-yard line. I mean, they wanted, to me, it looks like the league wants to eliminate the kickoff completely. Well, accommodate them. The amount of kickoffs that were returned for big yardage are so far and few between. The ones that are returned for touchdowns are even less than that. But hey, I don't fault the effort. I don't fault the try. It was, just running into people, a lot of people, and then of course, Austin just was trying to get up and make a play. And anytime a guy is trying to get up, and if he makes the catch and he slips and he's trying to get up, that's probably the most vulnerable ball carrier in football, because you don't have your balance. You're using probably one hand to try and help you get up. You don't have the ball protected, and we saw what happened.
Yeah, totally. We're talking with our friend Joe Theismann here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can follow Joe T at Theismann7. Joe, it's fascinating to think about the NFL. I think about a guy like Dan Marino, who was just so on fire as a rookie early in his career, and then he never got back to a Super Bowl. With Washington, it feels like this is the door opening to what could be a hell of a run here for a while. What do you think they need to kind of focus on and build to keep this thing going? There's obviously going to be turnover. There's turnover every year in the NFL.
Yeah, and you've got age as a factor for our football team too. Bobby's not any younger. Zach's not any younger. You take a look at the offensive line. To me, the offensive line is always an area where you can add people. I think that may be where Adam's gonna look. I don't know if that would be number one, but I think you have to take into consideration your offensive line, your linebacking position. Those are two that I think will be critical from additions. And let's really, as incredibly captivating as this year was, before we go out and say, well, it is a great foundation. It's a great foundation for Jay to be able to build on, and the offense to build on. Brian's a young running back. Your quarterback is a young guy. Your wide receivers are pretty young. But look at the way we won those last 6 games. I mean, we fought tooth and nail all the way to the end of those games. There wasn't a game where we had a 14-point lead with 3 minutes. There wasn't a Detroit Lion game in those final games. So, foundationally, I believe we've got pieces in place to be able to lay a good foundation. Now, the question is, will those games go the other way next year? The final play games that we saw. I think this team has built confidence in what it can accomplish. It was a fantastic year. It was fantastic for the fans. It was heart-wrenching here in this loss. But, Philadelphia isn't going to get any weaker from what I can see. So, you have to look at them right now and say, okay, you got to assume that the Cowboys probably will be better than they were a year. The Giants you don't know about. So, but for us, I really think you sit down and look and say, okay, where do we add our pieces? Where do we add the pieces to give us a chance to be able to build and go forward? And the offense will be a little different too, because Jaden will be able to grow in it with Cliff. I don't believe Cliff's leaving to go anywhere. I think which is great. I mean, we saw with Ben Johnson up in Detroit.
Yeah. Right.
It does. We saw it up in Detroit. Ben Johnson stayed this year in Detroit. Did not take a head coaching job last year simply because he believed that this football team was going to be in the Super Bowl. He believed the Detroit Lions were going to be there. And all year they played like they would.
Joe, I agree with you. Go ahead.
I think Cliff has really laid a foundation in this offense where it can only grow and get better.
Yeah, I totally agree with you about the offensive line. I think also the defensive line, because, being a skill position guy, I think if you got better offensive linemen, better defensive linemen, your team has the ability to be more consistent. And I think the
agree,
consistency
100%.
hurts this team. And if they get more consistent, then people have problems.
I think our offensive line acquitted themselves really, really well all year. I mean, those guys fought and played hard. And when you look at the teams that get into the championship games, okay, the offensive line of the Kansas City Chiefs, they made one move out their left tackle, and it made them stronger. The Bills, most of their guys played together most of the year. Philadelphia's offensive line has been very consistent, albeit the center. I mean, their center position was a little in flux, but, you've got the guards on the sides to help out as far as that goes. And of course, like I say, our guys, I like they fought their hearts out, man. I'm so proud of this football team. I'm so proud of the way they played, the class they played with, the execution. Makes you proud to be a Washington football guy.
Joe, when the season ended for you, how long did you stay away? I know I talked with Darryl Green, I talked with Art Monk, and they would tell me stuff. But as a quarterback, you all are it drains you mentally during the season. How long will you stay away from it before you get back into preparing for the next year?
Well, I mean, going to 2 Super Bowls in a row, you're going to take the first one you win, and it's like, the whole world's bowl of cherries. I mean, it's unbelievable. Opportunities all over the place. So you stay busy. Mentally, I think you need some time, maybe a month. But I got right back throwing. Jay Bernetti and I used to get out right at the end of the season. I'd take 3 weeks, a month off. I'd be right back out throwing in February. I'd be back out at the park, working on my game, trying to get better, thinking about the things that I've done, looking at the film. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Could you have made a better decision here? To beat yourself up doesn't accomplish anything. But to study film and grow from it gives you a chance to improve your abilities. And so for me, I think nowadays it's different. I mean, we played 14 games when I got in the league. Then we went to 16 games. Right. And then we actually wound up playing 18, 19 games in the Super Bowl. But I think you need to really take a step away a little bit, spend some time with your family, spend some time with yourself, and sort of recharge a little bit, and then work yourself into it as opposed to jumping in with both feet again, because it's a long grind. It's a grind. I mean, you get tired at this point. You just
totally.
The older guys, older guys especially. Yeah, we're worn out. I agree with you, JP. Listen, emotionally, we're spent.
Yeah.
I mean, I sat last night in that chair after that game was over, and I didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to eat. I didn't want to get up. I just sat and sort of reflected on, which wasn't really hard to reflect on, the things that we did to lose the football game.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Yeah.
I would take that as soon as the season ended, it was like Gil and my buddy Corey, we would go to Vegas, and I tell him, I say, 4 days, don't mention football to me at all.
That's right.
and we just enjoy ourselves, just have fun. No football.
Don't
we
you
just
dare.
4 days. It was great.
I bet, man. You gotta unplug it a little. At some point, it's probably gonna be after the Super Bowl now, but there's gonna be a couple days off to all my bosses somewhere. Joe, I'm curious if you landed the same spot Brian and I kind of did, specific to yesterday's game. I hate the final score because it makes it look a lot more one-sided than it necessarily was. Not that Philly wasn't in control, but it wasn't a 30-point drubbing most of that game.
Right.
But the way I saw that yesterday, I didn't think the refs were very good. I think the turnovers were way worse. But ultimately, I think Philly was the better team, and they leaned on depth and experience in that game where they were just better, bigger, faster, stronger. And that's now Washington sees where they need to get to.
Well, JP, it's interesting. Conceptually, they present a problem because Saquon can break one anytime, and he can run the football. I think he might have tweaked 2 weeks off is going to help him. I think he might have tweaked the calf yesterday too.
Yeah,
he did. Because he was. I think he had a little bit of a flat tire there as that game went on, because we didn't see him quite as much.
He only had 15 carries.
Yeah, he kept working on his calf, so it was something.
Yeah, they spotted him really. But then on the other side is you've got Goddard, you've got Smith, and you've got Brown. You can't afford to go one-on-one with A.J. Brown. I don't care. Marshawn's he's a big corner, but still he's so physical. And what bothered me about the personal foul that we got, it should have been offsetting penalties.
Totally.
Because
Absolutely.
he rips his helmet off and all of a sudden they give us the penalty. I mean, both of them were in each other's face, but 9 times out of 10, you see a call go offsetting penalties.
Yeah.
I was shocked that we just got that one. That one bothered me a lot. But I think Philly's a very balanced football team. And when Jalen Hurts has the opportunity to be able to run, like he did on the quarterback draws, just picking and choosing his direction, because it's the one you're not going to spy him. Okay, you're going to spy Jaden, but you're not going to spy Jalen. And it makes sense to, because he runs somewhat infrequently. It's the same thing with Patrick Mahomes. You're not going to spy him. He had close to 50 yards rushing yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's an advantage for that team to have his mobility and his ability to add another weapon. So you've got the running back, you've got tight end, 2 wide receivers, and a quarterback that can just pick his way in key situations. It's a tough offense to defend. Be very curious to see what Spags is going to do with them. You know, they've danced this dance before, but I'd be very curious to see what Spags is going to do with them. I just felt like against Buffalo, he was going to bring pressure. He was going to bring pressure, and you know, Kincaid had an opportunity to make a play. You know, these games boil down to making plays.
Totally.
Three plays minimum, 4 probably max in games like this determine the outcome of the football game.
Yep.
Yeah, I know Josh Allen's a big guy, but you keep running that same sneak. Hey, Chris Jones is no midget, okay? Those guys in the interior of the Kansas City Chiefs are not small people, okay?
I know.
And I know Josh is a big guy, and you know what bothered me in that game was the one line judge had the ball spotted in one place. The other judge had it spotted short of the line to gain, and they went with the short guy. You know, I'm a big proponent of putting a chip in a ball. I think that's the next thing we're going to see in technology.
It seems
so
simple.
It may work out better. I'll tell you that.
It has to.
Like if they can read your easy pass going 70, how come you can't put a chip in a football and figure this thing out?
70. Sometimes I'm going through it faster than that. I hate to say it out loud.
Gee whiz.
Joe, while I got you, man, what do you think about Eagles Chiefs? Chiefs going for a three-peat would be completely unprecedented.
It is unprecedented, but just the fact that they've been to so many in the last 5 years, they've been to so many of them. I think that they're a very diverse offense right now, and defensively, they found themselves. Last year, prior to last year, I felt like their offense carried them. Last year, I felt like their defense stepped it up a bit. This year, I feel like they're going to have a lot of people healthy. Their safeties are like linebackers. They run like corners. They hit like linebackers. I think they can match up really well physically. And I just don't see Saquon taking off and breaking the kind of plays that he did, which is going to make the Eagles work harder on offense. Certainly, I give the edge to Kansas City offensively.
Yeah.
Defensively, I think that we exposed a little bit of what Philadelphia can have done to them in just the limited opportunities that we had. And, you know, it wouldn't shock me one bit to see Kansas City with the three-peat. Not one bit whatsoever. I think Travis Kelce will have to be a bigger part of that game. But, you know, Philly's linebackers are pretty darn athletic, too.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, you know, Buffalo took Kelce out of the game pretty much yesterday. So,
and
but they have a lot of
Ertz
weapons on both. Each team has a lot of weapons. Yeah,
for sure. Maybe we'll circle back Super Bowl week,
right,
Joe. Maybe we'll see
appreciate
you in
you,
New
brother.
Orleans. We appreciate you making time for us all year, man. Thank you.
You bet, you guys. Look forward to catching up. Take care.
All right, man. Take care.
Joe Theismann, simply one of the best. When we come back, we got a little bit of a press conference down in Dallas where something made me laugh. I'll tell you that much. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Super Bowl 59. One game, two teams, endless possibilities. And there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who will take home the MVP trophy, or the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Brian to bet with FanDuel, official partner of the Super Bowl 59. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The clock finally struck midnight on the Commanders' Cinderella season as they fell 55-23 in the NFC Championship to the Eagles. The big difference, turnovers. Washington with 4 giveaways in the game, including 3 fumbles. The Eagles scored 28 points off the DC miscues. Head coach Dan Quinn disappointed with the result, but proud of the lessons learned.
As a first-year team that's still growing, I couldn't have been more pleased to see us play in this many close games. That's a good thing. And that's where you learn and you grow and you get your ass kicked some, and you have to learn the lessons that are meant for you in those times. And the team has. And so there'll be some lessons to take from tonight too.
To the ice, the Caps had their 6-game win streak snap Saturday night in Vancouver as they were taken down 2-1 by the Canucks. Pierre-Luc Dubois lit the lamp for goal number 10 on the season. Caps back in action tomorrow as they continue their 5-game road trip in Calgary. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Great interview there with Joe Theismann. If you missed any of that, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, or check out the podcast, however you access that stuff. Joe T was great. I think Joe T has a real good understanding of, all right, obviously yesterday sucked, but at the same time, there's been a great year.
Yeah.
And things are going to change. Rosters are going to change. Coaching staff's going to change. There's going to be changes, but there's a lot to be excited about.
Totally.
My guy Sean in Fairfax was at the game yesterday. Sean, how was it in the link, man?
Misery
Monday.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys got me okay?
We got you. Man.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. Happy Misery Monday. Yeah, first time at the link yesterday. Took my son. The Phillies fans weren't that bad, actually. I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, I had my Riggins jersey. I got more compliments on the Riggins jersey and talking about how good Riggo was. Even Eagles fans love Riggo and wishing me good luck for the game. And the experience overall is pretty good. Love the stadium. Hopefully we get something similar here in D.C. But I think like most things, you treat people with dignity and respect, and they do the same thing for you. But so lifelong Skins fan, I took my son, who was 6 at the time, the 2010 Eagles game, the Monday night game. We got wiped out 59-28. So I wanted to take him back again so we can avenge ourselves, but we lost by 32 yesterday. So that kind of sucked. But I'm excited and hopeful for the future. And let's get going. Thanks, guys.
All right, brother. Thank you, bud. I think that's a great call. I'm glad he didn't have much trouble with the Philly crowd. I've heard different things from different people. I think a lot of it is how you approach it, right? And but there's certainly some jerks up there. Not gonna lie about that. Our guy Drew is on the line. I was hanging out with Drew Saturday night. I know he was enjoying himself. Drew, how you feeling? You know, not even 24 hours after a drubbing in the NFC title game.
Yeah, I mean, look, I took some time this morning to write down some stuff. Some of it's what you guys have said. I'm disappointed about yesterday. You know, the refs were bad, the turnovers were worse, and Philly played better. I literally had that written down. I think you said almost the same thing, JP. That was funny. But none of that changes how I felt all the days before yesterday, right? this was the best season in more than 3 decades, and nothing erases that. And then looking forward, I mean, I don't take anything for granted. We might not get back to where we were, but we're certainly in a better place to get back than we were this time last year with ownership, general manager, coaches, QB, potential for a new stadium. There's really only one thing I'm sad about. You know, last year we turned over 35 guys. Next year, probably less, right? But still 10 or 20 guys. And I'm sad for the guys that are going to have to leave, because you could tell this team had a brotherhood this year. Washington's a place that people want to be now. And some of the guys that have to go are not going to really want to go. And so I feel bad for them. But this was a great year for us. So overall, it's good. And we got more to look forward to.
Know what I say about that, though, Drew? They chose that profession. You know, a lot of us choose it knowing it ain't going to always be the same. And, you know, these guys know where they got to improve. I mean, hell, nobody has to tell them. They on the team. They watch it. They play the game. They know.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Drew. It was great to see you, man. Always fun. And so what happened? Your wife didn't come to the rally, right? I didn't see her at the rally.
No, she was feeling sick. Alex was actually sick and we're down in Tuscaloosa. Sherry wasn't feeling good, but she made it to the game yesterday.
I saw her at the game.
I do want to share one thing.
Okay.
One little small story about that event Saturday night. You know, I had a moment to talk with Mitch Rales, and I told him that, you know, the last time I saw my mom was at a game, and the last pictures I have with her, and he just put his hand around me, and, you know, we just shared a moment. And in those 5 minutes, he expressed more real decency and humanity than we got from the previous owner in 25 years. So I just appreciate what these guys are doing, and I'm looking forward to, you know, this being a ride we can be on for a while.
Hey, man, Mitch is the guy, bro.
Dude, I'm really glad you brought that up, Drew. For Mitch Rales to come to the rally, he brought his young daughter with him. He joked with me. He's like, yeah, you know, I kind of, I'm going to be late to the ownership meeting because I wanted my daughter to see what it's like at these fan rallies. And he did a brief minute on air with me for the All Ear show. And Mitch is, I think, Harris, Rales, Ein are the guys you see most of the time.
Yep.
But there's a lot more people in that ownership group, and they're all awesome and friendly and polite and approachable and humans. And when they talk about talent, culture, and people, like they're
not
building
BSing
it
you.
because it's from the top. Like that's how they approach things.
Totally.
And it's really impressive because, like most of us as regular people are blinded by the wealth, right? But these people are examples that, like, the wealth doesn't have to create a decency vacuum. Like you could still just be a good person and be loaded.
Yeah.
And we don't always get to see that or know that. And it's been rewarding, I would say. And I think it's been rewarding for fans.
Totally.
Certainly. We've got some sound from Dan Quinn we want to play from last night. So everybody understands the schedule out here today. Locker clean out is always the day after the season ends. This is going to be a very different locker clean out than I've ever covered, because usually it's the day after the regular season ends and the questions are who's getting fired. Today, that's not the case. This is a very different situation. Obviously, there are going to be people in that locker room today that won't be back in June mandatory minicamp, whenever that is. That's just how it goes in the NFL. So locker cleanout starts at 1:00. There's a team meeting this afternoon, and then Dan Quinn and Adam Peters will address the media following the meeting. DQ and AP are set to address us at 5:00. So just going by the math there, my guess is the team meeting is probably 4:30. So the locker cleanout is just like a giant variable. When guys come in and come out, you just try to get some time with them. We will get as much of that sound as we can, but maybe tomorrow we run a lot of it. It's going to be an emotional day for some of these dudes, honestly, because they came so far and got so much accomplished, and yet you leave with this bittersweet taste. The other part of locker cleanout is they physically have to fill up bags of stuff to take with them. And it's like moving. It's like moving day.
Totally.
And if you're looking for a mover in the DMV, do I have the mover for you? Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They're the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 1067 The Fan. Seriously, they've moved like half the station multiple times. They moved Drab, Grant, Danny, people's family, their in-laws. They're really good at what they do, and I've known these guys since high school, man. They built this company on their own backs, and now they're the leading moving and storage company in the DMV. You hit up Justin McCarty, dude, 301-279-0090. I've known him since we were like 14, and the fact that he's built this business to what it is now is just crazy. Justin and John were driving these trucks, man. Now they got storage facilities. If you have like a complicated move, right? Say you've got art or sculptures or any of that, they can build custom crates to make sure that goes well. And here's how you know that it's a different vibe. They'll send a moving consultant to your home or your office to give you a free on-site estimate before anything gets started. And the way they operate is they're not sharing truck space with anybody. You get your own truck, your own crew for any long-distance move. Trust me, call my guys, Justin and John, over at Metropolitan Moving, 301-279-0090, or check them out at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, DQ talked last night. Understandingly melancholy, I would say. I like this a lot because I think this is the hardest thing to do in the immediate moments after losing in the NFC title game. Dude, you know what coaches want to do? Win. They want to get to the Super Bowl, and when you're that close, it is tough. It is tough to lose like that. Number 5, Landini. Dan Quinn asked about balancing a good season with a bad ending.
Yeah, probably too early for me yet. I wasn't there. What I can say that no locker room's the same year to year, and so I wanted to make sure they spent that time together because they've created something that's very cool here, John, and it's going to pay off for years to come. But every person had a role in that.
He's right. They all did. And I think, he'll get asked that same question today, and I don't know that he'll have a better answer. And I don't even know, honestly, on a personal level for you and I, how you balance they had a great year with an ass kicking at the end. You know what I mean? Like it's tough to balance that. And I think
it's tough for
as
us,
you get
players learn that. They learn like things are when it ends, it ends. And you got to be able to face it, and you got to be honest with yourself. Each man. You can't sit up here and somebody might have fumbled, but guess what? You might have missed a block that somebody don't know about.
Right.
You may have missed an assignment that somebody don't know about. But they have to figure out a way to. Everybody at one point has a cornerback mentality. You got to forget about what was and think about what you have to do, what's going to be. That's the main thing. So,
I'm with you. Let's hear a little bit more from DQ. 10 Landfill on what the playoff run means for the organization.
Yes, and there's a lot, man. It's like you like to do this at home. They're hard to get to, and so each of the moments, what I want to take from that is this team wasn't one that looked ahead. They had enough discipline to stay in it for the wild card game. In the divisional week, they weren't thinking down the road. And that was the same thing this week. It was just this game against Philadelphia, and that takes discipline to. When the outside world, hey, you're 2 wins away or this. And so, yep, it's Philadelphia. And so this was not a case of that. I want to make sure I'm super clear on that. So that is something to take away. Can you be disciplined enough to stay in the moment of the game? And we did a good job on that during the season as well, where you just felt like we were never out of the fight. And those are important things to have.
Well, dude, to that point, I love that he mentioned discipline there because I think there's like a misnomer with players, coaches, that you allow players to get away with stuff. And I think the best players, coaches, are those that bring out a passion and a brotherhood in their players, like we saw here, but are also, because you're so locked in on a huge, like as players in a room that nobody wants to let the other one down, that you become more disciplined in your practice habits and your study habits, and you're committed to making sure that everyone's doing that, and you don't want to be the guy that breaks that chain.
100%. And I think that also that player coach, what they do, they can read the room. And once, I guarantee you, if you talk to every coach to a man, once they realize the leaders on their team has control of the team, they take a step back. Because I've said many a times to you, where if a coach told me something, take it with a grain of salt. Because I don't care. People always feel like the coach and players feel it, that's management. But if a player came and told you the exact same thing as the coach told you, you probably have to take it because you see him as your brother. Feel like he's trying to help you. When the coach told you the exact same thing, you don't think the coach is trying to help you. Bro, you always have to figure out, is he telling me something truthful or he's trying to finagle something? You know what I mean?
Bro, when you're a kid and your parents tell you something,
You don't
like,
listen.
I don't know about them.
But then their best
But
friend
then
says something.
yeah,
you
or
like
like
to it.
your older cousin says something, you're like, oh wow.
Yeah, man. Jimmy, you right. Jimmy was the one getting in trouble all the damn time.
My dad's name was Jimmy. It's the whole team. 1 to 53, hell, 1 to 65 nowadays. Coaches, front office, staffers all over. It's a whole team. But one dude was driving this bus, and his name was Jaden Daniels. Dan Quinn talking about Jaden Daniels, number 3, Landini.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there's going to be one that's too big, Ben, honestly. He's got rare competitiveness that makes him unique in a lot of ways. I love inside, how he can stay into this space, in the toughest environments. It hurt him to come out at the end. He wanted to stay in. I said, that's my call. But that's the competitor, honestly. He's just, kind of wired in that way.
He is wired in that way. Phone lines the whole final hour. 800-636-1067. If you're on hold, we're coming. If you haven't gotten through yet, keep calling. Phone lines the whole last hour. You're listening to B. Mitchell Pinley.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The Eagles were simply too much for the Commanders in the NFC Championship game as Washington got beat down 55-23. 4 turnovers, ultimately the team's undoing. The quarterback, Jaden Daniels, understandably frustrated post-game, but reflective as well.
Obviously, man, it sucks, man. The shit sucks. Excuse my language. But just I couldn't be prouder of the guys in the locker room. You know, just year one, everybody not really knowing each other. Rookies, the vets did a tremendous job of, you know, bringing us in and helping us out. And we all just meshed, and we got to this point. But at the end of the day, man, we lost. It sucks. But we'll move on from this.
Keep it locked on the Fan all day for the latest from Locker Cleanout Day in Ashburn, and be listening at 5 o'clock to hear head coach Dan Quinn and general manager Adam Peters give their end-of-season address. Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans officially set as Kansas City held off Buffalo 32-29 in 2 weeks. They'll lock horns with the Eagles in the Big Easy, marking the second Super Bowl meeting between these two teams in the past 3 years. Local college hoops, Maryland men's basketball winners in thrilling fashion yesterday as Rodney Rice sank a triple with 7 seconds left in regulation to knock off Big Ten foe Indiana 79-78. The Terps moved to 16-5 on the year, including 6-4 in Big Ten play. They're back in action Wednesday as they host 18th ranked Wisconsin. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Locker cleanout now underway. What was locker cleanout like for you, B, after a good season? Like, sad, mad, didn't really matter?
It wasn't sad. I mean, I came in and did what I needed to do and got the hell out of there. And I was one that always talked to the media anyway, so I didn't have a problem discussing them. But, never was like no big ordeal. You come in, you make sure everybody's connected. You talk about what you're going to do in the off season. That's the main thing for me. Getting things set up for how we're going to do this thing, take a break, and when you want to get back and start working.
Yeah. It's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be interesting in there because they do have a lot of veterans on one-year deals. Like, I also think, so I believe the team meeting is over. Think about when you and I walked in this morning, that parking lot was pretty full.
Yeah.
So obviously most guys were already here, and everybody, and I mean everybody, is going to be at the end of the year team meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder how much action there really is in locker cleanout because those dudes are going to get the F out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
But
yeah, yo, man, text me. I'll see you some else.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'll be in there as soon as the radio show ends.
See that for me, I never left the area when I was like here.
Right.
So I was like, locker clean out for what?
Right.
I'll be working out over there in a month. I left all my crap right there.
Right. Let's get to some of these phone lines. A lot of folks been on hold for a while. My guy, Shannon is in Leesburg. Hello, Shannon. How you doing? Shannon, you there? Shannon, you gone. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Speak up.
I told the guy my name was Shane. It's Shane, by the way, not Shannon.
What's up, Shane? All right, Shane.
What's up?
Jeff's gonna Jeff.
Tough loss, guys. Really, it's never fun to lose to Philly, but losing to punch your ticket to the Super Bowl, that stings a little bit more right now. But we just didn't play championship football. 3 turnovers. I mean, the first 2 games, we didn't turn the ball over, we win. I mean, we kind of proved that with when we beat the Lions. They turned the ball over 5 times, and we upset them. You know, nobody saw us win that game. So I'm proud of the boys, though. I think the locker room this year, that anybody, anywhere, anytime mentality, that's important. I know you guys were talking about veterans that are on 1-year deals. It's interesting to see what's going to happen to that because, you know, people are going to come and go. But I'm proud, man. I've been a fan my whole life and mostly under Dan Snyder. So a lot of misery there. So to see us get to the first time in 33 years for like me as a fan personally, like, dude, this is special. I'm so excited to see where Jaden and this team can take us.
All right, man. Appreciate that.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. Good call there, Shane.
Good sensible call.
Shane. Let's go to Steve down on Capitol Hill. What up, Steve?
Hey, guys. I bleed burgundy and gold. I've been a fan since 1963. And the last 10 years, I've been dealing with blindness. I get up 3 days a week at 4 o'clock in the morning for dialysis. And I just wanted to say that this season, this team, these coaches, this ownership, and frankly, you guys too, have brought a tremendous amount of joy and pleasure to me. Also, 2 things frustrate me. One is that quality of officiating that the NFL is it's terrible. The team, the crew that we had yesterday was the same crew that stole the Pittsburgh game from us. And the other frustration I have is that, you know, we've been weak against the run since the days of Butts and Grant. And I hope that this offseason, I have no idea what's going to happen in the next season, but I hope that's addressed. And I really appreciate it. I listen to you guys every day. I don't get to call in too often, but this has been a special season. And I put it up with some of the ones when we went further, but it's just been unique, and I really appreciate the efforts that the team has put out.
Hey, man, thanks for the call. That was very kind, and
thanks for listening as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fun year, dude, and the way things ended in Philly shouldn't negate what has been a really fun year.
You know, it makes you have hope.
Yeah.
And I think that's the one thing we all have to recognize. Like, you know, we have been through some lean years where it was no hope. You know, they tried to give us hope by just spending money in the off season, and then the season started, it was never there. But this gives you hope that, you know what, things are changing. Things, you have something to look forward to. So,
totally, it's a season where you can't wait for them to play again. And there's been times where, I mean, I heard DA talking about this. Maybe it was with Grant and Danny. And DA was like, just think over the last couple years, this time of year, we've been trying to have these serious conversations. If Sam Howell was the answer, if Taylor Heineke was the answer, what could Fitzpatrick do? We were all trying to talk ourselves into the path of winning without a quarterback. Like, things have changed, man. It's a
drastically.
It's a new day in Ashburn. They got questions. Wagner and Chin are free agents. I saw Adam Peters and Jeremy Chin. Adam Peters has a habit after every game of going up and dapping up every player in the locker room, which I think is just such a commitment to being locked into his team. I can tell you that previous general managers in this building did not do that. I promise you.
They probably didn't know who they were.
They
or how to pronounce their name.
You know, they rarely would come down from the suite. You know what I mean?
If they had a big win, then they'll come down.
Sure.
If they want to get numbers.
Yeah, a little victory lap. But Peters and Chin had a moment last night that I couldn't help but notice, and it was lengthy. There was real emotion there, and I think Chin would be at or near the top of guys you want to get back. But it's a long list, man. Ertz, Wagner, Eckler, Fowler, Farrell, like it's a long list, and they've got a lot of decisions to make. And let's be real, like probably gonna be some decisions.
Everybody can't come back.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it sounds very, very dismissive, but it's not. It's the business, baby.
Yeah, and those guys said it last night in there. They're like, yeah, we know, you know, We're never going to have this group together again. And that's just
That was a message every year I
reality.
heard coaches say. This group would never be the same.
Chick's excited. That looks like a guy that woke up at 5 a.m. thrilled about it.
Yeah, all happy with his energy and stuff.
Let's go to
Other people tired, man.
Kelvin in Clinton. Kelvin, what up?
Hey, B Mitch, JP, man, I got a question about the game. I think the tide changed early in the game, actually on our first drive. Why would Dan Quinn not go for it on 4th and 3 when we kicked that field goal, when we had went for 3 4th downs that were longer than 3 yards, and we get up here on the 31, 32-yard line of their side, and we don't go for the 4th and 3, we settle for a field goal. I think that changed the whole momentum of the game.
I would think that, he's getting information from his guy, and I think he went along with what the guy said, and he's done it all year. I also think if we go for it, then we don't get it. We have questions today. Why did they go for it and not just take the points?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've clearly had this. I mean, they're not just guessing when it comes to when they're going to go for it. Like, they have that stuff mapped out in advance, and I think clearly something in their research said that wasn't the spot to go for it. I will say a guy B. Mitch, Reuben Frank, Rube. So last night I ended up in the NBC Sports Philly offices for a while, and I saw Rube, and the first thing he said to me is like, "Why did kick on that first drive?" And I was like, I don't know. What I know is they have a plan for like the whole down and distance as soon as they cross midfield for when they're going, when they're not. And my guess is
something wasn't right.
No, this is my guess, is that Philly defense is so good, and the way Fangio plays is to give you little stuff underneath and to not let you hit big stuff. And I honestly wonder if they thought at the closer in they got, the more difficult it was going to be to score.
Normally they say is when you get down there, so many people in a smaller area, that is more difficult. So I can see if he was told, listen, down here is going to be a little tight. Take the points.
Well, like golf gets harder the closer you get to the hole. You know what I mean? But all anybody wants to do is hit driver.
Yeah.
It's I don't know, man. It's one of those things. I'm sure he got asked about it last night. Maybe he'll get asked about it today. It's a wild testament to how much they have converted people's mindset that now it's like, why didn't they go for it again instead of kicking the field goal?
Yeah. I agree.
Let's go to Jerry in Calvert County. What up, Jerry?
Hey, how you doing? I love your show.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, buddy.
I've been watching the Redskins since Griffith Stadium, sitting on those green bleachers. But my question is,
I love that.
Do you all still think that Lattimore was a good acquisition? Because it seems like every time his name is mentioned, it's something negative. I'll wait to hear your answer. Love your show.
Everybody all right there?
You know what? I think based off of what he had done, they took a shot, and now they got a decision to make. I can't look back now and go, oh, man, shouldn't have never bought. No. There were some games where we felt, yes, it was great. And then the other game, no. But like JP said earlier, he got to learn that he don't have to fight every battle. Sometimes you got to just let stuff go. And we always say you got to have a cornerback's mentality. You can't let none of that stuff snowball. And he allowed it to snowball this year. So,
I don't think Lattimore had the year he wanted to have here, clearly. Nope. You also didn't get a whole lot of playing time out of him as he was dealing with the hammy. And I think, assuming he's back, step one is health. And that is something that has eluded him for some time. Get him healthy. Maybe you work on, you never want to take somebody's fire and competitiveness out of the game, but maybe you try to channel that thing into something that's a little more functional. I don't know beyond that. It obviously wasn't what you wanted. Let's keep the phone lines going. Let's go to Pulpit in DC. What's up, Pulpit?
Hello?
Pulpit, are you there?
Is that how you say his name?
Oh, man.
All right.
Jeff, what you got on Pulpit? Is that the right name? He's gone. He gone. Let's go to Jamal in DC. Jamal, what up, man?
What up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
What's happening, brother?
How you doing, bud?
Man, I'm excellent, man. I feel like I know it's a disappointing day. That's how I feel. I'm not mad. You know how your parents used to say back in the day, "I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed." Like that's how I feel right now, man. I mean, it was the Eagles, so obviously, I wanted us to win. And of course, I felt like we came into like Eagles fans talking trash, like, "Oh, you guys really thought you win?" Yeah, we just watched this team beat a team that was better than us in Detroit. We can argue the same with Tampa. So yeah, we came into this game on a high, legit thinking we had a shot, but reality got, it struck real fast, and we realized, okay, yeah, this team is on a different level. But that being said, I feel like as Commanders fans, we have no reason to hang our head, y'all. We competed. I said this last time I called, y'all. In my 37 years of life, this is the best season I've had. I was 4 years old in 91, man. So this right here, this was it for me, man. I got to talk trash all year. We were good from the start to the end of the season. This was no fluke 5 game, 6, 7 game win streak. We just crawled into the playoffs. No, this team was good, and they did it with arguably the worst version of this team, man. So, I feel like, to make myself feel better, guys, I convinced myself the referees robbed us to get Philly there so this three-peat can go through, because they knew if JD would have got there, he'd have ruined that storybook script that they got, man. So I'm going to keep telling myself that to keep dealing with this loss. I enjoyed it, and I'm happy for you two guys, man. B mentioned JP, y'all have dealt with us calling up here over the years angry. I know it felt great, y'all, to have most of us calling up here happy and not yelling and cussing and screaming, man. Like, I know you guys enjoyed it, not just y'all, but everyone who does this. So I'm happy, and I can't wait for next year, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Good call, brother.
Great call right there, Jamal. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. 2 show announcements. When we return, Rev T will join the program.
All right.
I look forward to Rev T's message of uplifting. But there was one other thing I did have to mention, Brian. This I just thought was really interesting. Generally when people talk about this huge job offer they got that they turned down, they're lying. But that's not always the case, B. That is not always the case, all right?
Yeah.
I want to be clear, that's not always the case, Brian.
Okay.
So Brian Schottenheimer, the Cowboys are introducing their new head coach today.
Yeah.
Brian Schottenheimer, new head coach. He made clear that early in his career, he turned down head coaching opportunities. He didn't want to chase being a head coach, but that he's ready now, and he knows what he wants and what it looks like.
If someone offered you a job, you would have taken it.
Well,
that's not chasing when they offering you a job, right?
Well, B, it made me think about when I was a young man. I had opportunities to pursue Jennifer Lopez, Scarlett Johansson. I had an opportunity.
And they made a decision for you.
No, I decided not to pursue it. I decided, I'm not pursuing this.
Yeah.
Okay? Beyonce, I'm not calling you back. Much like Brian Schottenheimer decided he didn't want to be a head coach. I'm sure that's exactly how it went down. He just didn't want to be a head coach. Yeah. And I never wanted to call Scarlett Johansson because I had to stay on my own path. I drive a Toyota 4Runner. I love a Range Rover. Like, what are we talking about
Some
here?
people say some of the dumbest things in the world.
And then Jerry has the audacity to say he's not scared to take a big shot. Okay, bud.
Who's the big shot?
Brian Schottenheimer.
What? That must be his nickname. Brian Shot, Big Shot.
That's really funny. All right, Rev T, when we return, I'm not even going to read this. I told you last week we've been having trouble with our furnace at the house.
Yep.
First, it was this drainage pipe that we didn't realize went outside. It froze. That's on us. Then something that triggered something else. I've had Crop Metcalf at the house 3 times over the last 8 days or whatever. They couldn't be more professional and courteous and prompt. All the things you want when you're dealing with a contractor, especially when it's January and you got little kids in your house and your heat is cutting out. To have Crop on my side, have the 5-star technicians from Crop Metcalf, and to know that my family can count on them. I'll be honest, I was nervous about going to Philly because I was like, dude, what if the damn furnace goes out again? And my wife said, it's fine. You can call Crop. Like when you have that kind of mindset and that kind of understanding and that you can count on contractors like that, it really gives you a peace of mind that is hard to find. The cold weather's obviously here. You make sure you hit up Crop Metcalf to check on your residential or your commercial heating system, man. You don't want to be left in a lurch. Luckily, I wasn't because Crop helped me out. Make sure you stay on top of these machines, man. Plus, when you keep them optimized, it increases the efficiency, it increases the lifespan of your system, and it decreases your energy bills. The experts at Crop Metcalf can spot small problems before they turn into big ones that'll cost you big money. Shout out to my guy Eric that's been so helpful throughout the whole process. For peace of mind, seriously, call the 5-star heating experts at Crop Metcalf, 1-800-GO-CROP, or visit cropmetcalf.com. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. Turnovers and a poor defensive effort, the cocktail that ends the magical 2024 Commanders season as they fell to the Eagles 55-23. Commanders running back Austin Eckler keeping it real post-game as to why the team came up short.
Yeah, so it's, that's why we've been saying it all year, ball's life, because it holds true. And unfortunately tonight for us, we weren't able to take care of the ball, and they were. So that's why, the score ended up being it the way it was.
Super Bowl 59 officially set as the Chiefs squeaked by the Bills 32-29. Kansas City looking to become the first team in NFL history to win 3 consecutive Super Bowls. Elsewhere in the National Football League, the coaching carousel continues to spin. Only one head coach opening remains, and that's in New Orleans. According to Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, the Saints plan to fly to Philadelphia Monday to conduct an in-person interview with Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore. It would be Moore's second interview with the club. To the hardwood, the Wizards back in action tonight as they wrap up their 6-game West Coast road trip in Dallas, taking on the Mavericks. You can hear the game over on our sister station, the Team 980, with pregame coverage beginning at 8:15. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
I don't see that.
I can do it. I want all the callers to listen to this real quick, and you can win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. You can win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Flights, hotel, and $20,000 of spending money.
Bam!
Just download the free Odyssey app. Listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour. I need to know if we can win this one.
Yeah.
And listen tomorrow for at least an hour and another entry. And it's Odyssey Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. For more, go to odyssey.com. Slam Dunk. 20,000 miles, JP.
Yo, listen.
We got to find some friends calling and try to get on this thing, man.
I'll make a deal with Odyssey. You can give somebody else a trip. Just give me the $20K.
Yeah.
Call it.
Hell yeah.
Damn, that's real money.
Yes, indeed.
That's a dope trip. Yeah, check it out. Odyssey.com/slam dunk. I said we'd do phones the whole rest of the hour, and I meant it. And there's a man of the cloth available. There's a man all year that said to believe. Rev T, yesterday didn't go the way you'd want it, sir, but you were right in your belief in this football team. How are you, Reverend?
Hey, JP, I'm good, man. I'm a little hoarse right now, but hey, man, I had me a good time, man. I went up there and I partied, and it was a good atmosphere. Just to be with the Burgundy and Gold Nation, however you want to reference them as Redskins, as Commanders. It was just good to be out there in that type of atmosphere for that magnitude of that game. And so what I say this to my Commander Nation right now, and I'm not going to go all in the character, but just hear me with, hear old fool like me, right, who done been there and seen this and felt this, how I really felt, right? Let these youngers develop their own identity. They done planted the seed right now. JD tried to bring hope back alive to DC. Adam Peters and them see that. Now they just got to put pieces around them so they can keep on going, man. But us as a 12th man, hey, y'all keep standing only like y'all make me want to go on the road. And B, I don't really do the road thing. I'm going to go back to Dallas again. But I'm saying even up in Eagle territory, right? Them Bama's wasn't messing with Rams. They tried, but I was with Southeast Finest, though. Anyway, but and then before I get JP, they tried me, but one, I'm old enough not to buy into that, and then two, when they found out, he got a mom. I'm talking about, I was walking with some family that was like 6'1", 6'2", you know, like, go ahead messing with him. You know? So, I mean, but it wasn't all about that. I met some good Eagle fans up there. I had a libation with them, man. All that good stuff. So, I mean, they just fans, well, they a little mouthy with, you know, but I mean, hey, man. But at the end of the day, shout out to my man Chuck Eason, and big shout out to every damn fan, man, that came up to me and said, Rev, I love you, man. If I start calling out names and I miss somebody, I'll be wrong, JP. So I just love all y'all, man. I appreciate the love. And, man, hopefully next year, man, I'll be back home doing our thing, man. But at the end of the day, man, raise hell, wild at us, believe, hell to the Commanders. Anything the hell you want to feel, man. But I ain't mad at nobody, man. And that's facts. Believe, love somebody, and I'm going to keep drinking this peppermint tea because I got to go to work tomorrow. I love
Yeah,
y'all,
Rev, that
man.
voice sounds
God
shot,
bless.
dog. Thank you, buddy.
Oh, JP, I know you ain't talking, man. Sometimes you be sounding like, you a state family with big ears that I love so much.
See you, buddy.
That's crazy.
I'm glad the Reverend had a good time in Philadelphia. I have seen very mixed reviews of people that had no trouble and people that had trouble. So I hope more had no trouble than did.
Yeah.
Let's go to our guy Crank is in DC on line 8. What up, Crank? Crank, you there? Crank is gone. All right. What about Zay in Lincoln Heights? Zay, you there?
This afternoon, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I know everybody's trying to see the positive side of this and everything, and I get it. I'm still hurt, man. It's like a bad breakup or a death of somebody that you love. Like, the team had us on such a high all season. Now it's like they closed the crack house, they boarded it up, they bulldozed, and I'm still standing on the front lawn with a foot for the 20s. Like, I don't even know what to do with myself. My wife is a Steelers fan, had to work most Sundays this season, so she didn't see a lot of the games, but she watched the game with me yesterday. After like 10 minutes, she jumped up. She was like, I'm about to have an anxiety attack. Like, what's going on? I'm like, imagine doing this for 16 games, 17 games this season. So I'm still trying to process this. Hopefully, it's been nice hearing y'all, everybody calling in all day. Hopefully you can talk me down from this. Like I said, thanks for taking my call, but this still hard for me to let go, fellas.
Hey, man, you're not wrong.
I
bro.
understand it.
You're
It's hard, but you know what? Take that money and invest it into fandom next year. They going to go at it again.
I got to be honest. I'm not sure I understood his analogy there to the bulldoze, the bulldoze crack
He got
house.
money to spend, bro. He can't go nowhere. They tore down the place where he want to get his stuff from. Yeah, yeah.
Maybe find a new hobby while you're at it. That was something. But listen, to his greater point that he's just still disappointed with the loss. Hell yeah.
Like you said earlier,
They were 60 minutes away from a Super Bowl and got thumped.
You
That
said
sucks.
24 hours. You normally do it, but then you give it 48. But I think a lot of people have a different time limit, But eventually, I just say this: you're gonna have to get over it and get back to life. Like as a player, I was into it when we lost it. The one we won, you get to live on that the rest of your life. The one you lose, you get to think about it the rest of your life. But you know what you got to do? You got to move on.
Right.
There were people who were still talking about it the next season. You know what happened to them? They were released. So I'm just being real. You got to figure out a way to pick it up and keep moving, man.
Catch and release, man.
Don't worry. That person, you say your wife said watch the game with you, she'll tell you to get over it. Get over it soon. Believe me.
Yeah.
Man, I'm tired of hearing you now. You got to get back on the horse. Let's go.
I think it is completely fine if you want to be upset, man. If it makes you feel better, though, Brian Schottenheimer turned down head coaching jobs before, but he's ready now in Dallas. This is from Kelly, whose Twitter handle is @KellySucks, SUXX. So let's take that information.
Lord have mercy.
Kelly said, would you happen to know anyone selling a ticket for this Friday? Dying to take my dad with me, and I've been checking StubHub every day with no luck. And I replied,
what's Friday?
What is Friday?
Yes.
Well, I was reminded we got 106.7 The Fan live
okay.
in Leesburg at the
All
Tally
right,
Ho
all
Theater. which I had completely forgotten about. Your boy needs some sleep.
You too?
Yeah, dude. I got home at like 3 a.m. last night.
I wasn't that late, but I tell you, I got it.
Although if you got to drive 95 from Philly to DC, doing it at 2 a.m. is easy. But so Friday night is the live show in Leesburg. Apparently, it's sold out. At least that's what I'm hearing from Kelly. So if anybody knows of a pair of tickets, hit up at Kelly Sucks, SUXX. And I look forward to seeing everybody out there Friday. Hopefully that helps, Kelly. I don't know what else to say there. Let me get one more call in here. I believe the rally captain is on the line. Bless you, B. Hey, Cap, how you doing, man? How was your trip to Philly?
Hey, JP, man, let me tell you something. We took 200 fans up to Philadelphia. We had a great time. I hate that I missed the rally that you guys had there, but I saw the videos and everything, and it looked just like a wonderful time, man. And I got to tell you, the Philly fans, they're Philly fans. You know, it's one of those things where I tell everybody, you got to go there with thick skin and just ignore them, you know, and just keep it rolling. But the reason for this call, JP and B, is this Saturday, we're going to have a Commanders season celebration with the fans. And it's going to go from 6 to 8 at Walters. We're going to have a DJ. We're going to have everybody there. Hopefully you guys can come out. And this is for everybody who always said they wanted to come to an official road rally, but they never were able to make one. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a season fan finale here at Walters to show our support for the team the way that we know how to do it, to bring everybody together.
All right, I love it. I can't make it Saturday, rally captain, but I hope everybody goes and has fun. What are you laughing about?
They say we got two Brian Mitchells again because I turn your camera around. Me on both sides.
Oh, I'm surprised that giant head can fit on both sides. Thank you, Cap.
Your head not that small.
We're going to make some bets when we come back. For the record, I went undefeated last week. Just want the world to know that. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli. Big brother against little brother, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app, and if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Brian to bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You down. Love me, babe. It's been a long way down. Couple things I want to read because I can read. Our guy Titus tweeted me. This is a good stat, B. And sometimes stats you can discount, but sometimes you can't. You ready for this one?
Yeah.
Titus writes, and I believe this is correct. We could get our crack research team on it, but I believe
That would be a crack research team.
I believe off the top of my head this is correct. Tress Way has more passing yards in an NFC championship game than Dak Prescott. I didn't mind that one.
Not at all. I like that.
Shout
I
out
like
to
that.
Titus. Also, I will confess, my boy Philly, Matt Corrado, we have a standard $20 bet on Skins Eagles, and I lost yesterday. I still think he owes me a steak dinner from Adrian Peterson going over 100 yards many years
He
ago.
paid you? But don't pay him.
Well, I'm not, but he won yesterday.
Okay, well, he owes you 80 now.
Now
that's where you solve that. Make sure you pay your damn money, and then you go back to the betting.
Yeah, damn it. Brian, I'm not sure we've always been fair with you, and I would say particularly Landfill and Jeff, but myself too. We've challenged you to hold the alumni to a higher standard.
I don't care what y'all challenge. Y'all idiots.
Well, I mean, the problem is a lot of the losses are the alumni's fault. But Nikki Javala just sent something, just posted a tweet. An anonymous reader of the Washington Post sent an email to Nikki. Now, this person might have really cracked the code.
Mm-hmm.
Missing from post-game analysis is the sports media's responsibility for pumping up the team's unrealistic belief in their skills. Instead of going in, executing their training, they went in full of phony emotions, talking trash, pushing and shoving after plays. They read too many of your press clippings. Take responsibility for your roles in their defeat.
Okay, they were in the NFC Championship game?
Yes.
So if that was the person that really said that, go kick yourself in the ass. That's what I want you to do. So if a real person said that, kick yourself in the ass. You're a damn idiot. I almost said the wrong word. Ooh, boy.
Landfill, how much weight do you think B needs to carry for this loss? Because he's alum and a sports media member.
I mean, that's a really good point. There are a lot of alums in the sports media, so it makes sense that
you know what I'll say to you, Landfill,
What's that,
and
Pete?
anybody that would think anything about that.
How's that?
One finger salute.
Oh,
and you know what it means. No.
Also, somebody should let this dude know that's anonymously
That
emailing.
dude, first of all, why would somebody be in the NFC Championship game? He say they had to believe that their skills were there. If they didn't have skill, they wouldn't have been in the NFC Championship game. Idiot.
When's the last time you think somebody clipped an article out of a newspaper? Like, one, physically had a paper. Two, physically had scissors. Three, cut it out and hung it up somewhere.
A person that's not up to date with life. That's what happened.
Landville, when's the last time you physically held a newspaper?
2012.
Robert's rookie year.
Yeah.
All right, let's make some bets.
Idiot, man. Gather around, gather around.
All righty. New week, new us. Frankie Louvu, the one last thing that made me laugh. Frankie Louvu at the goal line yesterday was trying to jump the snap to prevent the tush push, and then it kind of just became this funny, goofy thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just had a dude respond to me, man, he's got to stop trying this. Low man wins. Like, all right, how just unaware are you to the situation and context? But good way of spouting football vernacular. Anybody got a pick for tonight? I'm undefeated for a week, so I got to stay hot.
Mavs minus 12, baby.
They playing the Wiz?
They are.
Oh, man.
JB got the Wiz.
No, I don't. Yo, my Terps coming off 2 big wins. They won yesterday in Indiana at the buzzer. Shout out to the Turtles.
I'm going with give me a LA parlay. I'm going with the Lakers -5 and the Clippers -2.5.
Isn't it the
-5.
Clippers?
Yeah, the Clippers.
I'm taking the Knicks over the Grizzlies money line.
You look like a Grizzly, you Nick.
What? The Caps play tonight? No Caps. Okay. White Brian, show me the way home. I know you're going to find some weird basketball game.
Texas A&M, Corpus Christi Islanders, +9 against McNeese State.
Hold on.
Man, where did you get that from?
Is Texas A&M Corpus Christi called the Islanders, or are you doing a cross-sport parlay between Texas A&M Corpus Christi and the Islanders?
No, their mascot is the Islanders.
Okay. Shout out to the Islanders. Damn, Duke's laying 21
Man,
and a
you go
half
ahead
to
and pick
the
this thing today.
Wolfpack.
The show about to end.
I will take.
You just like man, you should order food. Wait till the last minute. They don't know what the hell to do.
I don't like this at all. I'll take Iowa getting 7.5 in Columbus. Thank you to everybody who listened to the program today. Thank you to Joe Theismann for joining us. Thank you to a lot of great calls. Look, man, if you're emotional from yesterday, you're not wrong. If you're happy because of the great season they had, you're not wrong. 24, 48 hours. That means we got one more day of thinking about it tomorrow, and then we are on to the 2025
And
season.
then we're gonna be wishing we could talk about football.
Yeah, man. Just wait for me and B start breaking down the Oscars. Grant and Danny coming.
That ain't gonna ever happen.
Your way next. Great show today. Thanks everybody to call. We're gonna do more calls tomorrow. Kind of keep it open as we all react to 14 wins, man. Been a long damn time.
Yeah.
Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. Beer.
We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The clock finally struck midnight on the Commanders' Cinderella season as they fell 55-23 in the NFC Championship. The big difference, turnovers. Washington with 4 giveaways in the game, including 3 fumbles. The Eagles scored 28 points off the DC miscues. The quarterback, Jaden Daniels, understandably frustrated post-game, but reflective as well.
Obviously, man, it sucks, man. It sucks. Excuse my language. But just I couldn't be prouder of the guys in the locker room. You know, just year one, everybody not really knowing each other. Rookies, the vets did a tremendous job of, you know, bringing us in and helping us out. And we all just meshed, and we got to this point. But at the end of the day, man, we lost. It sucks. But we'll move on from this.
Keep it locked on the Fan all day long for the latest from Locker Cleanout Day in Ashburn. Commanders guard Sam Cosmi announced he is set to undergo ACL surgery tomorrow afternoon. To the ice, the Caps had their 6-game win streak snapped Saturday night in Vancouver as they were taken down 2-1 by the Canucks. Pierre-Luc Dubois lit the lamp for goal number 10 on the season. The Caps back in action tomorrow as they continue their 5-game road trip in Calgary. Local college hoops, Maryland men's basketball winners in thrilling fashion yesterday as Rodney Rice sank a triple with 7 seconds left in regulation to knock off Big Ten foe Indiana 79-78. The Terps moved to 16-5 on the year, including 6-4 in Big Ten play. They're back in action Wednesday as they host 18th ranked Wisconsin. This month only, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Good Monday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. January 27th, 2025. We're in our DC studios. And for the first time on a Monday in many, many, many weeks, no Hall & Oates to start our show. No Victory Monday. The clock has struck midnight on a Cinderella run for the Commanders. They give up 55 yesterday. I got to tell you, though, Danny, it's not a misery Monday for me. I can compartmentalize and both be upset and frustrated by how they played in the NFC Championship game, giving up more points than any team ever has in that round, but also feel really, really good about what was an unlikely and an incredible and an unforeseen journey. Every rose has its thorn, my friend. Yesterday was tough.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. I will. I'll be able to do it. I'll be able to look back and talk about how remarkable this all was and how much fun it was and the joy that 28 other teams were sitting there watching my team play football just like I was. Not now. It's still too raw. It's still too annoying. It's because it's them. If this was the Vikings or the Rams or the Cardinals or any non-offensive team, I'd go, oh, bummer. Let's talk about all the joy. It's that puke green. It's the stupid song. It's that team. It's not, this particular Eagles team is very hateable. They don't make my top 12 list of all time Eagles teams that I hate. Most of those include John Runyon. But God, that group is so annoying. They're excellent. They're great. They deserved to win the game. They were better. We'll talk about individual calls and things that didn't go Washington's way. Philly was going to win the game. They are the better team, up and down, deserve to win it, etc. But yeah, it still hurts a little bit too much to kind of do the hey, big picture, let's take the autopsy of the year. I'll be able to, I promise, because it's the gig, but I'm upset, dude.
Yeah, I don't know that today has to be the day to do that, right. Honestly. I think it's an important home base, though, to be able, and today is a great day to do it as much as any, to say, man, just getting there was an accomplishment. It's wild that the season ended in the NFC Championship game. This is a massive win of a campaign. But you're right, it doesn't have to be today, really, that we talk about the good or the healthy of the organization. I'm going to, because I'm further along, it sounds like, in the healing process than you are. I mean, I got to be honest. It was such a house money journey.
It totally was.
That had they have lost in Tampa Bay, I would have been able to do it the next morning. Had they have lost in Detroit, which I was expecting, I would have been able to do it the next morning. And I'm certainly able to do that after yesterday in Philadelphia. I was actually talking to someone about this today. I want to get your thoughts. As embarrassing as losing by 32 points is, and giving up 55, a 50 burger in the conference championship game. Ugly, brutal, you get outclassed, whatever. I think I would rather lose like they did yesterday, where, as I said, the clock struck midnight. All of the flaws that hadn't really been fully exposed yet got exposed in one game. And you went up against a team that's better than you, that played its best playoff game while you played your worst playoff game. And you just lost in a game where you pretty much knew at the end of the third quarter, Washington was going to lose. And by the early fourth quarter, the question was, can they just get back into this game to make it interesting at all? I think I'd rather do that than had they have played Philly really tight and lost like, say, Buffalo did in Kansas City at Arrowhead. If yesterday was going to come down to the wire and they were going to lose at the horn, or they could give up 55 and we could be sitting here saying they weren't ready for that yet, that's not really the game that they probably should have been playing in based on where they're at in their program, I think I would take what happened yesterday, honestly, than the excruciating, oh my God, I was this close to the Super Bowl. Because I'm able to wake up today and go, what a crazy run.
Yep.
That was fun. And they're just not that close to a Super Bowl team. Truly. I mean, and figuratively and literally, you saw it yesterday. They got too many fatal flaws. They got a chance to fix and cure them this offseason. But I think I'd rather it go how yesterday did than having really lost a heartbreaker at the horn.
I think that's probably right. There's no good way to lose. Just to be very clear, especially to a rival, especially to a team that I can't stand and a fan base that I can't stand. But, you know, there's a quote, I'm trying to remember what it's from. What's better, a bullet to the brain or a bullet where you bleed out? I don't know. I guess that was more bullet to the brain.
That got real there.
Where you go, okay, this one's over. That they're not coming back. They got no chance. Versus that, like, victory's right there and it's super close and it gets ripped away from you. I don't know. Yeah, no good way to do it, but I think this is probably the preferable way if there is such a thing.
This is how it happens when the Cinderella story does not end with a championship, right? When the magical carpet ride ends abruptly. Like all of the things that we've talked about going into every game against Tampa that could rear their head and end their season. Against Detroit, the reasons why they couldn't beat the Lions. They never really ended up costing them. And then you go up against Philly and it all rears its head at once. There's going to be a lot of columns written. Think pieces will be bountiful on why yesterday happened. To me, this is so simple. And it's really two-pronged. You fumbled 3 times and you turned it over 4 times. The single biggest reason why Washington won 2 playoff games, other than Jaden Daniels, but I could probably argue even more important to them winning the 2 playoff games than anything that Daniels did individually, was their +6 turnover margin. The fact that they were +1 with a takeaway and no giveaways in Tampa, and the fact that they were +5, 5 takeaways, 0 giveaways in Detroit. Then yesterday happened, Danny, and it was the opposite.
Yep.
De'Ami Brown fighting for extra yards, fumble. Jeremy McNichols on a kick return at the end of the half, right after you gave up a touchdown.
That was brutal.
Fumbles. Daniels and McLaurin hook up on the slant. You get within 2. The next time Jaden Daniels touches the football, you're down 15 points.
27-12, just like that.
And you're chasing, and it's halftime, and it's a nightmare. And then in the second half, when they're showing some signs of life, low throw, Eckler standing up off the ground, gets the ball punched out. We'll talk to him tomorrow. He loses a fumble. The 4th turnover was a Jaden Daniels interception. Nice play by Quinion Mitchell. But I got to be honest, that's just like take a shot down the field.
Yeah, you're forcing something, trying to make a play.
I don't really fault Daniels that much for that. But 4 turnovers. That's why you lost. And then on the other side of the ball defensively, you didn't have any answers. They couldn't stop Barkley. First play of the game, 60-yard touchdown. They couldn't cover A.J. Brown. Marshawn Lattimore, completely ineffective. They couldn't cover Devontae Smith. They couldn't cover Dallas Goedert. And Jalen Hurts, for the most part, had time to throw and looked healthy and played a really good, clean game. But defensively, what did they take away? It was the best game the Eagles have played all year. They had a season high in almost everything and scored 55 points.
So outside of the 60-yarder from Barkley, he was around 14 for 50-something, which isn't shutting him down, but it's not unbelievable.
He was also hurt after that.
And he was clearly banged
getting
up.
treatment for his calf. They stopped using him until his backup got hurt, and then he had to come back in the game.
Yeah, and so, the point was, well, they said, okay, fine, we're going to try to commit to the run. And they slowed Gainwell down, and the running game wasn't as effective. Constant 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 10s, converted as if they were 7-on-7 drills. I mean, that's where the defense is. They can barely, sometimes, at times, maybe sort of slow something down, and then the other things available. Against a good offense. Against Carolina, when they're reeling, you can be aggressive and shove it on people. Against Cleveland, when they can't complete a forward pass, you can look really good. So the quality of the defense overall this year was buoyed by some of those games where they got fat. But that group needs a lot of work, quite frankly. And the pass defense, a number of times, guys were running alone, comfortable, uncovered, relaxed, catch. What do you want to do? Check your watch, order a sandwich, make a quick cell phone call like Joe Horn, and then get upfield.
The Eagles, good Joe Horn reference, by the way, ran the same concept for like the play action deep outs to the sideline 4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
And on every single one of them, Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown was wide open. Like, I'm trying to think, was there a contested catch made down the field by an Eagles receiver? On the 4th and 5, when Brown ran past Lattimore in man coverage when he was in bump at the line of scrimmage, look, there were PBUs. Lattimore had a couple of pass breakups, had one on a slant, I think the first throw of the game. Even Sanders still had a couple of pass breakups. But I don't remember anything down the field where an Eagle was well covered on a Hurts throw that was incomplete. They couldn't hang. And honestly, they didn't even really have to step on the gas pedal late. Like, Will Shipley was in the game, whoever that is, and he was just running through holes that you could have driven a truck through. It was a tough watch toward the end. A terrible way for a memorable, wonderful season to end.
Yeah, I mean, your last taste is that
32-point loss in the division. Like, just when you hear that, that's tough, man.
I mean, so the formula for them, they deserve blame. Philly deserves credit for turning the football over. The forced fumbles are clearly a thing that they do.
Which Quinn said, by the way, after the game, I was in his presser at the link. He's like, I want to make it clear. We didn't just lose the football. Like, they punched the ball out. They made plays. They ripped the ball out from Diame. I think it was Bond with a punch.
Yep.
The punch on Eckler was perfect.
Great play. I mean, they're clearly schooled on it.
McNichols is the closest one to like a fluky, what the hell's the matter with
that was
you
just a vomit, I thought.
Kind of fumble. But for the most part, the Eagles, like the Quinion Mitchell pick, was excellent play.
So even with the turnovers, and again, Washington deserves the blame, Philly deserves the credit, etc. It's an 11-point game in the third quarter. I'm not telling you that's right where you want to be. I'm not telling you, like, you got them, right? You're there. They're in your sights. But it was still kind of, it wasn't over yet.
Was that after? That was after 2 of the fumbles, right?
Yeah,
that was before the Eckler fumble and the Jaden pick.
And so you're in the game there, right? After you score, you stopped them. You're getting the ball back at 34-23 with some momentum, having been outplayed.
Yep, you're moving the ball.
You've got a chance right there. And now we're going to remember this as a blowout, and it was. Again, Philly was going to win; they were the better team. But the point was, even with the bad, you still had this charmed life that they were living, where they're not as talented, they're not as quick, they're not as strong, they're not as fast, they can't stop Philly, they can't contend with all their different things, they probably can't really run the ball consistently, the offensive line isn't quite good enough to hold up, and yet here they are. If you drive and score right there, who the hell knows what's going to happen? And again, Philly deserves to win, they're the better team, but it's even still within the blowout, that sort of ride we were on was continuing. Right? I mean, you still sort of felt like this thing is not over just yet. Let's see what happens after a score. Then that's that's when the bad happens. That's when Eckler fumbles. And that, to me, the instant that happened, and even though a Washington player came out with the football, I actually thought it was the right call, by the way. It's something that I don't think the NFL does consistently. Clearly, within the frame of play, the Philly player is on the ball and has it. Then he's touched or whatever, and Biotish rips it away from him. To his credit, he's still hustling. A lot of times when the pileup happens, they go, whoever comes out with it has it. The Philly player had it. So I think it's the right call. It just sucks that it happened. As soon as that went down, that was the game. Like that to me was the nail in the coffin. If you go down and score right there and they were moving the ball that drive, then it's a different story. It wasn't right there. And that to me was when it ended.
Yeah, Philly scored again, back end after that takeaway to take a 41-23 lead with 12 to play. Now it's an 18-point game, a 3-possession game, and to your point, it's over. They were the only team to score after that. They would add a couple of more touchdowns in the fourth quarter. The 4 turnovers, by the way, led to 28 points in a game that you lost by 32.
Yep.
So there is theoretically the difference. Now, I will say, it's not like Philly took over at the 3-yard line every single time. 3 of those 28 points, those touchdown drives, so 21 total points, 3 sevens there, were a little shy of midfield or around midfield plus and minus territory. Average takeover around the 50. Meaning you could have held them to field goals. If that's 9 points instead of 21 on those 3 drives after those fumbles, that's a completely different ball game in and of itself. But they did not hold them to a field goal one single time. So you can't just blame the offense for the turnovers. Where is my defense in a complimentary way bailing me out once or twice? I'm playing the number 1 defense in the NFL, statistically. I'm going to turn the ball over possibly. I need you to hold the Eagles to a field goal every now and then. And by the way, the Eagles in the red zone, care to guess what they were?
100%, whatever. How many times they were there? 5, 6?
7 for 7.
7, yeah.
I've never even seen that before. 7 rushing touchdowns, by the way.
And anytime you forced you thought you stopped them on 3rd down, it was the personal foul with a hit on the sideline. It was pass interference, which I thought the pass interference certainly was the right call. I think they're both hand fighting a little bit, Lattimore and Devontae Smith. But if you're right there, cover instead of grab. But he grabbed and pass interference.
I thought
in the end
that
zone.
PI was the most obvious PI ever.
Mhm.
And it wasn't even as bad as the PI one play before that
Mhm.
when he completely interfered with Dallas Goedert and got away with it.
Yeah.
Lattimore was a massive dud in these playoffs.
Mhm.
He just didn't play well. I don't know if it's the hamstring or his health or if he's not up to speed in the defense or if it's all of it. There's 2 years left on the contract. I'd be stunned if he wasn't back because he is talented and you're under-talented at the position, but you got to call balls and strikes on this one. Marshawn Lattimore was a massive net minus for them in the playoff games against Evans and Lattimore, and Brown, but at least he also tried to fight everyone while getting beat for them.
Yeah, you may not cover, but at least you start personal feuds. I mean, to me, it's all about expectation, right? If his name was Marshawn St. Juste, we'd go, yeah, that's about right. That's what's been happening. You can't really stop anybody. You commit some penalties. Maybe you're a little bit chippy. But the billing, and part of it's not his fault, but the billing was, here's the massive improvement, here's the savior, which leads to the amount of disappointment that I think me and I know a lot of fans feel, a lot of frustration, where you're not going to stop an A.J. Brown just one-on-one. I don't think there are many guys in the league that could do that, to be frank with you, but a better showing, especially in a game like this, where for all the marbles, again, this isn't playing Carolina when they're on their way to 3 wins. It's not playing Cleveland when they can't get out of their own way. It's the NFC Championship game against some pretty marquee guys. You're supposed to be the marquee guy that steps up, and it was the opposite.
Well, I would have taken St. Juste over him, working back from the result this postseason, and he makes $18 million against the cap the next 2 years. St. Juste is making $1.1 million against the cap the last 2 years, and this year, I think right around $3 million against the cap. Not to mention, you picked St. Juste with a 3rd-round pick. You gave up a 3, a 4, and a 6 for Marshawn Lattimore. So to your point, it matters how you got him and what you gave up and what you pay a guy. They didn't have to pay him anything this year, really, but they'll make the decision, presumably, I think, to keep him around for the next couple of years. But you brought him in because he was going to take A.J. Brown away, or at least help you to shut down something. There's a bunch of faucets running when you play the Eagles.
Mhm.
The Barkley faucet, the Brown faucet, the Goddard faucet, the Smith faucet. They're loaded. He was supposed to just turn off the valve on one of those.
Or at least slow it to a drip.
And that was the one that sprayed the most water pretty much after that 60-yard Barkley run for the rest of the game. I thought Daniels was solid. I would even say good for the most part in the game. My only complaint, if I had one, I thought he was extremely low on a lot of throws around the line of scrimmage.
Left him look, a lot of running backs that had some running room, and even a couple of receivers.
Yes,
left him short. It was like he was either throwing darts or kind of aiming it a little bit, or didn't put the oomph on that he should have.
When I went back and rewatched the game, you saw it right away on the initial 3rd down to Olamide Zaccheaus, where Zacchaeus had to stop, go down on a knee, catch the ball, keep it from touching the ground, and then he barely dove forward to get a first down right at the sticks. That was a reoccurring theme. The Eckler fumble, which I'm not blaming Jaden Daniels. Eckler fumbled. He's basically diving to the ground with no one around him to catch a pass, to then stand up. As he's standing up, he gets the ball punched out. All year long, those have been pretty easy, accurate, good throws. And with ball placement, that's the beauty of Daniels is all year long that he's thrown guys kind of with momentum into space.
Incomplete one to Crowder that was short. I mean, I think there may have been one or two others as well. That was my complaint if there was one.
But I'd say he was problem number 27 on the 40 problem list. I wouldn't even say he was a problem, honestly. I don't even know if I would list it as anything other than he gave them a chance. Again, they were down 14-12, and then he didn't touch the ball again until they were down 27-12. Hard to fault your quarterback for that when he's sitting, on the bench in a coat in front of the heaters. If this was Zach Ertz's last game, Danny, dude went out on a shield. 16 targets, 11 catches, 100 yards. He was a man possessed. Doesn't really scare a defense. Can't push the ball down the field like Goddard can. Not really a weapon in that way. But that's the ultimate Zach Ertz performance. Anytime they needed anything, they were going to 86, and he was going to make the catch.
Yeah, so moments ago, apparently, he just told reporters, I see a couple tweets from the beat folks, that he intends to play. And that he and Jaden Daniels are just scratching the surface. So the Zach Ertz experience.
Deal. He's a free agent, by the way.
The Zach Ertz experience, 11 catches for 104, 16 targets. Maybe a couple of those are throwaways or into traffic. Do you remember the one, to me, this is typifies what Ertz is and how you both need him just because of what he can do, the value. You saw it yesterday, then also his limitations. So do you remember the one pass where it was just, he couldn't quite get his second arm up there, and it hit him in the hand and kind of went down to the ground? You're going, an athletic tight end, maybe Zach Ertz 3 years ago, makes that catch and is rumbling. This one can't just burst real quick and extend a little bit. Think about last week when Sam Laporta goes full horizontal and catches a pass behind him. Now, I'm not saying it's not fair to compare him to to Laporta, but you see the point I'm trying to make. They need to both upgrade, but also I think they still need that Zach Ertz type presence for those box out type plays, for those goal line when there's not much space and he's putting a defender on his back and boxing out. He was so valuable yesterday, but then you also saw, oh damn, if this was 3 years ago, Zach Ertz, you couldn't afford him, but you could really use that.
Yeah, maybe Sinnott could be Ertz.
That's my hope, is that he grows
next year, and then you go get someone who can be a downfield threat in this offense at that position, who's not on the roster. But if they bring Ertz back, it kind of boxes you in then with him and Bates, who they love as a blocker, and Sinnott. You're probably not rolling with 4 tight ends, so it's hard to imagine them having someone like a Goddard, who's more of a threat to push the ball down the field. But yeah, I have no qualms with Zach Ertz. I mean, what he did yesterday was sensational. Gave them a chance. He might have been their best player, frankly.
He was great.
But there just wasn't enough in terms of, first and foremost, protecting the football and finding ways to stop the Eagles. But let's touch the people and figure out how you guys are feeling today. Are you able to move on already to look back and say, wow, that was fun just to get there, which I'm already kind of there? Or are you in Danny's mode where you gave up 55, you got your teeth kicked in by annoying Eagles organization and their fans are chirping? So you're not ready to talk about how fun the ride was yet. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's GP. Super Bowl 59, the matchup, sadly, after yesterday, is set. 1 game, 2 teams, endless possibilities. There's no better way to make every play more than with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook's the way to go. #1 sportsbook app in America. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who will win the MVP trophy, who's going to win the coin toss, bunch of the props, FanDuel's got it all. They'll make it easy for you to place bets and feel the thrill of every single moment. Live betting all game long. You can jump into the action, adjust your bets, ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Make the Super Bowl sweeter. New customers are going to score $200 when you make your first bet. So if you're new, you get $200 in bonus bets when you make your first bet. FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet. Expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Eagles were simply too much for the Commanders in the NFC title game as Washington got beat 55-23. 4 turnovers, the team's ultimate undoing. Head coach Dan Quinn disappointed with the result. We're proud of the lessons learned.
As a first-year team that's still growing, I couldn't have been more pleased to see us play in this many close games. that's a good thing. And that's where you learn and you grow and you get your ass kicked some, and you have to learn the lessons that are meant for you in those times. And the team has. And so there'll be some lessons to take from tonight too.
Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans is officially set as Kansas City held off Buffalo 32-29. In 2 weeks, they'll lock horns with the Eagles in the Big Easy, marking the second Super Bowl meeting between these two teams in the past 3 seasons. To the Hardwood, the Wizards back in action tonight as they wrap up their 6-game West Coast roadie in Dallas, taking on the Mavericks. You can hear the game over on our sister station, the TM 980, with pregame coverage beginning at 8:15. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford of Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln, Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
We know next year's team will be different.
Yes.
What do you hope carries over in terms of process, in terms of culture, and everything that's been?
Yeah, a lot. And when you start off something, you don't tack it on at the end of the season, whether that's culture or standards, or they're closely related. And this team has created that. And so how do you take it from one space and notch it up and level it up again? But there will be a lot of standards of the way we go through things, of practice and, preparing of all that. So there's a lot to take away from it. There's playoff experience. There's a lot. I'm not there yet to have the reflection time.
I was in that press conference yesterday at the Link. Dan Quinn didn't really want to talk much about the journey or about the offseason ahead, understandably, after giving up 55 and being eliminated. But today he's going to have to answer a lot of those questions about some of the plans moving forward. And he's talking at 5, and we'll have that press conference live right here on Grant and Danny coming up in about 2.5 hours. Adam Peters is also going to take part in that presser and talk about some of their plans, who may come back, who may not. So we'll be diving deep into that coming up at 5 o'clock, which means our normal appointment with Jay is moved. Jay Gruden's on every Monday at 5. Today he's going to be on at 4:30 so that we can listen into that presser live. So we'll be busy with Jay Gruden 2 hours from now, and then those pressers with Peters and Quinn at about 5 o'clock on Grant and Danny. For me, as we welcome people back into G&D, Danny, I understand that they got exposed yesterday as being hotter than they were good, and that the game, losing by over 30, was indicative of them not being on the same level as the Eagles from a talent standpoint. Giving up 55 is embarrassing, but I can't really find any embarrassment. It is shameful to have allowed more points than any team ever has in a championship game. And yet I don't have any shame today.
Yeah, I'd be embarrassed to give up 55 points in week 4, not in the NFC title game. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot less embarrassing to me.
I acknowledge it's a bad loss. It's a crappy performance. It's a dud. But I'd rather have gone on the unlikely ride to accidentally play in the game, which is basically what happened, and have to cope with how they played. So I don't really have much shame or even sadness today. There's some of that in terms of the disappointment that these opportunities are so rare and you've got to take advantage, and they didn't. But I'm on to the next, man. I mean, this was a tremendous year. They got the franchise quarterback they've been looking for. Let's rock and roll this offseason and try to get back to the postseason next year.
So my angle on it is I can fully write down my notes, all the different positive things, and you echo them. They're facts. That's correct. That's what happened. It was a wonderful ride. Mostly for me, it's because it was Philadelphia. If the Rams had won the game the week before and they lost to the Rams, I'd be bummed. It's a bummer to lose the NFC title game that close to a Super Bowl berth to make history. But it's because it's them, and it's because it's those fans and that place and that song and they're the ones that set the record, and Saquon and all the sideline laughter and all the different shots, and Tom Brady feels like he's rooting for good execution for the Eagles down the stretch, and all the different weird calls, things I've never seen. Like, if you jump off sides again, we'll award them a touchdown when they're doing hard counts and stuff. Everything about it, it's so despicable, and I hate the Eagles so much. That's where my upset comes from. I'll be able to turn the page at some point this week, maybe a day or two from now, and we could talk about all the positives, which are correct. And I was there too, and I was echoing those, and I'm singing everyone's praises. But I think it's because it's them, and that's how it happened.
And we'll get to the phones. I want to hear from you guys on this at 800-636-1067 in just a moment. Just a couple of anecdotes from being at the stadium yesterday. I do want to say that I just think this organization is in such good hands overall. Watching the celebrations and the parties of the last couple of weeks on the road, where celebrities are coming out of the woodwork to, be in the locker room, and everyone is basically screaming and overjoyed and hugging and high-fiving, and there's happy tears, and it's just been this raucous and unbelievable environment. As you can imagine, yesterday after your season ends, and you were very confident going into the game, and then you get humbled a little bit, it was silent. I mean, it was one of the quietest, most downtrodden locker rooms I've ever been in. But every single player going into the locker room, off the field, coming through the tunnel, was greeted by Mitch Rales and Mark Hine, two of the minority owners, and got big hugs. And then they got inside the doors, and we could see Josh Harris was waiting inside the locker room, giving him a big hug. And Adam Peters would either shake their hand or do the bro hug thing or put his hand on their shoulder and kind of address each guy individually. Every one of them as they went into the locker room.
Yeah.
I just thought that was such a telling image of the way that the people at the top treat the players in this organization. And even Dan Quinn made it very clear in the press conference, because he was basically getting led. You can imagine 7, 8, 9 different ways. Hey, talk about how amazing this year was. Talk about how, you guys are going to be back here. This is the beginning, not the end. Give us the quote about how you're going to win the Super Bowl next year. That kind of stuff. I'm overstating it.
No, but that's what everyone wants.
Exactly.
That's the quote, yeah.
And he just wouldn't play ball. And he basically said, and I love this, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but he said, I'm not going to go into that locker room and tell all those guys we're going to be back here and we're going to win this thing, because not everyone will be. And it's not fair to them. This locker room will never be the same. This brotherhood, as he calls it, all of these guys together are never going to be in this room. So let's acknowledge the work they put in this year. Let's tell them thank you. We're not going to talk about being back here. We're not going to talk about the next time we're going to finish, because it's not fair to the guy who's retiring or the guy whose contract is up. And I kind of loved that angle too. But you could tell just the leadership. I mean, Terry McLaurin was going stall to stall when I was in the locker room and just hugging each guy and having this nose to nose whisper, really powerful, clearly lifting some guys up that he felt like needed it, conversation with a bunch of dudes. And I just think they're in such a good place from a leadership standpoint and with some of the people that are the most influential in that building right now. And I thought that was on display.
Yeah, the ownership part of it, especially. I didn't know about the Harris thing, which you saw. There was plenty of video, of course, of Hine and Rails shaking everybody's hand. Not in a I'm pissed off, how dare you kind of way. You think some of the tyrants of years past. Genuine appreciation type way. We know did what you dudes got together starting in the springtime and did everything that was ever asked of you at every time, at every instance, to make it this far is remarkable. And that was a genuine thank you and heartfelt.
Mark's in Haymarket on Grant and Danny. How you feeling after a real tough loss, Mark?
Hey man, I agree with you, Grant. I'm kind of at peace with this, even it's only been less than 24 hours. All the cliches. They've been playing with house money. It's a Cinderella story. They didn't complete the job, but yeah, you got to be excited about the future and what they did this season. I told Screener, I ran a sporting store in Fairfax 20 years ago, and I equate this to the George Mason Final Four run of 2005, 2006, where nobody expected them to go through, Carolina, Connecticut, Michigan State, and all that. So, I'm at peace with it. I love what they did. And that's just kind of like the analogy that I came to last night.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
The difference I would say is you knew as soon as that run ended, Mason was probably not going back to the Final Four anytime in the near future and maybe ever again. Like that's a once in a generation kind of thing. In this case, there's no reason Washington can't be a mainstay in games like yesterday's for many, many years to come. It's hard to get there every year. Nobody should expect that unless you're the Chiefs and you've been to 7 in a row and you're going to the Super Bowl for the 5th time
Again.
in 6 years. But there's no reason they can't be in the playoffs 7 straight years. They can't be in the NFC Championship game 3 times in 5 or 6 years or something like that. If Jaden Daniels is what it appears like he might be. 800-636-1067. How long will it take you? I'll use his phrase to make peace with what happened yesterday. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've been talking a lot about the Commanders today, as you'd expect after yesterday's NFC Championship game. There's another team in town that is playing at a championship level, and that's the Washington Capitals. Breaking news from the ice, their terrific goaltender, Logan Thompson, has agreed on a 6-year extension with the Capitals. Thompson, 27 games played this season, just 2 losses without a point, has points in 25 of 27 contests, number 2 in the NHL with a 2.09 goal against average, 925 save percentage. He's been excellent in his first year in Washington. The 27-year-old getting a 6-year extension, $5.85 million per year for Logan Thompson with the Capitals. That breaking news into 106.7 The Fan. Elliot Friedman was on it first, but we can confirm the brand new contract for Logan Thompson with the Capitals. He's been marvelous.
Beyond marvelous. He has been sensational. It's made Charlie Lindgren, who's been fine, even pretty good, look like their backup goalie, quite frankly, over the course of this year. And again, Lindgren's been good.
Yeah, he's been above average from an NHL starting goalie standpoint, and he's definitively the second best goalie they have.
I mean, Thompson has been filthy. So he's left-handed, so he's got that right-handed catching glove. He is sensational, man. Moves the puck well. I am a Thompson guy.
Yeah, Capitals going to do some heavy lifting on this program in the weeks ahead for sure. But lines are loaded. People want to talk about how they're feeling after yesterday's NFC Championship game loss for the Commanders. The question for you guys is, have you made peace with the 32-point setback after a run that nobody saw coming? Pretty jarring way for it all to end in embarrassing fashion yesterday in Philly. Let's go to Mike in Gaithersburg. What's up, Mike?
Yes, sir. I saw it it was a great game. That was the closest blowout I've ever seen. You know what I mean? That was the most entertaining because, like you said, it was so close for a minute to play here or there. And it just shows you what championship football is all about. The NFC is back because I don't know if you're old enough to remember this, but the Super Bowl always went through the NFC East.
Thanks, buddy. So I'll disagree with you kind of categorically on how close the game was. I mean, Washington midway through the third was being doubled up 34-15. I will agree to some extent that it always felt a little closer than it was. Like you mentioned earlier, they got to within 11 and they had the ball and it felt like if they could go score, it's anybody's game. And when you think about it, being down 11 on the road is a lot. I mean,
Yes.
that's not nothing. Early fourth quarter, they're down 41-23. So this idea that it was like, it was this close, I just don't subscribe to that. Having said that, what I liked about his call is I think it was a nice litmus test and just an opportunity for us to see, here's where you need more. The Eagles at most positions are a lot better. My thing going into the game was, I don't think Jalen Hurts is healthy. And if he's not healthy and he can't play his A game, then Washington probably wins this football game. Well, he ended up either being or looking healthy and playing really well. And the one thing they had to do with Barkley was not allow him to score any home runs. And he hit one.
And he did that.
So if you take the home run away and then you take some Hurts excellence away, and now you don't turn the ball over 4 times, you got a football game. That's a lot of ifs and buts and candies and nuts. You just aren't as good as them, and you're not supposed to be right now.
Right. I mean, quite frankly, outside of quarterback, because I'll take Jaden Daniels every day and twice on Sunday, please and thank you. There aren't many positions where I would take the Washington guy if you line him up with his Philadelphia counterpart. And that's kind of the point here. Ross Tucker said this, and he covers the Eagles, in addition to his national responsibilities. And he's been making this case for months now that the Eagles have the most talented roster in the NFL, top to bottom. When you look at offensive line, defensive line, cornerbacks, how their linebackers have played in this system. Vic Fangio is as good a defensive coordinator as anybody, giving people fits all year long. So, yeah, that's what a disparity. You got to be perfect. You miss location one time, to use a pitching analogy. Every one of those guys can hit it out of the park, and they showed you that.
I had lunch with Ross in Philly yesterday. He was telling many a good Steve Spurrier story over our ham and potatoes.
That's great.
I will tell you. He's a fun guy. Let's go to Reese in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny. What's up, Reese?
I'm over yesterday, okay? We had a great year. We laid an egg. I can't believe it. The first play with Barkley, we've got our best middle linebacker really makes the tackle and he gets knocked out by his own player. Okay, let's fast forward to the NFL draft. We got $90 million in cap space in there. I think we can do pretty good there. Free agents want to come to Washington to play for us. That didn't happen, Dan Snyder. Rat face. I think we're going to do pretty good there. We might have Jaden Daniels for 12 to 15 years. He might take us a couple Super Bowls, okay? We're going to be fine. Look at the combines we got next year. I want to hear Mr. Peters at 5 o'clock. I think they know what they're going to do.
Yeah, you'll hear him right here on the
Appreciate
Fan.
you, buddy.
His press conference to end the season with Dan Quinn is at 5, about 2 hours from now, and we're going to carry it live. So make sure you're listening then. He makes a really good point about something, though. Look, they got a lot of money to spend. They're never going to spend all their money. We saw that with this group. They didn't really want to do that this offseason either, and it worked out, and they're probably feeling emboldened and empowered to not be overly aggressive and go spend on marquee stars or something. That's fine. They seem smart enough. They know what they're doing. They should get all the benefit of the doubt on all their decisions because they did have a high enough batting average, and this year went the way that it did. But what he said that's really interesting to me is players are going to want to come here. I agree with that. I think this is now a destination organization in a way that they have not been in a long time because they've got the cool kid at quarterback that everybody either doesn't know but loves from afar or has interacted with and loves in Jaden Daniels, because they've got a GM who's a player-friendly guy, because they've got an ownership group who is beloved by these players. They're going to put out that word all over the league. This is absolutely, for the first time in a long, long time, Huey, a place where people are going to want to sign and come.
Yeah, it's how you get Bobby Wagner. You know what I mean? Like the veteran who could sign anywhere for not that much money gets to pick and choose, right? He's a gold jacket. The instant he's eligible, he's going in. So he's not the same guy as he was 5-6 years ago. Very few people are at this age. But the point is, you get that guy. So it's not the highest bidder. You go get Tyreek Hill or T. Higgins or whatever, the $30 million contract for some massive weapon difference maker. It's the incredible value, whatever, kind of the middle class free agent, so to speak. That's more valuable to you maybe than to some second division club. That guy's going to default to you now, which is emblematic of how important this culture change is.
Jay Gruden's on the show at 4:30. The Quinn and Peters presser at 5 right here on Grant and Danny. Next, what did we think of Jaden Daniels' first championship Sunday performance? And why wasn't Terry McLaurin more a factor in the football game? You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Liddell Willingham, and here's what's happening. Turnovers and a poor defensive effort, the cocktail that ends the magical 2024 Commanders season as they fell to the Eagles 55-23 in the NFC title game. Commanders running back Austin Eckler keeping it real post-game as to why the team came up short.
Yeah, so it's, that's why we've been saying it all year, ball's life, because it holds true. And unfortunately tonight for us, we weren't able to take care of the ball, and they were. So that's why, the score ended up being it the way it was.
Elsewhere in the NFL, the coaching carousel continues to spin. Only one head coach opening remains, and that's in New Orleans. But according to Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, the Saints plan to fly to Philadelphia this afternoon to conduct an in-person interview with Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore. It would be Moore's second interview with the club. AP Men's College Basketball Top 25 poll released Auburn, a unanimous choice for the top spot for the second consecutive week. Duke, Iowa State, Alabama, and Florida round out your top 5. The NHL trade machine working overtime as the New York Islanders made another addition to their blue line today, acquiring 26-year-old defenseman Scott Perunovich from the St. Louis Blues in exchange for a conditional 5th-round pick in the 2026 draft. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Going quick here. Daniels looking to keep it. Daniels, great move on his feet and in for the touchdown. Oh, what a move.
At 5 o'clock, you'll hear from Dan Quinn and Adam Peters with their first comments. End of the season, looking ahead to the offseason. A lot of big decisions because remember, Washington signed a ton of veteran one-year contracts. This roster was completely rebuilt. It was the biggest turnover of a roster in the league this year, year over year. And a lot of the guys that came in here that were instrumental this season, Jeremy Chin at safety, Dante Fowler at defensive end, Zach Ertz at tight end, just to name a few, were signed to one-year contracts. So you add that pile of players to a list of the incumbents that are on expiring deals, and we'll go through some of the names later in the show. They've got a ton of decisions to make on their own pending free agents.
Certainly do. And then when you go down the list of guys that aren't necessarily free agents to be, but could be moved as well because of their contract situations, or could be somebody that another team says, hey, we really like that guy, if he's not necessarily part of their long-term plan. So there are tons of decisions to be made, and there's a balance that has to be struck, right? This group was not in the NFC title game because of their talent. They were because it was the right group. And that was always the hallmark of the old then Redskins teams with Gibbs and company. They were more talented teams around a lot of times, but these were the right players.
Chemistry.
And I know it sounds so cliche and you kind of roll your eyes at it like it's a Disney movie about football, but there's something to that, right? Where you want talented players, obviously, but you got to make sure everyone's pulling the rope in the same direction. And if you can fold someone into your culture, I hope they're more talented than the guy that they're replacing, but you never know.
Yeah, I know for a fact that they will never have a team around Jaden Daniels with as little talent as this one in this iteration because of the money they have and the picks that they have and the front office acumen that Adam Peters and Lance Newmark have. I know that. What I don't know is, will they be able to recreate the brotherhood, the chemistry, the uniqueness of the locker room, which is arguably as, or maybe just a little less significant and important than the talent. That's going to be the challenge, clearly, this offseason. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. As we welcome you back on Grant and Danny, they will help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, and you will get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. What did you think of Daniels in his first championship game action?
Solid, if unspectacular. The bar that he set was frankly outrageous, and not just for a rookie, for anybody. Like basically, hey, There's not that much going on here. Could you just be a superhero?
Yeah, he came in the best player in the playoffs. Hockey has an award called the Conn Smythe. It goes to the guy that was the most dominant player in a postseason run. And Jaden Daniels was in the driver's seat for the Conn Smythe in the NFL. And he was not head and shoulders the best player on the field, which he was in Detroit, I thought. And you could probably make that case for Tampa, although I'm sure I'm forgetting something along the way for from the Bucks. But like, he was the best player on the field probably in both games. I didn't think that was the case yesterday.
No. And, you always wonder, right? You need someone that really, really knows what the play call was, what the assignment was, or whatever. Some of the sacks or some of the pressures that he faced. Was there somebody there if he was totally on time? Was it that he saw instantly that Allegretti got beat? Or was it, some truth somewhere in between? Was the drop supposed to be 5 and then he ended up going 7 and then he escaped or whatever? I get the sense, though, in general, I sort of default to him being right more often than not, based on the deposits he's put in the bank. I don't know, for 90-some% of this year. I get the sense when he was scrambling, looking downfield, running to his right, hoping and praying that somebody would come open, that nobody was. I just think Philadelphia is really good, especially at plastering the guys, covering one-on-one, limiting things. I think they guessed right an awful lot of some of the pass concepts and different stuff. Because I think Vic Fangio is great at this, quite frankly. And you don't have a guy like A.J. Brown that can just go, even if I'm covered, I'm going to uncover in a matter of seconds. It's not really who they are. So, to me, I thought he was good. I don't think it was that they lost because Jaden Daniels wasn't good. I don't think that's the case at all.
No, definitely not. He gave them a chance in the game. I think I thought he was terrific on the first drive, mostly. They went on that 17-play drive. They picked up some 3rd and 4th downs, the little out routes and things to the sideline to get to the sticks. I thought for the most part, ball placement on that drive was really sharp, and he scrambled a couple of times.
A touchdown run was filth.
Well, that was much later. I'm just talking about the first drive.
Yeah, sure.
But I thought it was really good. I hated that they kicked the field goal when they did. Hated is strong, but they'd gone for 2 4th downs. They had a 4th and 3 and chip shot field goal range. I would have gone one more time. They kicked. That's fine. Whatever. Kind of went against what they'd done, not only on that drive, but all postseason long. But I thought he was really good to start. And then I thought the rest of the first half, down the field, he got a little bit lucky. Like he overshot Terry McLaurin at one point. Him and McLaurin weren't on the same page a couple times. But overall, I would just say he was solid. If you wanted to say he was good, no problem with that. As you said, the touchdown run was sexy. Like that was awesome play.
That was just nasty.
I kind of could see around me in the crowd. I was in the press box, but like it was kind of one of those like high pitched Chris Berman like whoop plays. But the reaction of the Eagles fans was like shaking their head and laughing and looking at each other like, oh, that's what we've been hearing about all week.
Oh, I see. That's why he's uncheckable. Yeah, the 3 guys that all went, like the world's greatest Allen Iverson crossover. It sent 3 defenders reeling and flying away. Cuts back 2 different times, sort of like jukes inside, then kind of goes back towards the. You just go, okay, that guy's more talented than everybody.
Daniels' only touchdown pass was the 36-yarder to McLaurin, which was a perfectly thrown slant.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a 4 or 5 yard slant or whatever that McLaurin ran through a tackle of an all-pro linebacker, then beat a guy with speed on an angle to the end zone and ran away from Slay inside the 5 as he was trying to make a tackle. That was a tremendous effort.
Yes, it was.
By Terry McLaurin. But he was not involved enough. He ended up being targeted 7 times. It was one of those where like a few of those targets are what I'm talking about where you throw the ball 20 yards too far, and he
the interception was just to go try to make a play. Yeah.
Exactly. There's a couple balls out of bounds that go as targets. In terms of like actual throws to him in the confines of the offense in the middle of the field or whatever, or on slants or stuff where he could actually catch it, there might have been 4, 5 tops. And after the touchdown, it was forever until he was back involved. I did not understand that. And I know we're broken records on this show, but forgive us for being correct. Like there should just never be more than a couple of drives, Danny, because it's not like they were going 3 and out. It's not like they were punting a whole bunch. There should just never be 15, 18, 20 snaps, 6, 7, 8, 10 throws where you're not in some way looking his way. And he was just kind of a non-factor for a couple of quarters.
So 3 of his 4 lowest productive games of the season, outside of like kind of the early season. So over the last like 3 or 4 months, all against Philadelphia. The Atlanta game where he went 1 for 7, 7 targets, 1 reception for 5 yards. You don't care about that because they scored 30 points. That's never my issue. You score points, you move the football. I don't give a damn who's got it. But when you're struggling on offense, it's the type of thing I couldn't stand. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't get McLaurin going or try to desperately above all and anything else as your offense isn't moving the football.
The other game in Philly in the middle of November,
1 for 10.
And they only threw it to him twice.
Yeah.
If you remember, they didn't even try to throw it to him. Now, that game was a bad enough offensive game that they were out of rhythm. They didn't run a lot of plays, if I remember. There were some 3-and-outs. They weren't really in sync. So some of that is a factor. But every single game, when I got back to my desk at 2 a.m. and flipped on the film for the first time if I'm Kingsbury, one of my first questions is, did I try my best to involve Terry McLaurin? And you can't say yes after that game.
No.
And I think after this game, you can't say yes. Now, he might say, to your point, well, the Eagles do this thing where they bracket the coverage his way and they dare us to throw it to other people. So Ertz goes 11 for 100 or so Diami gets looks. And if that's the case, that's fine, but someone else then has to eat. Ertz did. Nobody else did.
Yeah, and if I'm Philadelphia, I'll go, yep, let me sign up for that every time.
Exactly.
There's nothing dynamic there.
It's also easy to take him out of the game if I'm lining him up in the same spot and not putting him in motion and not getting him in stacks, which has kind of always been one of the knocks with this offense anyway. But, Diami Brown, 3 for 42, had a 24-yard catch, but of course did fumble in the game. Zacchaeus, everything he caught was early and around the line of scrimmage. Like, someone else then has to be open. If you're telling me they're making such a concerted effort against McLaurin, fine, but then you've got to feed the ball elsewhere.
Yeah, there's, and I think Mitchell is outstanding for them. I think he's a great matchup for Terry McLaurin for whatever reason. I don't know what physical attributes or mental capacity he has, but he does a really good job when he covers McLaurin one-on-one.
In Landover, Terry beat him a bunch. I want to say it was only like a 5 or 6 catch game for 70 yards and a touchdown.
The one long touchdown, 5 for 60 and a tutty.
Yeah, but that was the only time they've really thrown to him against the Eagles, and he kind of gave Mitchell all he could handle. I almost think that it's operator error a little bit, but I guess we'll never know, to quote ancient philosopher Kanye West.
Indeed. Yeah, to me, I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I think, again, I give a lot of credit to Vic Fangio, Philly's defense. It's really good. They've turned in good work all year. It's not just they only play well against Washington. They played well against damn near everybody.
They ranked number 1.
Yeah, over the course of the year. I also do think there is something to the idea, though, that there's not enough of the humility is not the right word because it sounds like I'm being very critical of Kingsbury, but we can't just do what we do because that's been good enough to get us the NFC title game. We're dancing with the one that brought us. We're playing our way. There's got to be some acknowledgement here, some deference to the opponent where I go, you know what? The normal way isn't getting McLaurin going enough. His touchdown catch, by the way, a slant when he was on the right side going up against Darius Slay, not the left side. So if I need him to be on the right side, let's just flip every formation, every alignment or whatever until they do something about it. Or as you said, stack, motion. Where's my pop pass to McLaurin? Why is it only reserved for, Diami Brown once a game or Lamadou Zacchaeus once a game or Crowder? Let's do that. Something else to get him more involved.
Let's hit the phones, 800-636-1067. Bill's listening on the Odyssey app in Pennsylvania. What's up, brother?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey,
tough day today here in Pennsylvania. I'm going to flush this game as quick as I can. I'm getting ready to go pick up my son off the bus. It's a little tough for him, but I just told him to keep his chin up. We have a good team looking towards the future, and things will be okay. But looking towards the future, my point really is I hope that Adam Peters and crew really look to, beat, scheme, and just bring in players to beat Philly. We can't go on the road as a wild card each year if we're going to make the playoffs without a home game. I really think that the 4 games on the road, when I saw Saquon go to the house on the first, I thought they were tired. I just thought that the game, they looked a little slow. The passes were low. 4 games on the road, I think the attrition was just too much.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, dude.
I actually think that's an awesome point. It's not something I really thought of, but it's so true. You got to win the division.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be living on the road in the playoffs. It's too hard. We talked about the path that they had to go on to get to the AFC Championship game for the Chiefs. All you had to do was beat the Texans at home. For Washington, you had to go to Tampa and win a toss-up game against a damn good team. Then you had to go to Detroit and win a game where you were massive underdogs against a great team. And then to get to the Super Bowl, you had the last boss at the level, which was the arguably the best team in the conference all year long in Philly on the road. Again, the most talented team. His point is you got to win your division. So to do that, who do you have to worry about? You got to worry about the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants could get right. Who knows? If they draft Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado and he's a star and he gives you the Jaden Daniels renaissance where you found your guy, maybe they're good in a couple of years. But right now it feels like they're a long ways away. And maybe they fire their GM and their head coach after next season and they're starting all over again. Now, the Cowboys just hired a guy to be their head coach, who's not even a particularly good offensive coordinator. And it doesn't make a lot of sense. And it's a very odd hiring. And Jerry Jones seems like a bit of a wackadoo who's losing his way. I wouldn't want to be a Cowboys fan with that press conference happening today. But you got Dak Prescott and you got some talent. So they're going to be in the mix a little over 500. But the team you really got to worry about, to be the best, you got to beat the best, is the Philadelphia Eagles. So how do you do that? How do you build your team? You need more corners. You need more pass rushers. You need someone who could set the edge defensively to stop Saquon Barkley in the outside run game. You need
someone going down the field on offense,
right?
Scare you a little bit.
Probably another receiver to take some pressure off Terry McLaurin. You need a tight end who can probably stretch the field vertically. You need a running back with some speed. I mean, you're not going to get all of these things, but these are just all of the options. It's like a grocery list. I don't need you to buy me everything, but these are the things that I eat. So bring back enough for this week's dinners, so to speak. And he's right. I mean, if you're going to go into the playoffs every year and have to go through Philly and through Detroit, or maybe next year it's not Detroit and maybe it's Green Bay, like that's fun in January. It's just too hard. You got to win your division. It's the first goal every single year that teams have. In fact, I asked Dan Quinn last night, talking to him after the game in the presser, about like what lesson he kind of learned during this run. And his point was that we want to do this at home. That's literally what he said. That was the first thing he said.
Yeah.
The code word for let's win our division. Let's be higher seated so we're not going to Detroit, which was a powder keg, and going to Philly, which was, I mean, right before kickoff, you know what? I had chills. And all I could think about was you leaning. I'm like, God, I wish Danny was here, because you would have leaned over and said the thing to me. But the Rocky thing they do right before kickoff. If you thought it was cool on that Monday night, bro, it would, like, that was a 7. Yesterday was a 10 with the playoff towels and everyone been, I walked out of my hotel to go over to the game at like 10. Russell was supposed to be at my hotel 45 minutes before he was, because he ended up getting lost and ending up in Camden, New Jersey.
This is Chris Russell did that?
Long story, but he took the wrong bridge and he was in Camden, New Jersey. Yeah. But anyway, that was around 10:30 in the morning yesterday. Everyone downtown at Center City, whatever it's called, rocking green, wearing their bird stuff. Like, it was just all day long a party. By the time that game kicked off, the place was just going bananas. You don't want to be there.
No.
You want your home cooking with, refs having to make the announcement to your 70,000 fans. Let's go to Gibbs in Connecticut. Thanks for all you did in the 80s and 90s, Gibbs.
Yeah, anytime. What's up, guys? How you doing? First off, I just want to give a thanks to you guys for doing this show. During the year, this was just a great listen every day, and I really enjoyed it. And I'm excited for the national season to hear what you guys got to say for all that. But as for the game, you can't blame the officiating when you have 4 turnovers, so I don't even want to say anything about that. But Sean Hockley, the official, he's a little suspect with some of the calls, and Philly's undefeated with him officiating, but that's not the point. The point is Adam Peters, I love the brotherhood, but he has to be heartless in the offseason, and I'm sure he will. He has this job for a reason. He can't be sticking around with Jeremy McNichols, Alameda Zacchaeus, love them, but he has to go out and get some real talent. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. This, by the way, is the part that's really hard. You get paid a lot of money to make these kinds of decisions, but I actually think Gibbs, again, an excellent head coach, an underrated head coach, if I may, and also a good caller from Connecticut.
And also a really good NASCAR owner.
Yeah, he's good at everything. I think he's 100% right. It's just one of those things that you have to do where you go, the guy that that I'm effusive in praise, and you get to know their families, whatever, you got to upgrade for some of those guys. Like, when everything's on the line, with all due respect, I can't have it be Jeremy McNichols. That kills me. If Terry McLaurin drops a pass, I'll live with that. 1,100 yards and 14 touchdowns. I can. It's going to stink, but I can live with it. I can't have a dude that nobody else wanted. It come down to that. That makes sense. Like, I need a massive talent upgrade, and now you got to start looking people in the eye that did everything you've ever asked them to do to tell them thanks, but no thanks.
How mad's our boss going to be when he finds out Joe Gibbs called in? We only had him on for 45 seconds, and we didn't ask him any follow-ups.
Yeah, he just hung up and left. He's busy.
He's going to be our boss is going to be very upset.
He'll be
We're going to get called into his office today. Yeah, they got to add talent. They're an under-talented team that was exceptional at the quarterback position, where Daniels played at a top 5-ish level most of the season, and certainly down the stretch as an elite player. And they got hot more so than they were good. But that is the beauty of a new offseason with a lot of money to burn and a draft class that they'll add to. And by the way, nobody's a bigger Adam Peters fan than I am around these parts. They got to get more out of their draft class next year, I would tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Mikey Sanders was excellent. Jaden Daniels was phenomenal. Greatest rookie season ever, perhaps. But otherwise, I mean, Luke McCaffrey returned some kicks for you in the playoffs. Johnny Newton, luckily, was there when you needed him to be because Allen was hurt and Payne was hurt. But as much as he helped and did some dirty work in the interior, had a Sheldon Day kind of level impact for the most part. Like, they need more guys on the field. You can't have someone that you're drafting at 53 or whatever Ben Sinnott was last year that just, other than the fake punt, like, was nowhere to be found for 10 weeks.
Totally right.
They need more out of next year's class if they're going to replicate this, because you're not jumping up. Everybody's giving you their best shot. Everyone's saying we're playing a 14-win Washington team this week. By the way, your schedule is brutal. You're going from a last-place schedule to a second-place schedule, and you're playing a couple of the toughest divisions in the NFL. So everyone's just got to be that much better to sustain this, not to improve. That's just to sustain.
Yeah, to get back to this game, you got to have a lot more going.
I want to talk about Marshawn Lattimore because I got a bad taste in my mouth about how he played and one of the answers he gave in the locker room. It's not warm and fuzzy like it is with almost every other player on this team. We'll get into that next on G&D.
Brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team of Keller Williams Realty. It is locker room cleanout day in Ashburn as the Commanders look to pick up the pieces after their 55-23 loss to Philly Sunday in the NFC Championship. A lot of questions face this team as they enter a pivotal offseason. Tight end Zach Ertz says despite his age, he's down for another ride in D.C.
I don't know what the future holds. I still want to play football next year, so that I just want to make that clear that I'm not retiring. Just because I had so much fun this year. I feel rejuvenated. I feel young. This is the most amount of games I played in the season at 34. And I felt like I played good football this year. So for me, it's just figuring out everything going forward, and they know how I feel about this place. So, yeah.
Keep it locked on the Fan all day for the latest from Locker Cleanout Day in Ashburn, and be listening at 5 o'clock to hear head coach Dan Quinn and general manager Adam Peters give their end-of-season address. To the ice, according to Bailey Johnson of the Washington Post, the Capitals and goaltender Logan Thompson have agreed to terms on a 6-year, $35 million extension. The 27-year-old tender was scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent this summer, but Washington keeping him in the fold, and for good reason. He's got the third-best save percentage right now in all of the National Hockey League. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. This is the Fan, our double play in 15 minutes. Jay Gruden today at 4:30. We'll ask him to dive into the X's and O's after watching the tape of yesterday's loss and 55 points allowed to the Eagles. 5 o'clock, you just heard Linnell mention it. Dan Quinn, Adam Peters, end of season press conference. We'll have it live right here on the Fan. Speaking of which, thanks to Linnell for getting us up to date every 30. In studio with us here today, Darius, Ryan, Chris on the production, a crew of many making it all work on G&D. I wanted to get into Marshawn Lattimore really quick before we get back to the phones. Lattimore either did not play or played poorly in almost every game since he got here. He was not targeted at all in his return to New Orleans, which was his first game, if you remember. He basically just stayed on the right side of the defensive formation over by us because we were watching him very closely in-house at the Superdome, where the Super Bowl will be next weekend. And then there was another game when he wasn't really targeted at all either, and that was in the Detroit game. But when teams went after him with Mike Evans in the Tampa contest, and then yesterday with A.J. Brown, or in the regular season when he went head-to-head with A.J. Brown and got toasted for 80 yards and then another 70 and 3 PI penalties, it was downright ugly. I'm assuming he's not completely healthy. I'm assuming he's not up to speed in the defense. I'm banking on, with 2 years and $36 million, 18 per his cap numbers left on his deal, and presumably that he'll be back next year and the year after as a guy they gave up a third, a fourth, and a sixth to go get. I'm banking on him getting healthier and being much better. But Danny, not only did he struggle immensely, did he get beat like a drum, he was also kind of I don't want to say a malcontent, but he got into his fights on the field with Evans, and he's getting flagged, 15-yard penalties for going at it with wide receivers. Like, nothing about the situation was good, and I just don't have positive feelings toward him because there aren't deposits. Whereas with most of these guys, there's a lot of deposits and a couple withdrawals, and I can kind of say, that was a fun year. I like that guy. There's a likability factor. With Marshawn Lattimore, he's got a lot of work to do to work his way into my good graces.
I think that's very well put. Now, just to rewind a little bit, I get why you make the trade. It's a swing I would have taken too.
I loved the trade.
It made a lot of sense. So it's not a criticism there of the move, but I think early on, maybe a couple of people were going, are we sure this was worth it? You go, it's a little bit premature. I'll tell you where I'm leaning right now is that it's not going to work out. Now, he could certainly change course, whether it's a health thing and he'll come back and be maybe a step faster. Because to me, it looks like the big issue, he's got feistiness, he's got the physicality. He can't run with people. I think that's the big deal. Now, whether that's going to go away if the hamstring is 100%, and who knows if he's going to be 100%, if he's riding the Curtis Samuel Memorial treadmill bike or whatever, But to me, the speed is the issue. He can't run with people. He's physical. He can punch. He can do all those other kind of things. But if someone's running, he can't run as fast as they can.
Is that the hamstring or is that the Lattimore now?
It's what I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's the question. So, you know, as you said, people are going to say, well, he got his helmet taken off. The penalty should have been on someone else. I need you not involved in that kind of stuff. There's too much at stake. I don't have time for your thing. Your thing, secondary to our thing.
Well, I have time for your thing if you're whooping someone's ass in your matchup. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or even if it's like 50-50. If you're making plays, if you've got a pick, if they're off the field because you're breaking up third down passes, now you can get into your Josh Norman, Odell Beckham Jr. scraps because you're in a guy's head. When you're having your lunch taken from you over and over and over again, now your thing annoys me. Now your little spat looks embarrassing. It looks like you're getting sunned and you're trying to get even after the whistle. Like it just, I'm sorry, it looks like you are, well, I won't even say what it looks like. You're embarrassing yourself to me when it's like you're giving up all the catches, all the yards, all the flags are on you. And also now you're getting into a fight.
And now you got in a fight.
This was the thing that annoyed me most yesterday, though, actually. More than the game, more than the 2 penalties for 31 yards in succession at the end of the half meltdown. This answer. Tell me if I'm off base here, but this was Lattimore in the locker room after the game.
A little bit, but what kind of sticks out to you in terms of the difference in the outcome here?
Just the turnovers, you know what I'm saying? We can't win if they +3 on the turnover margin like that. And that's really it, you know. I feel like we played hard, offense, defense, special teams, but just the turnover, you know, that's the difference in the game.
I have to ask about the discoveries with A.J. Brown. What did you take away from that?
You said, well, I take away from what?
The sort of fight, I guess, with A.J. Brown. I mean,
I want to know. Yeah, what it is.
So nothing about that interaction there or those answers worked for me. Again, you have the right to disagree with me, and I'm curious to see if anybody does. I need the defensive player, when they're asked basically what went wrong today, to not point out that the offense turned the ball over 3 times, which, by the way, it was 4. He was referencing the fumbles that led to 21 points the other way. And I know it's just a football thing, like a head coach would say, you can't turn the ball over 3 times and win. Austin Eckler should say that. He fumbled. And he did, by the way. The reason we lost was we turned the ball over. Ball is life. And we lost our life in the playoffs because we lost the ball. That's fine. The cornerback, who's a part of a defense that gave up 460 yards, that couldn't tackle, not him specifically, but just the team all game, that gave up 7 yards per play, that gave up 230 net rushing, that couldn't defend Brown or Goddard or Devontae Smith, that made Jalen Hurts too comfortable in the pocket. Like, I'd like you to address the defensive side of the ball when someone says, why did you lose? When you talk about turning the ball over 3 times and being -3, you're talking about losing the football. Now, maybe he meant we didn't generate takeaways and we were -3 because we needed to get turnovers, but that's not what he said. So I think it's up to you to kind of just, when you're getting asked that after the game, the offense blames themselves. Plenty of blame to go around, by the way. And the defense, so easy to blame yourself. You just gave up 55 points. I'm still waiting for your first big play of the game, Mr. Lattimore. And why'd we lose? Because we turned it over 3 times? Now, the 55 points had a little bit to do with it, too.
Yes. So to me, this was more him just not really being that excited to do interviews and repeating a coaching point. Then I don't think he realized fully that it's like, you know why we lost the game was that bum-ass offense. Like, I don't think that's what he was saying. But I'm
not saying that, but it's a bad answer.
I agree with you that it's a bad answer. And that's kind of where I'm going.
And it's a bad answer when you're not engaged. You know who wasn't given bad answers after the game? Terry McLaurin, who I love. Like my guy Terry. Or John Allen. Or Bobby Wagner. Like pros.
Right. And so
be engaged for 5 seconds.
Right. Yeah. So I don't necessarily fault someone for not loving the media process. That's not, that's not necessarily a requirement for everybody if that's not your personality. But I guess my point here is there could have been a lot better answer there. I get more upset about fighting in the middle of a game or worrying about that and not being able to cover somebody and then chirping and starting a fight than, maybe not the best post-game answer. Because this wasn't one of those like, yeah, if 30 could have held on to the ball, we might have had a chance. It's like, I understand your point, but that doesn't bother me as much as the on-field stuff.
But I think it's closer to that than it should be. Again, there's probably no one on the team that had a worse game than him. The defense just gave up 55 points. You're being asked why you lost, and you're saying, because we turned the ball over. That's just not good enough for me. I would like some introspection there. I would like, the defense to be acknowledged by the defensive
Right,
player
right.
who's being asked the
Yeah,
question.
the group that you were intimately a part of.
Let's
yeah.
go to Joe in LA on Grant and Danny listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Joe?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call, man.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I was just Danny said it earlier, man. It's harder to get over this loss, it being to the Eagles. I think they have the most obnoxious fan base in the NFL, and I think Nick Sirianni has the most punchable face in the history of punching more faces. And it would have been a lot easier losing to the Rams. I had tickets to the wild card game before the seating changed, and then before I got moved to Phoenix. And I was really excited last week, thinking we might have a championship here in LA that I could actually attend. So having to watch another Eagles Chiefs Super Bowl is just
Yeah, thank goodness for that.
I'll get over it soon.
Dude, Eagles
Yeah.
Chiefs Super Bowl.
Hope you're safe out there, by the way, buddy.
It's just going to be a dagger.
Yeah.
I mean, Washington, Buffalo was an option. And we're watching the Chiefs in a 5th Super Bowl in 6 years.
Again.
We're reading a book that we've read every night going to bed for 3 months. This is Junie B. Jones.
And I've been
I've
rooting like
doing-
hell for him, by the way.
I've been doing this every night. I'm running
It's
it
another
back.
Curious George. Yeah.
She's got an attitude, that Junie B. Jones. We're watching the same movie again.
Uh-huh.
We just did this.
Yeah.
And I got to root for the Chiefs, by the way. Think about that.
Yeah, rooting like hell for him.
I got to root hard for the Chiefs. That's where we're at.
Yeah, show me Taylor Swift a million times. I can't get enough.
Exactly. Chris in Hyattsville, what's good?
Not a whole lot, but you originally asked how long it took you to get over this. I was good about 5 minutes after the game because we really had no business being in the NFC Championship in the first place, given the roster. I think this season went way past my wildest dreams. I mean, the main goal for the season was, did we draft the right quarterback? Is he a franchise guy? Yes, check. That's that mission accomplished there. And everything else was really icing on the cake for me. I mean, hey, we're knocking on the door. It would have been great to go to the Super Bowl, but I can't be disappointed. As far as for this other stuff that's being discussed, look, I mean, I'm not going to take what some guy says immediately after losing an NFC championship with a lot of, weight seriously. If people are upset, they're emotional. To me, like what Danny's saying is his conduct on the field is what I can't get down with.
I appreciate you.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I'm just, you guys are right about that. I'm just also able to do another thing while you are focusing on that, which is, it's not about Lattimore. It has nothing to do with him. It could have been anybody. When you're asked why you lost and you're part of a defense that gave up 55 and you got worked all game long, that's not my favorite answer. To say, well, we turned the ball over 3 times. Okay, so that's 21 points. Where'd the other 33 come from?
What about them?
What about, or 34?
You ever have anything to say about them?
Yeah. And by the way, it's not like they took over at the goal line all 3 times.
Yeah.
Like you were still allowed to make a play or two along the way. There was a sentiment in the locker room that I did love. And there's something, I'll pass along what a couple players told me, and I want to see how you feel about it. But I think there's, I think it's a fascinating way to view the game that I think is relatable content for a lot of our listeners. We'll get to that next. Grant and Danny with you. Remember, Jay Gruden at 4:30 today, and then you'll hear Quinn and Peters at 5 live from the park right here on The Fan. How is it possible that after we spent, let's see, we did 22 and a half hours of radio last week.
Yeah.
So 22 hours and 6 minutes talking about having to stop Saquon Barkley. That on the first play Philly ran from scrimmage, he rips off a 60-yard touchdown. I mean, you can't make that up. That reminds me of after Clinton Portis was traded to Washington, like all offseason was about how you got this 1,500-yard back and he's going to carry the offense. And then the first play he ever had here,
counter try off right tackle against Tampa Bay,
64-yard touchdown run. All we talked about all week was Barkley. That was the whole game. Can you stop this guy?
Nope.
60-yard touchdown.
How symbolic was it? Washington goes on a 948-play drive, barely ekes out a field goal out of it. Just every millimeter just fought tooth and nail.
They had to get
and they pitched it to Saquon.
2 4th downs.
Yeah.
They had to convert, I think, 3 3rd downs, 17-play drive for like 54 yards, by the way, like 3 yards per play. Yeah. As you said, like you're earning every blade of grass.
Just matriculating.
And then they turned around, pitch it to Saquon, makes a bunch of guys miss. But the comedy of errors on that play that allowed for it to happen. Fowler falls on his face. Wagner trips over him, basically. So both of those guys are out of the play. Jeremy Chin had maybe his worst snap, his worst rep of the year. Just spun out of, I don't know what was going on there. Quan Martin and Chin both missing tackle opportunities. And it was 7-3 like that.
If there was a defense in one of those weird endgame situations where you're better off letting them score, that's a similar result that would have happened on that run.
Yeah.
Honestly. It's like you could put the Benny Hill music to it. You know, as everybody starts falling down and cascading and the hole was so wide open.
I got a bunch of tweets from people who, hated the ref performance and thought it was so slanted toward Philly. There were a couple things I thought should have been called maybe that weren't. I thought it could have been personal fouls on both A.J. Brown and Marshawn Lattimore when they were getting into the fight and Brown ripped off his helmet, as an example. But for the most part, I didn't have nearly as many issues as everybody else did with the officiating. Like the play where Barkley got hit out of bounds by Sanders still. People were up in arms about that. Do I think that needed to be called? Is that a clear and obvious, has to be called? No. But I don't think that was the wrong call. I didn't have a big issue with that at all. I think it's bang, bang. I'd like to just let that go no matter which team is hitting who. But he was out of bounds on the white chalk, and he got hit pretty hard by Mike Sanders still. That's going to get called more often than it doesn't. I will say, though, the sequence at the goal line where Frankie Louvu's hopping over the line of scrimmage and the officials come over the microphone to tell you that if you guys keep being mean, we're allowed to just give them points automatically. That was an all-timer.
Utter nonsense. Again, they're going to score a touchdown anyway. They got this thing. And even if they don't, the game's over. Philly's going to win. Whatever that is needs to be beaten out of the NFL immediately, shot into the sun. The whole point of that rule that boob was misinterpreting was years ago, Baltimore purposely committed a penalty. It was smart, by the way, in the field of play where they wouldn't even let guys run routes. They were just hugging to have time run off the clock or whatever to force a one-play decision for a field goal or a Hail Mary or something like that. The whole point is if you're not letting a play take place with purposeful illegal actions, a.k.a. he goes set and you just reach across and touch an offensive player for another offsides. That's the principle of it.
So not trying to time a snap when someone's doing a hard count.
Not trying to use an actual football action to stop a football play. Like in the course of a football game, you try to, hear me out on this, tackle opponents, sack quarterbacks. If there's a matter of inches to go, you're trying to time the snap count. You don't let Dallas Goedert bob his head. You don't let Jalen Hurts bob his head and go hard count. The idea that they were going to apply that rule, and they're threatening it. They're letting everyone know, we're going to do this. We'll turn this car right around. Oh, my God, you rube. You horse's ass.
I wanted them to so badly because the game was over at that point anyway. I just thought it would be hilarious to see, and it would be great fodder after the fact because it would have been incorrectly legislated. But I was like, I hope Louvu does it again. They already hated Louvu in Philly at the Link when he showed up because, they've been talking about him all week long and how he hit Jared Goff. And remember, he was the one that hit Jalen Hurts when he got the concussion, got knocked out of the game in Landover. So when he's flying like Superman over the line of scrimmage a couple times, they're booing him like crazy. I was hoping for another one or two of them. I know it would have been a penalty or he could have been ejected or whatever. Who cares? The game was over. And they were wrong anyway. He's trying to time the leap. That's all he's trying to do. And they're hard counting for some reason. It was like a ref that won't drop the puck for the face-off in a hockey game. Snap the GD football, man. There's no game time elapsing here. Like, what are you waiting for?
I mean, that to me, again, is either a material lack of understanding of what the rule is supposed to be, or if that's allowed to interpret the rule that way, immediately tear that piece of paper up that the rule is on and burn it with a flamethrower and write it again. That's such in a playoff game. Again, the game, it didn't decide the outcome of the game because it didn't actually get enforced. But the idea that was on the table for normal course of events football stuff, where you already have a play, by the way, that should be banned as well as long as you're banning things. Stop allowing people to push ball carriers in general. Wrong. That's not what football is. Stop doing that. It's rugby. That's a scrum. We've got football stuff. Stop pushing runners in the back for everybody at all times. Oh, I hate it. I hated everything about that.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. There's a lot still to get to back at 9 of the show. We're with you until 6:30. You're going to hear from Jay Gruden at 4:30. We've got the press conferences of Peters and Quinn lined up for you live at 5 o'clock. You will listen to those. We're going to be continuing to provide, hopefully, some therapy with you guys on the phones. We're going to be mowing through the calls. So if you're on hold, we'll get to you. 800-636-1067. Still got to hit the list of free agents to be that are notable for this Commanders team. There are plenty of them. Who do they need to bring back? Who would it be nice if they brought back? We'll get into that as we continue with the Blitz next on Grant and Danny.
We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team of Keller Williams Realty. The Magic Carpet Ride came to a screeching halt last night for the Commanders as they fell 55-23 in the NFC title game. 4 turnovers, the big story in the loss. Despite the heartbreak, Jayden Daniels very complimentary of the Washington fan base.
Very passionate. You know, we welcome the sleeping giant, and hopefully, you know, we can keep building on that next year. And, you know, we're going to need all their support when the season comes back around.
Keep it locked on the Fan all day for the latest from Locker Room Cleanout Day in Ashburn, and be listening at 5 o'clock to hear head coach Dan Quinn and general manager Adam Peters give their end-of-season address. Elsewhere in the NFL, offensive coordinator Todd Monken is finalizing a contract extension to remain with the Baltimore Ravens, according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. To the ice, according to Bailey Johnson of the Washington Post, the Caps
In 30 minutes, we'll talk to Jay Gruden live right here on Grant and Danny. And in 1 hour, we'll have the press conferences from Ashburn of General Manager Adam Peters, head coach Dan Quinn, as they get ready for offseason number 1 in the wake of turning this program around, getting to an NFC championship game. They come up just short of the Super Bowl, but didn't feel like they were that close after giving up 55 yesterday.
Yeah, they're definitely the 4th out of the 4 teams that was remaining. Something that I would have signed up for sight unseen, by the way, almost at any point. You know what I mean? Like,
you kidding me?
Going through until maybe the end of last weekend. But yeah, pretty remarkable.
Show brought to you by our friends, the law firm Condori & Murad.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. It's the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori & Murad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
All right, let's get to the Beltway Blitz covering football. We start off with Mike Jones of The Athletic. Jonesy, before we talk AFC Championship game, it was good seeing your smiling face in Philly yesterday. I mean, damn, the Eagles are loaded, dude. The talent they have, that team is going to be a tough out for Kansas City.
Yeah, they really are. And when you look at them, they've just got talent at every line. Their offensive line is stacked. Their defensive line is stacked. They've got talented young guys in their secondary. They got game changers at wide receiver. And they've got Saquon Barkley. And they've got Jalen Hurts, who doesn't get enough credit for what he does because, you know, of what they ask him to do. They just are really, really talented across the board. Everybody understands their roles. And, you know, yeah, it's going to be a really intriguing game. It's going to be a great chess match between these coaches. But, you know, I think Philly is going to be able to go toe-to-toe with them just like they did last time.
How much should, you know, well, let me phrase it this way, Mike. The amount of negativity that always seems to be swirling around them as they've won, 16 out of 17 games. it's so strange to me that everybody always sort of counts him out, or this is the source of discord, or this is the book AJ Brown is reading, or this is what Nick Sirianni said, or this is who's irritated. They're just a buzzsaw. They're really, really good, as you mentioned, talented at every level. And it always seems that there's a little something swirling around them, but all they do is win a lot of football games, and some of them they win convincingly.
Yeah, Nick Sirianni talked about that yesterday, especially about Jalen Hurts. He's like, I don't understand. All the dude does is win, and he doesn't worry about stats. He's the most selfless quarterback that there is, and he's got so much scrutiny, so much criticism, so many doubts. The Philadelphia media is just kind of cynical like that, and the fan base is kind of like that as well, where they love them, but it's never good enough. It's odd, but yeah, they won, like you said, I think 15 out of 16. They're here in the Super Bowl for the second time in 3 years. They are better than what they were. They're well constructed. Everybody's bought in. This team should receive way more credit than what it receives. And, I think, but, when you talk to teams around the league, everybody's got a lot of respect for them. It's just Philly media, Eagles fan base, it's not quite good enough until they win a Super Bowl.
Speaking of winning Super Bowls, the Chiefs are on for a three-peat now. They've gotten to the Super Bowl in 5 of 6 years. They've been in the AFC title game 7 straight years. What can you say about Mahomes, Reed, and that operation?
They just always find a way to get it done. They're very similarly where everybody understands their role, and we saw Mahomes just kick it to another level. I mean, he has not, tucked the ball and ran nearly as many times. I think normally it was about maybe 5-6 times a game, and yesterday was like 11 times. I mean, he was just in, go mode, almost Jordan-esque the way he was taking over that game. And, I know they get a whole bunch of all this belly aching about if their calls going their way and everything like that, and they don't get as many penalties called on them. Well, they're a really good team. They execute well, and they don't hurt themselves with a lot of penalties. They don't put themselves in bad situations. And so that's a big reason why they have pulled out these close one-score games. I think it's 17 straight now, and it's really hard to bet against them as well.
I saw this crazy stat last night. There have been 4 playoff games all time where 2 quarterbacks combine for 400 passing, 80 rushing, 65% complete, 3 or more 25-yard completions, 5 total touchdowns, and no more than a turnover. And all 4 of those games are Allen and Mahomes. I don't know what else Josh Allen can do. I mean, he made a ridiculous play to give Kincaid a chance. He drops the football. No turnovers, 3 touchdowns. I think there's only been like 4 losses like that ever, and 2 or 3 of them are Allen against the Chiefs in the playoffs. Like, what else can the guy do?
Yeah, there's not much more he can do. I felt like their play calling in the second half got a little conservative. They had the one, shot to Hollins that was an amazing catch that gave them a good chunk of yardage in the second half. But I felt like they kind of got a little tight, a little scared in the play calling. We knew that their defense, was a liability at times. But look, they've got some talented running backs. I didn't understand, the repeated going for the push. They don't know how to execute it the way the Eagles do. They don't have Allen going in low and driving behind the center like Jalen Hurts does. Allen is tall and he's a big target, and he steps back, and everybody knows he likes to go into his left. They don't execute it well. Give it to your running backs if you're going to go for it. Those guys, James Cook was really having a great game. So they had some miscalculations on the coaching, but Josh Allen did everything that he possibly could. And he's going to get a Super Bowl. It's going to happen. I think that, you think about Peyton Manning, it took him a while. It stinks for Josh Allen that he's in the same, generation as Patrick Mahomes. Kind of like, all the guys who didn't win NBA championships because of Michael Jordan. But, just like Peyton Manning, Drew Brees got their Super Bowls, even though Tom Brady was around, it'll be possible for Josh Allen to finally get a ring, just not this year.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy.
I'll see you guys.
See you, man. Yeah, I had that same comp. That's, Josh Allen's like the Karl Malone or Charles Barkley of the NFL, just at the wrong time. Let's talk about the Local 53, please. I'm afraid that name is here for good, unfortunately, but we'll talk about that at another place and time. Our guy Chris Russell joins us in studio, fresh off his podcast from the Deuce, hanging out with us, buddy.
What'd you make of a podcast, if I must say so?
Tens
myself.
of people. What did you make of the environment yesterday?
I thought it was pretty much Philadelphia, like what it normally is. I don't think the atmosphere there is as crazy, as ridiculous, as difficult, as nasty as it was. The one thing I noticed was pregame, when the team broke up, from their pregame huddle, the final one, Jaden Daniels went over to hug his mom, and the 4 or 5 others, Terry McLaurin and whatever, I got it on video, and they just started booing them. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, boo something legitimate. Don't boo a guy going over to hug his mama.
They're the opposing team.
I know, but
they're going to get booed all
that's
day.
what a bunch of dumb Eagles fans said to me when I said that. I mean, I get it. Can we boo something legit instead of booing somebody going over to hug his mom?
No, they're going to boo the opposing team the whole time.
Yeah, they're stupid.
Because that's what fans do in Philadelphia, and just generally speaking.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you. I don't think it's that crazy of an environment there. I
think
really
it's awesome. I think
it's passionate. Yeah.
I looked over at George Wallace of WTOP, who was sitting next to us a couple of times, and at the same time, we were kind of like, "This is great." Like their in-game presentation, the towel waving Rocky theme right before kickoff when everyone was going nuts. That was the best environment I'd been in all season.
I've seen that before. I thought it was crazier and more chaotic in
championship.
I thought it was crazier in Detroit, but
I'm sure it was. I think Detroit indoors is probably the loudest that they. But I don't think comparing indoors and outdoors
that's fair.
Necessarily fair.
That's fair.
First of all, thanks for taking me to the game. Russell was kind enough to come pick me up.
Yeah, it's a long story, Danny.
He picked me up at 10. Well, our 10:30 meetup was at 11:15 because he ended up in Camden, New Jersey.
I love this so much.
You realize that
is that
Philly,
off-brand or
Philly is a different state than
Danny,
Camden, New Jersey.
Danny, it was a disaster. Listening to my GPS.
When he showed up to get me, I opened the door. He had one of those flight pillows that you wear around your neck.
The neck pillow?
Just sitting in his car.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why do you do that? He's like, for my stress.
Danny, have you ever driven around like downtown Philadelphia?
Yes, I have.
Not the stadium complex.
I have,
That's
yeah.
easy.
Mm-hmm.
That city sucks.
It does.
I'm sorry. I love that city.
I don't.
Let me just repeat. That city sucks.
It does.
It's awful. So anyway, that's how I wound up in Camden, New Jersey.
A great place.
Bigger reason why they lost. 3 fumbles. Defense was terrible.
I think yesterday the bigger issue was the defense was terrible. I could be wrong. I only remember 1 3 and out when the game was relevant. The 3 turnovers.
Yeah.
I mean, the turnovers actually was 4 turnovers, but 1 was late. Sure, they were all awful. Especially the McNichols kickoff, because you went from being down 20-12. I literally texted or tweeted or whatever, hey, for everything that has gone wrong in this first half, and a lot went wrong, right? I think we can all agree. You're down 20-12 and you still have
getting
the ball
the football
with
with
a buck 40
time.
left.
Yeah.
And
you either tie it there, you go in down a point.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe you go in down 5.
And then, obviously, listen, I know what the final score is. I got it. I don't pay much attention to that. Those extra last 2 touchdowns, the game was well over. It was, the Eckler fumble and the not clear recovery, except for the guy that they didn't give the clear recovery to, was a major problem. And then the tush push, which followed that whole sequence, was a disaster. The bottom line is I don't know what you guys have been talking about. Like, I think they were in that game for 3-ish quarters. They weren't the better team by any quarter in any way, but I don't think it was blowout central from the start.
What's their biggest need to be able to compete in a game like that?
I think they need to get better and more stouter on the offensive line, probably at left guard, if I would say that.
O-line over D-line is in terms of their bigger priority.
I think so, because you want to obviously protect Jaden. 1, 2, you want to run the ball better. They, as we know, outside of 1 game against Detroit, they were not good running the ball down the stretch. Even Jaden didn't, with the exception of the touchdown run, he wasn't exactly a huge factor in these 3 playoff games running it. But to me, I think that's a huge factor. defensive line, of course, they need a lot of help. They need somebody to set the edge. They need to figure out the Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne thing. Who knows how that's going to be.
Over under
they
one
need
and
it
a
all.
half of Allen Payne back next year.
I would say under.
I'd
I'd say one of the two is gone. And
Allen's
think
got no guaranteed money.
I know, but he's the better player.
I agree. I think you got to try to trade Payne.
I agree. But to who and for what? A bag of donuts?
I'm not sure. Hey, by the way, I ate dinner with Rini on Saturday night in Philly with our buddy Michael Phillips, who joins us now on the Beltway Blitz for a little tag team operation. Russell picked out a restaurant for us that didn't give us butter with our bread. They just refused to.
White bean puree.
They gave like some paste hummus stuff with our bread. And then, Phillips, we ordered pepperoni pizza. They refused to give us pepperoni. So when we asked for pepperoni after the fact, they brought out like sliced kielbasa or something.
I will just say this. I've been to that restaurant 7 or 8 times, but I had not been there in 9 years.
Rini swore by it.
It was disappointing. I will just say that. It used to be awesome.
Well, when I was living in New York and you guys would come up and visit, like, you know, on the way up there, it was like, we got to go to this place in Times Square. So I know right away where his
Rini really wanted to go to Sbarro or something.
I'm sorry, boys. I'm sorry for letting you down.
It's okay.
We went to Charlie's original Philly cheesesteak. It was in a mall kiosk. Very authentic. Very good.
Indeed. Philly, Danny just asked the question to Russell. I want to see what you think. What is the number one thing they've got to do, try to spike in terms of production so that they can compete in this game a year from now?
O-line depth. The better your O-line is, the better the run game will be, the more protected Jaden Daniels is. Look at the Eagles, man. They went through 2 centers in that game. They're still rolling. They just tag team guys in and out. They were still holding this defensive line at bay. I am a big believer in building through the trenches. You got the cap space to do it. I want to do everything possible to protect my rookie quarterback.
I am not loving the Marshawn Lattimore experience. I'm willing to offer the potential sort of out here or the sliver that, hey, maybe it's a hamstring, maybe he's not quite healthy and he's sort of working his way back. I don't know. To me, it looks like a guy that's physical in the line of scrimmage that can't really run. Maybe that's what we're getting. A lot of personal feuds, a lot of shoving, a lot of fighting, a lot less covering. Where are we at on Lattimore going forward?
Those guys that win with their mouth, and John with everybody, sometimes it doesn't age gracefully. Sometimes that's a hard out from the league for them. I'd rather not be a part of that personally. I get the Adam Peters side. This is as good a contract for you're going to do for as good a players you're going to do. If you want to bring him to training camp, that doesn't bother me. Bring him to training camp, see what he's got on a fresh hamstring. But I tend to think we're past the expiration date here. I get the contractual reasons why you'd want to bring him back, but I would be very, very cautious about expecting anything moving forward.
Yeah, I think they got to make the decision, frankly, before camp, because it's not like let's take a look at him and kick the tires. There's 2 years and $36 million left, or you can get out of it early this offseason for nothing. So they got to make that call well before they look at how he's running around in Ashburn. I hear you and my guy, Rini, we're getting into it a little bit at halftime over Jaden Daniels' performance. So Russell thinks he was just okay.
No.
Good.
I said he was fine.
Yeah, fine is okay.
At halftime.
Right.
Fine.
And Phillips thought he was Patrick Mahomes 2.0.
Yes, correct.
Right? Do I have the cliff notes right on this?
I love that he immediately jumps into the argument by explaining that okay and fine are different terms. Like this man is just ready for verbal combat at all times. It's like Heath Ledger in that movie. Like he will joust anybody, anywhere, anytime.
Totally. I think, don't you dare say that I say he was just okay. I thought he was fine. No, I'm kidding. I thought he was solid. He was certainly fine. He was certainly not the problem in any way.
Fine.
But I also don't think he was nearly as good as he was in the 2 previous games in terms of like willing them to a win. Also, that he was handcuffed. At one point, it was a 2-point game. He didn't get back on the field again until it was a 15-point game.
I'm prepared to play the role that Chris Russell usually plays of, person in the village who gets yelled at for having an extreme opinion. I thought he was good to very good in that first half. He converted 2 fourth downs on that first drive, wasn't given the chance at the third, made some nice throws, kept some drives alive. Everything bad that happened was not his fault at all. I got a couple demerits on the scorecard here. There was one he should have thrown away instead of taking a sack. There was another throw where he missed an opportunity to put a guy in motion. But I thought we saw a lot of the things we've seen all season. I thought we saw a guy who was really poised under a lot of pressure. And at 14-12, going for the 2-point conversion, you say, okay, this offense is humming again. This offense is ready to throw a punch. And then the next time number 5 touches the ball, the score is all of a sudden 27-12. None of that is his fault. He was put in some bad situations. I don't think the numbers reflect how good Jaden Daniels was yesterday.
We're talking 9 catches for 121 yards. I think I got those numbers right. Over 3 games for Terry McLaurin against Philadelphia. At some point, one game turning into 3 games, it's no longer just a one-off. It's now kind of a trend. Why are they so good at slowing him down?
Well, this is what you do when you're an elite level team. You draft 2 with an eye towards winning these games, right? You think about the Buffalo Bills, like everything they do all offseason is consumed with how do we beat the Chiefs. The Eagles look every offseason at how do we make sure we win the NFC East? And the answer was we're not shutting down Terry McLaurin. He's been great against this team every year. Boom. Enter a couple fantastic young corners, Quinion Mitchell coming and Cooper DeJean coming, and all of a sudden, okay, this is a radically remade secondary. And it's not just for Terry. The Cowboys have good receivers too, and the Giants have a brilliant young receiver who they're going to have to contain for the next few years. You keep your eye on the division. You keep your eye on what you have to do to stay on top. If Adam Peters would emulate anybody, obviously, John Lynch does a nice job in San Francisco. But, man, I just hate how good they are in Philly at building that roster every year. That is an incredibly well-constructed roster that is designed to win these divisional games.
Michael, when you order a pepperoni pizza, what are you most looking forward to on that pizza?
Well, ideally, instead of thin slicing the pepperoni, I'd like it if they thick slice it, serve it on the side in a bowl, and kind of barely cook it a little bit, but not really. That's my personal preference on the pepperoni. But I also think if I'm talking Italian restaurant ambiance, I would love it if the coat rack for the entire restaurant was right behind my seat. That would be an added benefit as well.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. This guy's walking right at me. My shoulder blades are in 2 different walls. I'm in the caddy corner of the restaurant. There's nowhere to go behind me.
Okay.
And this guy's just walking right at me. And I look up as I'm eating. I'm like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, my coat's behind you.
Is it?
And I look behind me, and sure enough, there's a coat hanging on the wall.
How did you not know that there was a coat rack right behind you? How?
Yeah, weird. I'm the crazy one.
Yeah,
that thought the coat rack behind my table was a reasonable thing. Michael, if you want all those things pepperoni wise, I got a place for you. Just hit me up. I'll give you the details.
I with some white bean paste. White bean paste is where it's at.
Let's take a field trip up and go to this place. It sounds great.
It's the best. Just don't ask for any butter or oil, God forbid, with your bread.
This is the Italian restaurant? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Michael.
Take care, guys.
See you
All
later.
right, you're a sweet man. Reenie, I had a blast with you, pal. Just like the old days.
I did too. A lot of fellowship.
Yeah, good.
A lot of fellowship.
Camaraderie. That was a brotherhood, you and I. And now it's
It'll never be the same.
To tell the truth Monday, I got some truths about Reenie.
Grant was all upset that it took me 8 minutes inside a Wawa last night to pee and go get coffee
in
and get gas.
2025, the year of our Lord, who pays for their gas indoors?
Me, all the time.
That's insane.
Ladies and gentlemen,
you need coffee.
encapsulation.
You need coffee.
What else is there to say other than that? Jay Gruden joins the show next on Grant and Danny. Hey, one of my favorite things they do over at FanDuel is the kick of destiny, and they're doing it again this year. This time, it's every Manning for himself. The Super Bowl is here. 2 legends are going to take the field. Sudden death, I should say. Field goal showdown between Peyton and Eli Manning. It's live from Nollins. 1 kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. You know how this works, right? You're going to earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you bet which Manning is going to win this thing. The FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick. Don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. Got to be 21 present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet expired 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Turnovers in a poor defensive effort, the cocktail that ends the magical 2024 season for the Commanders as they fell to the Eagles 55-23 in the NFC title game. Sam Cosmi, who's set to undergo ACL surgery tomorrow, reflected on the special season during a locker cleanout.
The fact that we have expectations now, because, you know, that's cool. I mean, that's cool to have, and you know, I'm excited for that, and I'm super grateful and thankful for everything this year has brought, the you know, the lessons and the relationships and, you know, all the moments we've had. I mean, what a year.
The latest day in Ashburn, and be listening at 5 o'clock to hear head coach Dan Quinn and general manager Adam Peters give their end-of-season address. According to Mark Zuckerman of Masson.com, Nats pitcher Josiah Gray, 6 months removed from Tommy Zahn surgery and an internal brace procedure, started throwing today. According to Zuckerman, the hope is that Gray will be ready before next season ends. To the ice, according to Bailey Johnson of the Washington Post, the Caps have agreed to terms on a 6-year, $35 million extension with goaltender Logan Thompson. The 27-year-old, excellent during his first year in net with DC, posting a record of 22, 2, and 3, while posting the third best save percentage in the NHL. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door America. From maintenance and repair to new installation, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Jay Gruden joins the show each and every Monday after games with us on Grant and Danny, normally at 5. But Adam Peters and Dan Quinn have their end-of-year press conference today, which we'll take live. So we've got Jay Gruden right now.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Jay, 55-23 losers in Philly yesterday in the NFC Championship game. Where should we start? What went wrong?
Well, you know, it was first play of the game wasn't very good for Philadelphia's offense. That 60-yard touchdown, you know, that wasn't good. But I think the second fumble was the one where was the straw that broke the camel's back. The kickoff return. You know, still there was a fighting chance there. Then Philadelphia went down and scored. They had the ball second half, and it just got out of whack there. But the turnovers, obviously, we talk about them all the time. A couple penalties here and there, and just some uncharacteristic mistackling.
How do you think Jaden Daniels played?
I think he played fine. You know, I think there wasn't a lot of help around him. The running game was really non-existent again. You know, I think Eckler and Robinson averaged about 2 yards a carry, and he can't do it all on his own. No, he has to have some kind of running game to help him out, take the pressure off him a little bit so he gets some plays outside the pocket. But I think he completed his ass off, and he played pretty damn good.
Yeah, looking at it, 19 carries from running backs for 51 yards. It's just major issue for them that they never really could fix down the stretch. What about their defense? I understand they were put in some bad spots with the 3 fumbles that turned into 21 points, 4 turnovers that turned into 28, but you can't give up 7 every single time a team gets a takeaway, and they did, and then they allowed 55. They didn't cover Brown. They didn't cover Smith. They didn't cover Goddard. They didn't stop Barkley. Hurts looked healthy. Like, what did they take away?
It didn't look like they took away anything, which is a problem. You know, you think if they're going to try to put all hands on deck to stop Saquon, then they might give up some passes to A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith or Goddard. I understand that. But at first play of the game, he went for 60, and his next carry was another touchdown. So he had 2 carries for 64 yards and 2 touchdowns his first 2 carries. I don't know. They did not play well in any phase. They didn't tackle very good. They took bad angles, and they were put in bad situations by the fumbles.
I think Philadelphia's defensive line probably isn't going to get enough credit as you sort of go back and look at this thing, but they were super disruptive. I thought that group was better than Washington's O-line. Your thoughts there?
I think going into the game, I thought both lines for Philadelphia were better than Washington's. I think the offensive line for Philadelphia is better than the defensive line for Washington, and the same goes for the defensive line for Philadelphia, better than the offense. And that's always a concern. You always want to win the line of scrimmage battle. I thought Washington would have had to play a damn near perfect game, which they've done. They played damn near perfect against Tampa the second half. They played damn near perfect against Detroit. And to carry that perfection over 3 weeks in a row on the road is very difficult. They couldn't do it.
Where are you at on Marshawn Lattimore moving forward?
I don't know. He had the injuries when he first got here. He's always been a competitive guy. He's always been one of the top corners in the league. I just don't know. If that competitive spirit gets him into trouble too much. He's always fighting, it seems like, and hasn't made many plays for us. He made a play at the goal line on the tight end. He covered the tight end. Probably was pass interference, but I think he's good enough to keep in your building and try to get better than, but I don't know what the contract situation is with him, how much they're married to him. I don't know, but I know he's a good player, and he's worth moving forward with.
The way I understand it is they can get out of the contract for nothing right now, but they gave up a 3, a 4, and a 6, right? So that's unlikely. Or it's 2 years at $18 million, which if he's playing like a legitimate number one corner, that's a discount, as you know, a 2 and 36 basically remaining on that deal. But he's not playing like that. So it feels like a pretty big decision, even though I'd be stunned if he didn't come back.
Yeah, it is, especially with the depth of corner they have. They don't really have any other corners. I think St. Juice has worn out his welcome. Obviously, Sanastrelli, I kind of like to see him move back to nickel, but he played good at corner. After that, you're going to have to draft one. You have to get a free agent, whatever it might be. You like to use, if you can keep Lattimore in the building and he is your corner, then you can draft somewhere else, position of need in the first, second round.
Where are the NJ Gruden's with us here on G&D? Where do you think they're most lacking in talent? I mean, listen, the ride was unbelievable. I'm just sort of thinking about yesterday where Philadelphia's roster is just so stacked from top to bottom. Where was the most glaring deficiency for you where you go, man, Washington just doesn't have the horses?
I think defensive line, defensive ends, pass rush, number one, and then another playmaker on offense, whether it's a running back or wide receiver. Terry's a great player, but there's no juice out there that can really get the big play. De'Ami Brown had a couple there late in the year, but they need another big play threat other than Terry McLaurin on offense, and another dynamic, a pass rusher that can really get home with a four-man rush and end, ideally.
Yeah, I've been screaming into a megaphone since midseason about a speedy running back, a home run hitter. They haven't had one here in years and years and years. As you know, I mean, especially post you being here, like Alf was kind of a 4.5 yard when it's going good, but a home run for him was like 25 yards. He was a singles and doubles guy, but someone who could strike up the band, even if you got to take that guy at number 28 overall, I think would be a godsend. What would you think about using an asset on running back?
Yeah, I think so. I think the running back position has become a little bit more needy. You look at Derrick Henry and Saquon and Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs was taking 12, I think, and everybody laughed at Detroit for taking him. And I think Detroit made the right pick there. So if you get a dynamic back that can hurt you out of the backfield in the passing game and the running game like a Gibbs guy, you got to take them because these guys are hard to find. These 3 yards in cloud of dust running backs, man, it's just hard to continue to commit to the run when you're not popping any big ones. And you got to pop some big ones. You got to have some home run hitters on your offense to help Jaden out.
Why do you think Philadelphia did such a good job on Terry McLaurin over these 3 games?
Well, they play a lot of zone, and they didn't play a whole lot of man. They play a lot of zone, and they blanket it pretty good. They have safety help over the top, and then they know where the help is. They're very well coached on defense over there with Vic Fangio. And then, they get pressure, the interior pressure. It's hard for a quarterback to wait for Terry to get open in the second and third windows when Jalen Carter is running right up the middle, right at your face. He's 6'6", and then you got the speed rush of Nolan Smith. And, so it's just very difficult for Terry to get open in a game like that. It has to be second, third window type throws, and Jaden didn't have time to get there.
Speaking of throws through windows, how about the fake punt? Tress Way, your former punter, Tress, who had completed 2 passes in his career, I think both when you were the coach, on fake punts in 16 and 18. He went back to the well. This one was called Soda. I think your fake punt was called Puma. But this was Soda for the pop pass. What'd you think of Tress?
Tress was awesome, man. That was a good call. That was a gutsy call right there at their own 30-yard line. That was, and I think all year if knowing when to take chances, and that was a great call and a great execution. Tress is a great athlete. He can run, he can throw, he can play ping pong, he can do it all, Grant.
And thank God we found out he could play ping pong.
He's a good ping pong player.
Because Chris Russell was worried that he wasn't going to get to play ping pong in the locker room, as you know.
Yeah, he could play ping. I think he could. He's damn near good enough to play in the Olympics on a ping pong team. I'm telling you, he's that good at ping pong.
Wow, that's hilarious.
Jay, ultimately, as a guy that obviously coached here, and then now as an impartial observer, I'm still like in the upset phase just because it's Philadelphia, they're a rival, et cetera. I'll eventually be able to turn the page to what an unbelievable run, what a season, what a great start, this, that, and the other thing. When were you able to kind of turn the page as a coach to sort of the business at hand?
After the season, it takes a while. It's hard. It's a terrible feeling losing your last game, knowing you have no more games to play and you didn't achieve your goals. So it'll be tough on these guys, but they got to turn it over really quick. They got to start addressing their roster. They have a lot of guys on 1-year contracts. They got to make sure they keep the right people. They got to get ready for the draft. They have a lot of good things going, positive things going right now. They got to maintain that positivity and do the right things in free agency and in the draft because they have a very, very bright future with this quarterback. They just got to make sure they pick the right people around them.
Would you feel comfortable if you were them rolling the 3 tight ends, just running it back with Ertz, who wants to return? Had a big game yesterday, but he's more of an 18-wheeler than he is a Coop at this point. And then Ben Sinnott, the rookie, didn't really do anything, wasn't given much of a chance. He's the one that caught the fake punt. But that was like his play for the year, basically. And then John Bates is a blocker. But, I watch Goddard. Man, it'd be nice to have a weapon at that position. It's not that I don't want to bring Ertz back. He's invaluable, but you just drafted Sinnott, who might be able to be the underneath guy, the Ertz next year. I just like to have someone who could push the ball down the seam a little bit and put pressure on a defense vertically. I don't know. Where are you at on tight end for them?
Yeah, I'm on the same boat. I think Ertz is, if he still has some juice, I think he's worth keeping because he is a guy that can also block, and that's important. They got to make sure they keep the guys in-house that can block because the running game's got to get better. There's no question about it. And those two guys are functional at blocking tight ends. So if you pick one of them, fine. Sanat can take Bates' place possibly, and then you draft another one to develop and maybe be a threat down the middle with his legs and some speed. Yeah, we desperately need some big-time threats, speed threats, other than Terry.
Jay, before we let you run, huge, obviously, evening for you last night. We obviously know how familiar you are and how familiar we all are with your love for Samaje Perine. An unbelievable play. 4th down. I think he had 2 snaps in the game, but that big one was big, Jay. How awesome was it you? How awesome was it for you? Pumping your fist, I'm sure.
Samaje Perine. Yeah, that's a good old-fashioned play. You send 3 one way, all crossing routes, get the pick on the linebacker, and sneak your back out the opposite flat. And work to perfection. Perfect. Oh, reliable Samaje Perine with the game winner.
2035, we're going to be having Jay on. He's going to be talking about Mahomes to Samaje to get to a 19th straight Super Bowl.
Unbelievable.
I mean, Samaje, he's still doing it as a friggin' pass catcher.
He's a closer, man. He's a closer. I'm trying to tell you guys that for many, many years.
You did. Like 7 years ago when he was playing for you tried to tell us.
That is true. He's Mariano Rivera. Jay, we appreciate you being flexible with us today, buddy. Thanks so much for the time, as always. Jay. And we will chat again next week.
Thank you, guys.
You got it, brother. There's Jay Gruden, longtime coach, calling plays in the NFL, and, of course, the head man here in D.C. Top of the hour, about 15 minutes from now, we got the live press conference for Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. Let's hit the phones on how you're feeling after yesterday's devastating setback next on G&D. We're going to carry the live press conference of Adam Peters and Dan Quinn coming up at the top of the hour. End of year presser. Make sure you are listening at that time. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Not enough impact plays defensively yesterday. Couple I can think of, top of my head. Frankie Louvu on 2 third-down blitzes. Got home. Had a sack. Had a TFL. Obviously, he was heavily involved in storylines when he was jumping over the line of scrimmage and the officials said that they were going to award the Eagles points if he didn't stop being a meanie. But you give up 55. The Eagles had maybe their best game of the season offensively. Obviously, you didn't do enough defensively. There were no takeaways.
Right.
But you need splash moments. You need the flash play, and they just did not have enough of those.
They couldn't get him, man. Couldn't get him. And I thought he got held on a 4th down, that one down the sideline to A.J. Brown. Saquon Barkley was beaten there. Louvu got held, but that's going to happen a million times, where you get the call, you don't get the call, et cetera. Just you needed more from the defense.
Let's go to Michael in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. What's up, Michael? How are you?
Doing good, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Good. Well, good is subjective right now, but the points I wanted to make quickly about Lattimore on the 4th and 5. When he got beat, if you go back and watch it, he makes an unathletic move for a split second is because A.J. Brown tugs on his face mask and brings his head down very quickly. That's why he got beat on that. And coupled that with the non-holding call, I mean, it's just an embarrassing moment for the refs. The main point I wanted to make was the 4th and 3 on the first drive. I really did not like that we did not go for it. We're over 80% on that. It felt like a weird energy shift within the game. It's like we had been walking on water for the last 7 weeks, and then we get to that 4th and 3 and suddenly realize we're on water in the NFC title game, and we don't go for it. I understand that we're on the left hash mark where Zane Gonzalez likes to kick that field goal, but this is Philly. They're going to score touchdowns. Kind of screw the ball control stuff that we were doing. I wasn't a fan of that either. We needed to go up tempo. Why? Because Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, aka Captain Insano with the eye gouge, they get tired and they get worn out. What happened at the end of the half? They got worn out. They got tired. We blitz down, get a field goal. And he commits Jalen Carter committed what should have been a 15-yard penalty, which puts
the head slap.
Yeah, the head slap. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how he didn't get flagged for that. I mean, it sounds like he had a lot of issues with the officiating. I think a lot of people do. Look, when you lose by 32, you're going to go back and go, that could have been a pet flag. That could have been a flag. I just choose not to care about that unless there's a decisive moment or calls that change the game. And I don't think that's what happened.
Yeah, like when New Orleans doesn't go to the Super Bowl because there's an obvious pass interference against the Rams, don't get called. Let's throw a hissy fit. I didn't think the refs were very good. I thought a bunch of calls went against Washington. They got boat raced by 32. Philly was better.
I thought most of the calls were probably correct. I think there was a case where a few things that didn't get called against Philly could have been, for sure. But I'm wasting zero time on that. I think to his point, though, he said some really good things in the call. Notably, the 4th and 3 went against type. He's right. The entire postseason, that's literally the textbook situation that you've gone for it on. And on that drive, you went for a 4th and 5. That was, frankly, a more ballsy decision, I thought. You went for 2 4th downs. Now you have a 4th and 3, where if you don't get it, they're taking over essentially like you just kicked off. So it's complete nothing burger and no harm, no foul. And you don't go for that so you could take your 3-point lead. I also really disliked that. And again, I'm not upset. I'm not angry because Quinn went for 2 of those on that drive.
Right.
And he probably felt like, I mean, at some point, we're not going to get one. I can't go for 3 or whatever his logic was. Let's just take the lead. Let's put pressure on them running out onto the field, down 3 points. But I'm 100% with him. You've already gone for 2 and gotten them. You've been going for this exact situation for a month now. Do it again. It got you here.
Yeah, I wonder what the logic was. Like, I don't trust Gonzalez from 46, but from 34, I trust him. I trust anybody. I wonder if that's what went into the mind. But to me, I'm with you. It went against type. I wasn't angry about it. I just I didn't get it. I did a little head scratch. I go, don't you have this in your DNA now? Isn't this like part of your, your stamp on who you are?
Go with the one that brought you, man. What car did you ride there? Get back in that car. Let's go to Lance and Aquacon. What's up, dude?
Hey guys, I guess there's not going to be a Friday field trip this week.
There is actually.
We're going to field trip.
Yeah, we'll be out and about. We're going to be in Leesburg because we've got our 106.7 The Fan live event at Tally Ho
Excellent.
Theater on Friday night. So we're going to be in Leesburg on Friday.
Now, to your question, I am disappointed, and I think that if you looked at the game on Sunday, ask yourself which team looked hungrier at the beginning of the game, and I would say it was the Eagles. And I think there was sort of baked into the fan base, you guys, everybody was like, hey, we've had a great season, and hey, even if we lose, and in that moment when you said, well, even if we lose, we had a great season, that's where you lose your edge.
I agree. The only thing I'd say, though, Lance, and it's a great phone call. Thank you,
buddy.
We got to get ready for the presser, so sorry to cut you off. The only thing I would say to that is that was the same narrative before the Bucs game, and that was the same
Detroit,
narrative
for sure.
before the Lions game. And they went out and they kicked the Lions' ass by 2 touchdowns. They obviously beat the Bucs as well. So I don't think that had anything to do because in the locker room, they weren't really feeling that way. That was kind of the outside external opinion, but I think those guys gave it everything they had, and they honestly showed up in Philly thinking they were going to win, in my opinion. By the way, we're at Green Tree Tavern in Leesburg for a live show from 2 to 6:30 this Friday if you want to come hang out. All right, let's step away so we are ready for the press conference when it begins at the top of the hour with Peters and Quinn, GM and head coach, looking ahead to the offseason, debriefing after the loss yesterday. You'll hear it right here on The Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. It's locker room cleanout day at Ashburn as the Commanders look to pick up the pieces after their 55-23 loss to Philly Sunday. A lot of questions face this team as they enter a pivotal offseason. Commanders wide receiver De'Ami Brown set to be a free agent. He says he's open to the possibility of a return.
Man, I just take this moment right here and show my gratitude, to each and every person that's been in here along this journey. And then if I'm back here again, open arms, and wherever else I'm at, I continue to build on to what's happening.
Let me ask you this. Do you want to stay here?
It wouldn't be a problem staying, but, at the end of the day, it's still a business, so we'll see.
To the ice, the Caps had their 6-game win streak snapped Saturday night in Vancouver as they were taken down 2-1 by the Canucks. Pierre-Luc Dubois lit the lamp for goal number 10 of the season. Caps back in action tomorrow as they continue their 5-game road trip in Calgary. Elsewhere with the Capitals, Bailey Johnson of the Post reporting the team has agreed to terms on a 6-year, $35 million extension with goaltender Logan Thompson. The 27-year-old, excellent during his first season in net with Washington, posting a record of 22-2-3 while boasting the third best save percentage in the NHL. According to Mark Zuckerman of Masson, Nats pitcher Josiah Gray began throwing today for the first time since undergoing season-ending Tommy John surgery. According to Zuckerman, the team is hopeful it can get the 27-year-old righty back on the mound before the end of next season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Let's get right out to Ashburn. Adam Peters, Dan Quinn set to meet with the media after yesterday's season-ending loss.
All right. Good to see everybody. A lot of thought from last night and today, and our team has a lot going for it. They've got brotherhood and toughness and work ethic, and there's just one thing we didn't have, and we just got it last night, and those are scars. And you can't get them when you first huddle up, and you got to earn them. And you sure as hell don't want to, but you do need them to grow. And you truly don't know who you are until you get your ass knocked down and see how you get back up. And if I know anything about our team, they will absolutely get up swinging. And so as AP and I, we can sit up here and point to every great win this game has given us. But I know we'd also spend more time on the losses. And that we still ain't over years later. But all of them led to he and I being here together. And together I wouldn't want to ride strong with anybody else. And so he's been an amazing partner for me all the way through. And so a lot to be thankful for our team. I'm not there yet. I will be one day, but I'm not there today. So all I said, I'll kick it over to Adam, and he'll kick on, then we'll get rocking with you guys.
Yeah, not a ton to add. Just really, like you said, it still stings. We're just still going through it right now. But I can say that although it's not where we want to be right here, sitting next to each other, I'm proud to be sitting next to you, and really proud of this team and what they did and this group of men, and just really thankful for them and how much work they put in, and just really a lot of gratitude today for that group. And just that's probably the best way to say it. Just a lot of gratitude, and disappointing ending, but very grateful for everybody. So you guys go ahead.
This is to Adam and to DQ. We're less than a year of you guys really coming together. You've been in the league. You've seen success happen at a certain rate. This was a fast rate, according to most. How surprised are you that you got to this point this quick?
Well, I think when we got in here, we had a shared vision, and DQ did an incredible job of really instilling that into our players and bringing our guys together and creating a true brotherhood. And, he said that, when we started, the faster we can create that, the better we can be sooner. And I think he did an excellent job with that, and our guys did an excellent job buying into that and living that way. And so just really proud of how quickly that came together.
For me, I thought that was probably the difference between, like you've heard us say the word rebuild and recalibration. And we knew there were some excellent people here, and rebuild would have meant tear down. And that's not how we thought of this at all. And there were so many, people that were here that were absolutely all in. And so for us getting a chance to visit with, somebody like Tress Way today, and to know how much he is in, you feel it. And those are, some of the emotions I have for it. And the recalibration meant everybody's the needle bounces around a little bit, but we found it. We found who we are and our identity. And like I said, the floor has risen, but we're nowhere near where our ceiling's going to be. And that fires me up.
Question for DQ or both of you.
We got to stop with both of them. We can do, yeah.
Dan,
there you go.
You've been through this with Atlanta, the coach carousel stuff, losing assistants. As much as you're still going through the emotions from yesterday, that carousel is moving. How do you prepare? Obviously, Cliff and Joe have gotten requests, but even further down the line, how do you prepare for coming moves that are probably inevitable? And how does that impact your self-scouting going forward?
Yeah, you better be prepared, right? Because as a staff, if you do well, then those are some of the things that take place from that. And we do have a deep crew, and that was part of the plan all along, that if those moments happen, we'll be ready to adjust. Not only do we develop the players here, Adam and I, we also want to develop coaches. And so everybody in here, how do we get better? Where do we go? And so we dig in hard on those. As far as what is just, more speculation for us, but that is our plan of how we do things. We develop people here.
For Adam, last year you had obviously a very busy year in terms of building this roster, revamping it, and so on. And it looks like another one is on tap, knowing how many free agents you guys have. What kind of lessons, takeaways did you get from doing it this past year? It's a different situation perhaps, but that you think apply to what you're going to do now going forward?
Yeah, I think something that when we talked with a lot of the guys today really resonated with, I think, both of us, and that's, bringing in the right people and bringing in guys who we see as commanders. And so I think if we're going to take away a lesson, I think that would probably be the biggest one, is getting the guys that are commanders, that are competitors, that love ball, love each other, and will play for each other. And we had a bunch of those guys on this team, and they like playing for each other, and they all said that today, and it was really a cool thing to hear, and so that's what we'll look for.
You're listening to Adam Peters and Dan Quinn addressing the media in Ashburn.
For him to be playing his best going forward.
Yeah, Marshawn, he came into a tough situation. He did, and he was injured when he got here, and so anytime you come into a new team and you're injured, it's really hard to integrate, and plus you're coming in at the end of the season. So at the same time, you're rehabbing, you're learning a new defense, you're trying to meet new teammates, and so it was a tough situation for him to come in. But what was cool was, we saw him get better, and we saw him get more acclimated, not only to the defense but to his teammates. And so really excited for him to have an off season with us and really learn the defense from the ground up and really have that full runway of training camp and leading into the season, and looking forward to that.
Adam and Dan, if you want to chime in,
okay,
you're welcome
I
to
got
as
you.
well.
I'm not chiming.
Okay.
I chime all the time. I'm not chiming.
You've been through a number with different organizations where you've had success. How do you, when you're trying to look for the future, balance, you have the emotion of the season and what you guys did versus having to take a cold, hard look at how it needs to proceed going forward with decisions making on the roster, et cetera?
Yeah, like today is, like you said, it's a tough day. And so we're just kind of getting through that right now. And, now once we turn that page, we'll meet with the coaches and really discuss where we want to go next. And coach and our scouts have been working their tails off on the draft and free agency. So really, we're just about to turn that page and really sit down with each other and figure out, how we can improve this team and get better for next year.
It's for Adam.
What'd you make of the job Cliff Kingsbury did, and is your expectation that he will be back as offensive coordinator next year?
I'll speak on the first part. I thought he did a fantastic job, and I thought he really he led well. He had great energy. He listened. He was, obviously the performance was outstanding. He was a great play caller, but I think just really being able to. I've known Cliff since I was 23, and so I've known him a long time. I never worked next to him, and just to see how hard of a worker he is and how tireless he is. He's here, 3 a.m. I think. I didn't beat him in once. Tried to, couldn't do it. And how much he cares about this team and the guys in that room was really, really special to see. And, I'm sure his time's coming soon.
This question is for Dan. Obviously, your messaging about the scars must have resonated because Tress Way shared that with us in kind of his media availability. What ultimately was behind that in terms of maybe adding fuel and kind of learning from that loss against Philly, and kind of just dig deeper on that scar messaging, please?
Sure. Those tough games that, leave the mark, that's really what we're talking about. And you have to go through them because you only really get to be back in that spot, in that arena to get to it. This was my lesson into this. And the scars are there to remind you of what and how. And it's really hard to get to the game that we got to yesterday. And so I wanted to make sure that it counts, that the lessons are learned and that we're able to apply them moving forward. And but it does sting. It's when you're in front of the team and how hard they have absolutely went for it. You never want to lose that reminder.
Hi, Coach and Adam, but this message is for Coach. Clean out locker room was today, and some of these players will be back and some maybe not. But what was the most important message, whether they're going to be back or not, that you wanted to deliver to each player? Because talking to the players today, they said that you cannot cheat the process.
Yep. That's what you'd like to hear as a coach, Donna. What I said to them last night, I wanted them to, even before they got a chance to visit with you guys, to savor this time. And they've created something together as teammates that is special. And not every locker room is the same year to year, and knowing that next year's team will be different than this year's team. But what they have created, I didn't want them to miss that and lose that, because having great team chemistry is a part of a championship run. And they know exactly what that looks like. And I discussed that today. There'll be some time in between now and when our off-season program begins, and making sure they're checking up on one another and calling in and pushing and doing all the things that great teammates do. And this has been a really, really fun team to coach because of their connection. There'll be plenty of times where a meeting will start and Adam and I'll just be right outside, and I'll wait a minute. I'll just hear the noise, and they're inside and enjoying their time together. So I don't always start right then, just because nobody's out in the hall and they're not late. I just know that they enjoy that time that they spend together. And if you can create that as a team and really fight your ass off for it, that's the type of environment we want to foster as often as we can.
This question's for Coach Quinn. Just kind of your reflections on the reigniting of this fan base and how excited fans were for this run this year. What did that mean to you as the head coach of this team?
You know what it meant? Honestly, so much. And there were certain markers that happened along the way this year that the team, we absolutely felt that. And I think from a home game perspective, it was Atlanta was the one, for whatever reason. I think, and Tress even referenced this, we were losing, I believe, at the half, and to hear the crowd erupt, feeling the support behind them, you can't help but to win. And so to know that, and then saw Burgundy down in gold in Dallas, and then in Tampa, and smidgens of it in Detroit. And again, yesterday, we feel it. And we know how important football is to this community. And so to know that we're a part of that, man, it's really awesome.
For Adam, this team wasn't expected to appear in the NFC Championship game. How does this success that you guys had this season affect how you approach the offseason? Does it make you more aggressive in trades or free agency?
Yeah, I think, every year's every year's different, and every team's different. And so this is where we ended up this year, but every team starts again at the bottom. And so, once this season's over, we're 0-0, and every single day we're just going to have to try to get better. And I know it's a boring answer, but it really is just we're going to look at every single day as getting better each day and doing what's best for the team and trying to get back up.
Don't worry about it. They've heard that message before. They're okay.
Hey there, and this question is for Adam. As you both have mentioned, this is a tough day for you all and for the players as well, but it's still kind of business as usual, right? It's Senior Bowl week and there's still work to be done. So how do you just kind of focus, Adam, to say, okay, I got to feel the way I feel, but continue on with doing the work of the business?
Yeah. It is, it's sobering, but then getting down, and we're going to go down. A few of us are going to go down to the Senior Bowl tomorrow. And so that's exciting, and we're going to do that, whatever the result of the game was, but really exciting to go down there and be with the guys, be with our scouts that are out on the road all year and working their tails off to get ready for the draft. So, I didn't prepare for this day, and maybe that's silly, but I didn't, and wasn't expecting this. And so, you got to kind of come in and turn the page. And so we did that today. And then tomorrow we'll go back down there and look ahead and get caught up with all that stuff. And then it's the rest of the off season. So it never stops. It really doesn't, but it'll be good to get down there and see the guys and be around the guys. It'll be fun.
GM Adam Peters, head coach Dan Quinn, taking questions from the media after Washington's loss in the NFC Championship game, live here on Grant and Danny.
The phrases around the building and what resonated to them the most. And most of them said that anybody, anywhere, anytime was the phrase that they took from the season that embodied the whole season. Some of them said it embodies how they're going to move forward in life. As a teacher, as somebody who wanted to teach a culture, could you talk about how good that makes you feel that it resonated, not just words that were on walls, but now it's part of who they are?
Yeah, I love that you shared that. Let's start with that. Anybody, anywhere, anytime. It's really the life of a competitor. And like, if that's our central theme that we want here of competing, that's really where it started. Whether it's playing on the East Coast, night games, day, anywhere, that all of the opponents got the same regard. And like they were going to get all of us and how we would go do that. And so it really was about us, even though it's anybody, it was really our way. And this is how we will go do things. And so I wanted them to take that life of a competitor and apply it to our whole team. And in different ways, that's just how we would want to get down. And I'm glad that they shared that one with you today, because if there's one that probably resonates with me as well into that spot. But it really is about us, even though the message has anybody, but it's like how we do things.
Hey, Dan, I'm not asking about any individual player, but you brought in some veterans whose obviously first job was to play football, but secondly, help you guys kind of set the standard for yourself and for the team.
Yes.
Moving forward, how do you kind of balance and I guess value the veteran leadership versus building a football team that can win long term?
Yeah. Some things don't show up on the stat sheet. They just don't. And people like Adam see that and understand that it may not come in a metric or next gen stat, but it shows up in a big way. And you've heard me use the word glue guys or great teammates, and all of those things can factor into what you're looking for to build as a team. So everything matters. And for teammates like that have a different role, all of them have an impact on winning, but their roles may be different. So it'll always be a part of our equation. Adam, I believe in team first, and you've heard me say like the best part of our team is the team. And that's like a really cool thing to say as a coach, because it's not this group or that group or this one, like collectively the way they work together, like it's a really cool thing.
This one's for Dan. A lot of players talked about culture, and it's one thing to implement culture and it's another thing to have it continue to grow, especially as you get here and you acquire new guys. How do you make sure that your culture continues to flourish through the offseason and heading into year two?
Yeah, it's such an important topic. And it really is the work that we do every day. And it's like how we conduct our lives here. And so we're all on the same page here. And I can remember when we added a player to the team, I said, you can ask anybody here, man, a rookie, 10-year vet, we're all on the same page. This is how we do things. This is what we wear for walkthrough. This is where we go to train, whatever that is. And so that's their jobs to pay it forward to the next person. And if that's a new guy coming in, we have a process for what that looks like. And what I do love about a standard and a culture, like there's a certain level that we're all expected to, hey man, that's not to the standard. This is what we do. And so we like having that together. And it's going to be a really important thing from now. And 20 years, we'll look back and say, okay, in 2024, that began. How did it grow stronger? It will grow stronger because it's the people that live it. If it's just a sign on the wall, then you don't really have one. You have to live it.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Coaches, for you specifically, we talked a lot when you first got here about getting that second opportunity to be a head coach, and you thought about getting a chance to do it again. I do this or I do that. Where did those expectations that you had for yourself come into play this year? And is there a spot where you already kind of know next year you want to get even better?
Yeah, some good questions. There's a lot that I want to get better at. I probably don't have enough time for that. But I would say coming in, I wanted to make sure that like all my focus, could be just on the team. And Adam has done a fantastic job of, as my partner here, to go through it, like, day and night, that's where my eyes are. And that was really important to me, to make sure that like each meeting, whether it's offense or defense or special teams, that I'm in it, that I know it, and that I didn't have to worry about something else that would go on. And so having that going in, that was one of my top priorities, and knowing I would be at my best doing X, Y, and Z. And so I shared that with him to say, hey, these are, some of the things that are really important for me and what I need, to be successful. And he absolutely delivered on that, and then some.
That was the postseason, unfortunately, press conference of Adam Peters and Dan Quinn in the wake of yesterday's tough loss and drubbing, really, at the hands of Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game. But it was an amazing season. It was a wonderful ride that led up to what was a really frustrating and disappointing end. Let's go back through some of the things they just said, give you some takeaways next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. Oh, those heating costs, so ridiculous. They're getting out of control, and experts say it's going to get even worse before the springtime. And if you want to save some money, you got to do what Grant and I did. Replace those old, cold, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation. Just go to windownation.com right meow and save big with 50% off all style windows. Plus, you could get zero interest with no payments for 2 years.
Window Nation's products are built to protect your home with top-quality insulation and seals, often outperforming the expensive guys, so you'll save money on utility bills year-round. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty. They can be installed in 1 day or less. I know this because I've done it. Danny's done it as well. They've got an A+ rating in the Better Business Bureau. You can trust Window Nation.
Hurry, sale ends January 31st. So don't miss out on your chance to save 50% off all window styles, zero interest, and zero payments for 2 years. Schedule that free in-home consultation right now at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
We're brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. It's locker room cleanout day in Ashburn as the Commanders look to pick up the pieces after their 55-23 loss to Philly Sunday in the NFC title game. A lot of questions face this team as they enter a pivotal offseason. Tight end Zach Ertz says despite his age, he's down for another ride in D.C.
I don't know what the future holds. I still want to play football next year. So I just want to make that clear that I'm not retiring. Just because I had so much fun this year. I feel rejuvenated. I feel young. This is the most amount of games I played in the season at 34. And I felt like I played good football this year. So for me, it's just figuring out everything going forward. And they know how I feel about this place. So, yeah.
According to Bailey Johnson of the Washington Post, the Caps have agreed to terms on a 6-year, $35 million extension with goaltender Logan Thompson. Speaking of the Caps' roommate, Cap One Arena, the Wizards, they're back in action as they wrap up their 6-game West Coast roadie in Dallas tonight, taking on the Mavs. You can hear the game over on our sister station, the Team 980, with pregame coverage beginning at 8:15. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. The show made possible by our sponsor, the law firm Kandori and Murad. We're going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us, get yourself a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Yesterday, the Commanders went to Philly. They were confident. I think they thought they were coming back with an NFC Championship game win. They gave up 55 points. They lost by 32. And now we're trying to pick up the pieces today. After what was an unbelievable season, nobody thought they would make the playoffs, let alone win not one but 2 playoff games. And I mean absolutely nobody, not parents of players, not Dan Quinn, not Adam Peters, thought this team was getting to the NFC Championship game. And they did. So we're juxtaposing that with the fact that when you got there, you laid an egg, you gave up 55, which is a record amount of points scored in a conference round, and you lost by 30 plus.
Yeah, they should have been confident. I mean, after something happens one time, it's a fluke. If it happens 2 times, it's, hey, there's something going on here. If it happens 7 straight times, then you go, this is just what it is. This is who we are. We're a group that's better than the sum of our parts. You know, we are doing more than we should be doing. That goes out the window now. Right?
Yesterday showed they were hotter than they were good, which is okay.
Yeah.
They're really not supposed to be able to play with the Eagles. They weren't supposed to be able to beat the Lions. I think all the injuries to the Lions defense made them susceptible in a lot of ways, but they took advantage of any kind of breaks, whether they were injury related like that, whether they were in game with Baker Mayfield, bumping into McMillan and fumbling. Now you throw a touchdown pass to Terry and you're back in the lead. You get a bounce off the uprights that goes in, you win a football game. This was such a good ride. It was so fun. I also think, I talked to Dan Quinn about this yesterday, I think this is invaluable for them, Danny, moving forward. The fact that Daniel's got to play in 3 playoff games, 12 playoff quarters. I mean, the guy, 1 year in now, has played in an NFC Championship game. So if you're playing in another one next year, the year after, 3 years from now, it's not his first anymore. The amount of guys on this team that are coming back that got massively important experience, from the kids like Mikey Sanristo and Ben Sinnott, who caught the fake punt pass from Tress Way, to veterans who are going to be around hopefully for years to come, like Terry McLaurin. To play in these games makes it easier for you to win them next time.
Yeah, it is invaluable. There's a reason. that, it's called experience. It's such a critical thing. Doesn't guarantee anything, of course. The more experienced team doesn't always win, and there's a million factors that go into it. But to me, it's the understanding of, this is what it takes, right? Whether win or lose, where you understand the sacrifice. You understand that when nobody's watching, in the middle of March, in the middle of nowhere, are you either doing the extra rep or not? Are you doing everything you possibly can when it's coming to OTAs, or are you not? Are you about that money, boss, or are you about this team overcoming and about getting to the next level? And it's okay to be one way or the other, but you understand the level of commitment, the level of luck, the level of good fortune, the level of talent and play that it takes to really and truly compete at that super high level. Of course, that's invaluable because it's right there in front of you. You got this far, and you can see over the horizon now. You can see that you could have been playing in the game in a couple of weeks that the whole world watches.
Most of what I found interesting about the Peters and Quinn press conference actually came from the GM, Adam Peters. And I think that's just because we hear Dan Quinn talking all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a lot of the same talking points and kind of anecdotes and, the fun little slogans and things that he has. But with Peters, I thought there was some real good stuff. Wouldn't comment on if he expects Kingsbury to be back. How would he not be at this point? There's only one opening. It's the Saints job. I haven't seen anywhere that he would be interviewing for that job, right? They've already done a round or two of interviews, so he'd be way late. Now, the Saints would be ridiculous not to ask for permission to talk to him.
That's right.
They should offer him the job, but is he really leaving this operation and Jaden Daniels to go to that situation with, Derek Carr and Spencer Rattler and a bad cap situation? I doubt it. So I have a hard time believing he wouldn't be back. But I loved Peter saying he's known the guy for years and years. He had no idea how hard he works. Talked about him getting in at 3 a.m., which we saw on Hard Knocks, if you remember.
Yeah.
That he wakes up in like the middle of the night and goes into work all the time. Said he did a fantastic job, led well, great energy, listener, performance that was outstanding, did a great job calling plays. And Kingsbury is such an important piece to this puzzle. And the fact that he's likely coming back, basically because a lot of teams were not patient enough to wait for him so that they could interview him, is pretty stunning to me.
Yeah, it ends up being a massive, massive story and a benefit. So, again, credit to Dan Quinn and maybe even credit to Adam Peters, because big picture, you and I both said this, and I think you went harder than I did. It's not a criticism, just information. If you hire someone that's not an offensive genius as your head coach, the issue is keeping some continuity on the offensive staff. Well, maybe a guy that's getting paid like a head coach to be an OC for a couple of years gives you some continuity, maybe more than your average Bear might. So that may be something that they saw down the pike. Who knows if they did or didn't, but it certainly looks like it's going to work out that way.
Yeah, I think it was not that. I think it was that they went to the NFC Championship game, and you were lucky that he said he's not doing interviews until it's all said and done. Joe Witt, as an example, did a head coaching interview for the Jets and threw his name into his hat into the ring, so to speak. But yeah, the fact that he's not leaving is a massive win for them. I don't know that it's strategic or something that they planned out or anything in any way. But I would still bet against them being here for the long term. Hopefully you get another year. That would be great.
That's the thing that I care about is I need the first few years, which are damn near impossible for anybody.
Yeah.
I need that continuity. I can't have my rookie quarterback, now a second-year quarterback, learn a whole new language, a whole new set of everything as the whole league is adjusting and figuring stuff out. Continuity to me is key, something I worried about, and it looks like, knock on wood, it's going to happen.
It's not that much more fun for him to learn something new after 2 years either, I would point out. But I think after 2 years, maybe the idea is, certainly their plan would be that David Blau, assuming you don't lose him to be an OC somewhere this year, or Brian Johnson or somebody would have worked with Cliff enough that they can at least mask, the deficiency of losing him a little bit. That maybe after 2 years in the system, in the building with Jaden, it's a better thing to promote from within, which is true. But we don't need to go back over the offensive coach thing. There's a reason why that just seems to work at the highest rate. Doesn't mean this can't work. It almost did, by the way. They got to the NFC Championship game. But there's just not a history of, D coordinator, head coach is kind of running it back year in, year out. The other thing that I found compelling about Peters talking today was when he addressed Marshawn Lattimore's status. There was not we've got a decision to make, we'll see about him coming back at all. He said he came in a bad situation. He was injured when he got here. He was rehabbing. You're trying to learn a defense and learning teammates and getting healthy. And we can't wait to have him for a full off season. So that was about as definitive as you're going to get, I think, in him coming out and saying, It's 2 years, 36 million. He's going to be here. We're not moving on. Which, by the way, I didn't think they would. You can't give up a 3, a 4, and a 6, and then punt on him after a couple of months. That would be a bad idea. But I also didn't know that he would go that hard in the paint and kind of defending why he played the way that he did.
Yeah, so I think this was one of those. He could have been nonplussed about it, but he went hard in the player direction. I think that's who this is. Maybe privately, as soon as he's done, he might be like, man, that guy sucked, and what a disappointment he was.
He came on our show and defended Emmanuel Forbes and said he thought he would have a big year. I don't really believe he thought that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, so I think this is the mantra. I think this is who these guys are always going to be publicly. If you were a player, there'll be nothing backed up over you. Like, you are not getting run under the bus. You're never getting hit with anything. Their time at the podium is going to be time praising everybody, to the nth degree. So who knows privately what he thought? I don't know if he's got buyer's remorse. I certainly wouldn't say so today if he did, but I sort of take it with a grain of salt there in terms of their plans. But also, I mean, this is one of those where I don't know how much it benefits you just to move on or whatever. You traded the pieces away. There's guaranteed money. It's a pretty nasty cap hit. Maybe you could trade him, but his value's never been lower. My only worry is you count on him for much better play that never materializes and don't do anything else at the position.
We should look at their pending free agents, who they need to bring back. I want to also listen to what Jaden Daniels had to say yesterday because I thought his comments were great. But we'll get to the phones next. I know you guys have been waiting. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us to discuss the Commanders offseason starting a couple of weeks before we were hoping that it would after their magical ride. This is The Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We'll get to the comments that I like so much from Jaden Daniels after the game, but it's been a while since we touched the people. Let's hit the phones. Mac joins us on Grant and Danny. Mac, tough day yesterday to end what was a memorable season.
I loved our season. I'm so happy to be there, but is it me or yes, I'm so happy we got Lattimore on the trade, but should he even have been benched 3 games ago? He can't guard anyone. All he does is hold. Please don't bring him back. I know we had a lot of other corners that were getting burned that sucked, but how do we keep doing that?
Yeah, there's no answer in the bullpen there, Mac. I mean, it reminds me of when, some of those bad Nationals moments or starts where any person that Davey Martinez asked to get loose in the bullpen was not a good answer to bring into the game. They don't have a corner walking through that door. So Lattimore was their best option, maybe. I mean, you could have argued St. Juste, and maybe he would have done the same thing, held into the end zone or committed pass interferences. But yeah, they don't have a good answer over there in that room.
No, it's an indictment on the position. And if we're being honest, it was not necessarily unforeseen. Now, I'm not patting myself on the back here, but we had Adam Peters on the show. I think it was right before training camp when he joined us.
Uh-huh.
And if you remember, the one specific position on the roster that we asked him about is I said, look, and it wasn't like I was the only guy saying this, but I said, hey, I think you did a pretty good job putting the roster together. I'm worried about cornerback. We don't think Forbes can play. Are you sure? And he basically said, yeah, we like our guys. Now, again, I think that's a public endorsement. I don't know if that's really what they were saying behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is just to say they knew they had a problem. They traded for Lattimore because they had a problem.
Right. They didn't trade because the room was good.
They expected him to fix it. I think he was more injured than they thought he was. And yeah, it's an indictment on the rest of their guys that they had to keep trotting him out there. In a perfect world, you bench him and you move on. Let's go to Tristan and Chantilly. What's up, Tristan?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, man.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a tough loss, especially against Philly. But, I mean, we just got to be thankful for the new ownership, AP, DQ, and against Philly, it sucks, but great season. I mean, I was at Dulles Airport last night greeting the team, and they were coming back, and Jaden still took the time on FaceTime with his mom to sign everyone's jerseys, all that stuff. Just great guy on and off the field, and he's a great mentor for the younger generation of maybe newer fans that are here now.
I actually think it's a really
dude.
good point.
Yeah.
I mean, everything that he did off the field this year, really from the moment they drafted him, was kind of how he would have been advised to do it. Like a manual on, hey, you're a young quarterback. How do you come off as humble, approachable, likable leader, and a guy you'd want to build your Fortune 500 company around? He did all those things. I cannot be more impressed, proud of, or commend him, or more interested in doing any of those things more than I am, just based on the historical performance. But more important to me, like the work habits, all the stuff. It looked like nothing went to his head. He always said the right thing, which brings me to his comments yesterday, by the way, after the game. And I've told you I wanted to talk about these here on Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. But the comment that got me was when he said, like, this sucks. I never want to feel like this again. It was this like Kobe Bryant, like stewing over the loss and letting you guys know I'm not going to be here again. And I kind of thought that was awesome.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, everything he does and says, as you said, turns to gold. I guess there's like a difference, though, to me, the next level. There's nothing wrong with somebody that shows up and works hard and then goes home, but it's if he throws an interception, if he has an incomplete pass or misses a read or something, it's not going to be because he skipped that hour of work. You know what I'm saying? Like the thing that I love so much in sports and in athletes are when guys leave no doubt, leave no room for questions. In other words, if it doesn't work out, it ain't because they didn't put in the effort that time. It's not because they slept in that time. It's not because they didn't study that one thing on film or didn't do the VR or didn't do the lift or didn't do the whatever. Or we're more concerned about something else. This is the right thing every time. Now, there may be something that slips that, you and I don't know about, but I just think in general, when you hear enough gushing praise, you hear enough guys kind of shaking their heads and go, we got a chance because we got 5. you don't see that all the time. You know what I mean? That's not an everyday situation when veterans, Hall of Famers, are talking about how they've got a chance every week because they have Jaden Daniels, not because me, Hall of Fame player, is here or whatever. It's the kid quarterback that's doing things that haven't been done in this.
Hey, did you guys see that the Bayou Bar was on the news in Philly, in Monteok or whatever that is? Yeah. So I guess that it was like the Commanders listed the Bayou Bar on their website as a Commanders friendly bar. And the owner who we met, who was putting up like
super nice guy,
the
yeah.
Santa stuff, and then the guy that worked there, Joe, who like was the bartender, who was even nicer. Like they were both on the piece, and I'm like, oh, I know those guys, and they're like, we're not a Commanders friendly bar. What do they think they are putting us on that site? And I wanted to respond and be like, now these guys let us literally do a radio show from there as DC guys, and like gave us our food for free.
They gave us really delicious food.
They were so nice. They're totally a Commanders friendly bar. They're like getting some positive PR, like we hate the Commanders and we hate DC people. Like, no, you don't.
You don't hate
You're just
us.
really nice to us.
You were nice
a few weeks ago.
You love us, admit it.
That was hilarious. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. The Chiefs are going back to the Super Bowl. We can talk about that. Plus, we got Don't Forget About taking you up to 6:30.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The clock finally struck midnight on the Commanders' Cinderella season as they fell 55-23 in the NFC Championship game yesterday. The big difference, turnovers. Washington with 4 giveaways in the game, including 3 fumbles. The Eagles scored 28 points off the DC miscues. The quarterback, Jaden Daniels, understandably frustrated post-game, but reflective as well.
Obviously, man, it sucks, man. The shit sucks. Excuse my language. But just I couldn't be prouder of the guys in the locker room. You know, just year one, everybody not really knowing each other. Rookies, the vets did a tremendous job of, you know, bringing us in and helping us out. And we all just meshed, and you know, we got to this point. But at the end of the day, man, you know, we lost. It sucks. But we'll move on from this.
A big off season upcoming for Washington. Commanders guard Sam Cosmi announced to the media that he had set to undergo ACL surgery tomorrow afternoon. To the Diamond, according to Mark Zuckerman of Masson, Nats pitcher Josiah Gray began throwing today for the first time since undergoing season-ending Tommy John surgery. According to Zuckerman, the team is hopeful it can get the 27-year-old righty back on the mound before the end of next season. To the ice, according to Bailey Johnson of the Washington Post, the Caps have agreed to terms on a 6-year, $35 million extension with goaltender Logan Thompson. The 27-year-old excellent in his first season in net, with Washington posting a record of 22-2-3 while boasting the 3rd best save percentage in the NHL. Caps back in action tomorrow as they continue their 5-game road trip in Calgary. To the hardwood, the Wizards back in action tonight as they wrap up their 6-game West Coast road trip in Dallas, taking on the Mavs. You can hear the game over on our sister station, the Team 980, with pregame coverage beginning at 8:15. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny on The Fan. Show sponsored by our friends, the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a consultation with our buddies and their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell those Commanders fans over there that we sent you and that you are sympathizing with them. kmlawyers.com. Looking at the free agents to be for this roster, there are a bunch of them. These are the most notable, though, helpful players this season that have expiring contracts. I want to go through the list. We'll go one by one here, set up by position. And I want to know your interest. I'll give you my interest in bringing these guys back. Start at wide receiver. De'Ami Brown had a monster postseason, 6 and 5 catches for 80-plus and 90-plus yards the last 2 weeks. Obviously fumbled. It was a killer yesterday at the link, but had a couple of good plays in the game as well. Seemed to have broken out and really benefited from more opportunity as a wide receiver too. 4 years in the making. De'Ami Brown.
Low interest. He can come back and be my 4th or 5th guy, but I need to do a lot better there at that spot.
So I actually completely agree with everything you said other than low interest. I have interest in bringing him back at the right price because I think he is athletic and can help, as you saw in the playoffs. But to your point, right now, this moment, he's their 2nd wide receiver on their depth chart. I'd like him to be their 4th wide receiver on their depth chart going into the season. You got to go draft someone in the mid rounds with some size maybe that you like, sign someone for more money than you'd pay him if you're bringing him back to be ahead of him on the depth chart. What about Noah Brown, who caught the Hail Mary, did some pretty good things, and we forget because he got hurt that he was not a part really of this winning streak at all.
So more interest in him than De'Ami Brown. But again, I wonder what the price is going to be. I don't imagine it'd be that expensive to have him back.
That'd be peanuts to get him back.
Yeah, so I'm more interested in him than De'Ami.
If I'm more interested in him, it's only because of cost. because I think Diami made himself some money in the postseason and is going to be able to make a couple $1 million more a year probably than he would have. But I'm more interested probably in Diami than Noah. I think Diami is more of a downfield vertical threat. I also think there's a path to like him being able to help you if he's down the depth chart as your kind of Aldrick Robinson burner, so to speak, on some of the vertical stuff that you saw, like the deep corner against the Lions that he hit in the playoffs. Noah Brown is a very solid option in that like number 2 dig route, in breaker, clear things out opposite McLaurin role. But he's just like a pretty unexciting, watered down version of what I want. Like he is how would I say this? Kind of like a poor man's or like a D version off-brand T. Higgins or something.
Right.
Like go get me something better than that in that role. Olamide Zaccheaus, I'd say same thing. I want to bring him back down the depth chart. Like Crowder, I respectfully at his age and stuff, he could probably walk. But like an OZ is a 5th receiver or 6th receiver, and maybe he works this offseason and returns punts or something, I'd be okay with that.
More of a true slot guy. I'd like to do better there as a more dynamic slot guy, but I don't know how readily those guys are just falling from trees. So I could certainly do that.
So any of those guys' priorities to bring back?
Noah Brown for me probably would be my number 1. But again, I'm not breaking the bank for anybody. So
Yeah.
if they get a great offer somewhere, thank you so much. Enjoy it.
I would say the closest thing to a priority would be Diami, but none of them are. Those are all replaceable players at a position where only McLaurin, by the way, and McCaffrey are under contract. They may have a very different looking receiver.
For sure.
Zach Ertz, who caught 11 balls for 100 yards yesterday. Now, this is obviously a priority. I think this is fascinating, though.
Yeah.
Because Ertz is great in his role, which is safety valve, make yourself available to the quarterback, do some stuff around the line of scrimmage, not get anything after the catch. If you hadn't drafted Ben Sinnott, I'd say absolutely bring him back. He signed for a year and $3 million this past year, even if he's going to make a few million more than that because he had a big year compared to not being able to stay healthy the last couple of seasons. Fine, no problem. But I would still then want like a playmaking tight end that can go down the field a little bit and who's just more athletic and creates more problems and puts more pressure on the defense. To have Sinnott and Ertz and Bates all under contract, you don't keep 4 at that spot. So unless they moved on from Bates and Sinnott became their big blocking tight end and Ertz was kind of their number 2 possession guy, and then my mystery tight end to be named later comes in and adds to the passing game, maybe that's the path forward. But it's a long-winded way of me saying I think you got to bring Ertz back.
Yeah, this is actually, I think you laid it out very well. This is a really hard one. So let's say there's 2 faders, but they're both opposite. Like veteran leadership and explosive dynamic play. For Ertz, they're going in the opposite directions. So eventually, if one is 100 and one's 0, you have like a 75-year-old that literally can't run, but would be a great leader. So we're not there yet, but that's kind of the scale I'm talking about. I really want someone more dynamic there. I also love what Zach Ertz brought to this team. You already said it. The safety valve, the box out guy, the short space goal line type stuff. When
he did it all day yesterday.
You did it all day
11
yesterday
for 100.
But you go into it's 3rd and goal from the 7. What are you running? Spread everybody out. Here's Ertz boxing out a safety or nickel corner, catching the touchdown pass against Atlanta. The whole world knew where they were going, and they went to Zach Ertz, and he makes the play. I still want that, but I also really want to do a lot better than that between the 20s and have someone a lot more dynamic. I don't know if that guy's available. I'm hoping Sinnott grows into the role, but it's a long-winded way of saying I'm with you. I would actually really like to bring Ertz back.
Yeah, I think he'll be back. I think he's got to be back. He's also just so popular in the locker room and a big
Huge part of it, yeah.
Of like what they built this year. But it would be a bummer to me if in training camp next year it's Ertz, Bates, and Sinnott. Because I don't like I like Ben Sinnott's potential, but I think it's a better athletic after the tackle, after the catch, harder to tackle version of what we saw from Ertz this year. It's not like what Goddard is. What you saw yesterday, where that guy can run like 15, 18, 20-yard routes. All right, what about Tress Way? To me, that's a no-brainer, easy to get done.
Yes,
I'm
please.
sure he'll want to be back, and they should want him back.
Yes, agree. Double down.
Austin Seibert.
No. I don't care.
I would agree with that. I would hope that their kicker's not on the roster. And by the way, it shouldn't be that hard to fix that problem. You just throw money at a good kicker. Now, they tried that.
They did.
With Brandon McManus. They didn't know that with that addition was coming a lot of baggage from a flight when he was with the Jacksonville Jaguars, allegedly. All charges were dropped, and he ended up kicking for the Packers. But do what you did with Brandon McManus. Go out and sign a guy to a 2 or 3 year deal who kicked his ass off in the league this year and fix that problem. Just throw some money at it.
Agreed.
I do not want to draft a kicker. I will say that.
I agree with
I
that
think
too.
Peters was in San Fran when they drafted Jake Moody. That's kind of become more of a thing around the league recently. It's like you go draft the best kicker in the country. I hate when teams do that because I think the batting average is way, way lower than you think.
Yeah.
Like San Francisco's going to cut Moody. If you remember the kid from Georgia, I think it was like Rodrigo Blankenship was like the best kicker in the country that the Colts drafted. He's been out of the league all year. I remember
Roberto Aguayo, second rounder.
with the Bucks was terrible. Like there are great examples. The Rams, Carney this year was awesome. The Saints, I don't know if they drafted the kid Groupie, but he was like a recent really good college kicker. But it's just too hard to guess with those guys. So undrafted free agent college kicker can come in and compete. But I'll just sign a guy for $5 million a year. Whatever.
Yeah, I'd like to not do 8 kickers or whatever the hell they did this year. I'd like 1, but the beggars can't be choosers, I suppose.
And I will say Zane Gonzalez, so I didn't mention, ended up making his kicks. It was kind of a wild ride at time in pregame warmups. He did miss a kick against Detroit, but more often than not, he went out there and nobody felt good about it. I don't think he was lining up with his little awkward style, like straight on, just approaching the ball. But he did it.
He did fine.
He made the kicks. 3 for 3 yesterday. Dante Fowler Jr. This one's interesting.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. It might get too rich. I don't. This year was one of the best values in the whole league. What they got from him, I think he had more sacks than certainly than Chase Young ever did, or right around where Montez Sweat was.
10.5 sacks
for $3 million. I mean, now if he's in the 15, 16, $17 million range, that may not be worth it anymore. But I'd like to offer him a raise. Bring him back if possible, but if it gets too rich, I think I turn my profit.
I don't think he's going to make half of what you're talking about.
You don't think so? After
No.
10.5 sacks?
No, because he can't play the run, really. I mean, he's a situation like you saw it in the game the other day, the other day. I'm sure it wasn't last night. He played his lowest snap count in months because they were playing a team that plays bully ball and runs, and he's a liability against the run. So they had a lot more like Jalen Holmes and Allen on the edge and stuff. He's a package player, situationally used edge rusher. I'm with you. I think he'll make better money than he did this year because he's coming off 10.5 sacks for the first time since 2019. Only the second time in his career where he's had a year like that. But I think it's a handful of million, $5-6 million, maybe something like that.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
I would too. He would probably just be that package player and like ideally a third defensive end though, because he's just not able to play all downs like you would want. What about Cleveland Farrell, who was kind of like the platoon with Fowler, so to speak, more of a run-stuffing defensive end than a pass rusher?
I think I can find another Cleveland Farrell. I'll let him go.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I mean, you need a guy like him. I'll say this. I agree with Jay Gruden. Jay Gruden came on today, and the position he said that's most important to him to address is defensive end. He mentioned pass rush, which is fair. You always want more of that. I want someone who can set an edge against the run. I want someone, they could not stop outside zone this year. Think about Bijan Robinson in Atlanta, someone like Jahmyr Gibbs, even Saquon, anything that went outside, it was a disaster.
You could book for yards, yeah.
I'd love to. Like the idea of Cleveland Farrell is great, like a version of that. To me, a guy that can play the run and rush the quarterback a little bit. But whether that's 28 overall or in the second round or their number 1 free agent signing, a defensive end would make a lot of sense to me. Bobby Wagner.
Yes. Even though it's probably going to be for a bit more money, that's what we talk about with Ertz to me. This is the heart and soul, the guy that everybody looks to. Again, he can't run like he used to, so I'll have to supplement here, there, and everywhere, try to sort of figure out how to compensate for that. But I think, what did he have, 140 tackles this year? I think he could still play. I think you have like a London Fletcher 2.0 situation on your hands. I'd bring him back.
Yeah, he made 130 tackles, which is 50 fewer than he had the year before. But he did finish as a second-team All-Pro. So this one's complicated. I love Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
Like, just couldn't love him anymore. My answer is yes, you got to bring him back. So I should get that out of the way. But when we're talking about bringing back Wagner's 34, maybe a 2-year deal or whatever.
Yep.
Bringing back Ertz, who's, I think, the same age, to a 2-year deal or whatever. Like, Wagner's speed occasionally shows up, or lack thereof at this point. The first run by Barkley.
Yeah.
He stumbled, but he couldn't get out there to make the play.
He
Whatever.
would have been in there anyway if he hadn't stumbled, yeah.
you got to sometimes with these guys be a year early, not a year late. And so I don't think it's like if they decide not to bring Bobby Wagner back and they kind of thank him as their Walter Payton Man of the Year for changing the culture and giving them exactly what they wanted, I would also understand that. I just happen to love the guy so much that I go, sure, bring him back. But is there a world where there's someone that can occasionally play and split some time or whatever with him? Now, if he played at the exact same level next year as he played at this year, I'm fine with it. I just assume that in the same way from 33 to 34, there was a slight tick down. From 34 to 35, there's another one. And like, how much of that can you have with Ertz, with Wagner, before you start going,
this is now
are
liability.
we just chasing the high of the last few months and how fun this was? Like, how do you get better than you were? The goal shouldn't be to just like, sustain what they did. The goal is over the next 2-3 years to get better. So it gets complicated in that way. You got to kind of be robotic and not a fan of the guys that you brought in that you love.
That's another hard one, yeah.
Benjamin St. Juste.
No thanks.
I don't think he's as bad as everybody thinks, but it goes without saying he will not be back. He needs a fresh start somewhere else. Noah Igbenogany.
No thanks.
I'd bring him back. He played really well. I think there's a chance that you could have Noah I at nickel and Sandra still at corner with Lattimore. You still sign or draft a corner or two and everybody competes, but you feel a lot better about that position, especially because it's a weakness. He knows DQ. He's been with him in 2 stops. Again, he played at a high level at times, was okay for the kind of the duration of the season. I would definitely bring him back. But like a De'Ami Brown, my goal would be that he would kind of slide down in importance a little bit and not be an every down guy.
Because I think the goal should be to have Sanders still be what they drafted him to be, which is the nickel guy.
Yeah.
And that means a whole new cast of corners, right? That would include a couple
Sure.
guys on the outside opposite Lattimore.
But Igbenogany's played outside and inside. He would be a nice backup and depth guy that can play special teams. Like, I just think he played well enough and probably doesn't cost a lot of money. Last one, and this guy's I'd really like to bring back is Jeremy Chin.
100%.
Now, in a perfect world, might you do a little bit better? Like instead of a good safety, you have an all-pro safety? Sure. That's hard to do at every position. I actually thought Chin was awesome at times this year. And him and Fowler and probably Wagner were their 3 best players
Great bang for your buck there.
that
yeah.
are on this list, with Ertz being just right behind them as like the 4th guy.
Without a doubt. And, again, they don't make Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed, these kind of rangy, free, center field safeties anymore that fly all over the place. What you have is, kind of I would say a slightly better version of Cam Curl, downhill, thumping, playmaker, not great in coverage, not going to run down the field and chase things down. Think Sean Taylor ranging from sideline to sideline. I don't think that exists anymore, quite frankly. So to me, he's almost a linebacker and a half for half the plays and then, safety for the other plays. And then that role, I think, was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I give him a B- for the season, probably.
Yeah.
I think he could do a lot worse. And I think he is, like many of the guys that were along for this ride, going to be helpful if you were to bring him back in terms of the culture that's been established, the confidence now in the building, knowing how things are going to be done here and helping to implement that with the next group. Because you don't just want to replace 17 guys after you just got to the NFC Championship game. Let's go to Patrick in the city. What's up, Patrick? You're on Grant and Danny.
What's up, Grant? What's up, Danny? Good evening.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, listen, I agree with a lot of you guys signings of who you want to bring back or who you don't want to bring back, and I have no qualm with them. One thing I want to say is, although we do like Bobby Wagner, he's a Super Bowl champion. He has 13, 14 years experience. He's good for the culture. He's good to establish that middle linebacker spot. But would you want your 34-year-old Mike linebacker chasing around whoever's going to draft Ashton Genty and Saquon Barkley for another 17 games? So I'm looking at, you want to replace Bobby Wagner with a more sideline-to-sideline Mike linebacker.
At some
And I
point,
think the
yes.
person who-
I also
Thank you, buddy.
It goes without saying, and man, the last thing I want to do is run down Bobby Wagner because I don't think he deserves it. I think he was really good, and again, he's probably outside of Frankie Louvu my favorite player on the team right now. Like full stop. I love the guy. I think in the locker room he is a dude. He's an alpha. He runs the show. It's his locker room. So I'm bringing him back because I think He is a commander. Like, he's a core tag, whatever you want to use it, guy. But I don't think it's a complete coincidence that they were bad at stopping the run, especially outside, and your Mike linebacker is a guy who's like not fleet of foot. I think Wagner is really, really good coming downhill and like between the tackles and being physical and taking angles and stuff. I don't think it's going to be a strength for him at this point, going sideline to sideline to stop the run. I don't think that gets better next year.
No, I agree with you. And this is where it's really hard. Letting someone go doesn't mean you did bad. Letting someone walk doesn't mean that we don't like you. It's what you're doing is trying to predict future performance. And if their evaluation, talking about Peterson Company, goes, let's say, I'm just making up a number. Right now, he's a 70 ranging, for outside runs. And he's an 81 in coverage. But we think in a year, he'll be a 62 and a 74. And that's not worth it to us at this dollar amount. Then you go, okay, we got to let him go. Even though he did everything that you brought him here to do, right? Everyone got something out of it, right? Wagner was the leader that he was asked to be. He's the guy giving the speech. He's the guy bringing everyone together. He's your Walter Payton Man of the Year. It's not one of those, God, I can't wait to be rid of that guy. I don't want to wash my I want to wash my hands of him. The caller's right. At some point, you're going to have to make that move, right? A guy that's a Hall of Famer can't play like that anymore. And you're not mad at anybody. It's just, hey, this business goes on.
And this year, he was really good.
Yeah, second team All-Pro.
Can he be really good again next year? That's what you're betting on. But I would say that's one of their 5 best free agent signings of the last 20 years. I mean, I mean that. Like, I think he was that important to what they got done and how Jaden developed and the conversations they were having and just the relationship between those two guys and what he meant to the building. And also, again, we're making it sound like the guy can't play anymore. He played at a really high level at a really important position. They haven't had a linebacker in his role do what he did at that level in several years because Ron and company neglected the position, essentially. All right, let's get to what we always do on Monday after games. Don't forget about. Don't forget about the ride. I know that yesterday stunk and that giving up 55 is embarrassing and that losing by 32 to a division rival was laughing you out of their building feels awful. But my God, man, this team was supposed to go 6-11. They made the playoffs. They went to Tampa and won. They won a game nobody thought they would in Detroit. And then they went to Philly, and most of us had talked ourselves into, after 7 straight wins, the fact that they might just mess around and somehow upset an Eagles team that was more talented than them. Best year in 33 years, most successful team I've ever covered, certainly, but followed as a fan of this team in my entire life. I got 3 kids. I'm 36 years old. Don't forget how fun this season was. I know a lot of you aren't ready to get there yet, but when you get there, like the rest of us have already kind of decided we're just focusing on that part, don't forget, none of this was supposed to happen this year. That was just a house money run, man. That was a good time.
I think that's a good one. Don't forget about the fact that Washington had the ball at their own 49-yard line towards the end of the third quarter, down 11 points as they were moving the football. Just before this play occurred, as I'm about to reference, Zach Ertz on a 3rd and 10 for 13 yards, basically to bring it right to midfield. If Washington goes down and scores right there, is it a different ballgame? I have no idea. Their defense didn't get to stop pretty much all day, and even when they did, they committed penalties. But I would have loved to have seen it. Would have loved to have seen if Jaden Daniels doesn't kind of fall away or not put enough mustard on it, and Austin Eckler doesn't have to go down to the ground. And as he's getting up, credit to, I believe it was Oren Burks, made a fantastic play. But you got to tip the cap sometimes. When he knocks that ball out, recovered, Philadelphia gets it, goes. Don't forget about that huge moment. Blowout. It wasn't that crazy that Washington could have been in the game.
Don't forget about Terry McLaurin taking a slant, going to the crib. 36-yard touchdown, just all heart, hustle, speed, everything that Terry is rolled up into one. 3 for 51 in the sun. He didn't really get heavily involved. Not his fault necessarily, but what a run he had in these playoffs. What a second half of the season he had. I think he had 8 touchdowns in the final 8, 9 touchdowns in the final 8 games, if memory serves. And never again will he be underrated on a national scale. I mean, he was a great beneficiary of this playoff run, got all the deserved love that has eluded him over the years. touchdowns in the last 4 games, including all 3 playoff games. Just a incredible second half of the season for McLaurin.
Don't forget about the number 118.7. That's Tressway's quarterback rating. You put some respect on that holder's name.
That's a dime.
That's Tressway. It's first of all, over one defender in front of the other. Tressler. Huh?
More passing yards in NFC Championship game history. Tressway or Dak Prescott?
It's old Tressler.
That's Tress, baby.
By the way, is he kick left-footed and throw right-handed?
He does.
Isn't that unusual? That's pretty cool.
Last time it was called Puma. This time it was called Soda.
Soda means throw it over the linebacker to Ben Sinnott. By the way, the dude from the Eagles that was rushing and goes by him, that's the ultimate, oh, bleep, when as soon as he realized that Sinnott released.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr. You may know his father, Jeremiah Trotter.
I'm aware. That worked out great for us. But that poor kid, we just sees in that moment, oh, no.
Yeah, I just want to say to end the show, to this ownership group, Josh Harris, Mitch Rails, Mark Ein, Magic Johnson, the whole crew, to the front office, Adam Peters, Lance Newmark and company, to Dan Quinn, who built a great coaching staff in the year that he put together and turned it into just a 4th down maven. Loved that. To all of the players who made this run possible. This was as much fun as we've had on air. I won't speak for you, but I'll speak for myself. As I've had on air, getting to do this in 20 plus years of radio and here on 106.7 The Fan since 2009. So thank you for what was an amazing stretch. It's a shame that they came up short, but again, they weren't supposed to have as much talent as the Eagles, and they clearly don't.
Yeah, this was up there, honestly, with the championship runs, and obviously it's a game shy of that, but the joy of not having to look towards next season in October, November, December, the entire month of January pretty much is a gift. So I'm with you. Thank you.
For Darius and Ryan and Chris, Grant and Danny saying so long. We appreciate you guys listening to the show today. We'll be back at 2:00 tomorrow. Overtime with the Nell comes your way next.
Thank you for coming.